The Harbor Chart House, Episodes 4 through 8. The Harbor Chart House, Episode 5, The Courtyard Garden Index. The scent of damp rosemary came through the covered passage before Nora had fully opened the portfolio. It was a cool, green scent, softened by rain and stone. Somewhere beyond the window gallery, water still rested on the courtyard leaves, though the rain itself had passed. The rosemary grew in a long bed against the inner wall, and the mild evening air carried its fragrance beneath the passage roof and into the room in slow breaths. Nora paused with one hand under the portfolio cover. The cover was made of gray board, broad enough to occupy most of the table beside the windows. Its linen ties lay loose at either side. Inside, between protective sheets, waited a group of hand-drawn plans of the Charthouse courtyard and several small gardens around the harbor. Jonas had left them ready for her evening shift, together with a wooden tray of index cards and one short note in blue pencil. The note said only, "Garden plans. Several entries incomplete. Start with the courtyard group." Below that, he had drawn a small arrow toward the first divider. Nora set the cover down carefully and drew the portfolio a little closer. The table stood at the near end of the window gallery, where she could work under the shaded lamp and still look through the glass toward the courtyard wall. From there, her route for the evening was pleasantly bounded. She would begin at this table, pass through the covered passage to compare the drawings with the courtyard itself, and then carry the finished cards and any approved copies into the reading room. There was no need to visit the long map room, the repair room, the model room, or the print cupboard. Tonight's work belonged to 3 connected spaces, all within an easy walk of one another. She liked knowing the shape of an evening before she began it. The chart house had become more familiar over the past weeks, but she still noticed the character of each route through it. The way to the window gallery brought light from one side and the quiet of stone from the other. The covered passage changed every sound, placing a soft roof over the rustle of leaves and the faint harbor water beyond the courtyard walls. The reading room, at the end of the return path, held a deeper stillness around its long tables and the growing atlas that rested there. Nora had arrived without haste. Her shoulders felt loose beneath her cardigan, and her hands were warm from carrying her work bag along the inner quay. She moved at the steady pace of someone with enough time to see what she was doing. Even the simple acts of hanging her coat, washing her hands in the small kitchen, and bringing a cup of water to the gallery had settled her further into the evening. Now she stood comfortably at the table, her weight balanced, her breathing unhurried. The unfinished task was easy to see. Some of the index cards in the wooden tray were filled from top to bottom in Jonas's neat blue pencil. Others carried only a title and an approximate date. A few had blank lines beside the headings for place, use, and related plans. The cards were not in disorder. They had simply reached the point where someone needed to look closely at the drawings, compare them with the places they described, and decide how a reader might sensibly find them again. Nora lifted the first protective sheet. The plan beneath it showed the Charthouse courtyard in graphite, pale wash, and small touches of colored pencil. The outer walls formed an uneven rectangle. A covered passage ran along the north side. Narrow planting beds followed 2 walls, and a path crossed from the gallery door toward a bench near the sheltered corner. The bench on the plan was drawn as 3 simple lines. The rosemary bed was marked by a row of loose, upright strokes, each one no larger than an eyelash. Beside it, the planner had written evergreen herbs in a sloping hand. Across one corner of the paper lay the printed silhouette of a narrow leaf. It was not an actual leaf pressed into the sheet, but the inked impression of one, made long ago as part of the plan's decoration and record. Its central vein showed clearly. The edge was slightly irregular, giving the image the calm precision of something observed rather than invented. Nora lowered her head a little to study it without touching the surface. The paper had a warm cream tone, deeper at the edges where it had been handled over the years. There were no urgent repairs to make. One corner had already been supported with a thin, well-matched Japanese tissue, and the fold along the lower margin lay flat. Tonight the work was not to mend the plan but to place it properly among the other records of the harbor. She looked at the card resting beside it. Chart House Courtyard, Planting and Path Plan, the title read. The date line had been completed. The maker's name had been copied from the lower right corner. Under Place, Jonas had written Chart House, Courtyard. Under Use, the line remained empty. 2 cross-reference lines were empty as well. Nora rested her fingertips on the edge of the card, not yet moving it. A chronological catalog would have placed the plan neatly between 2 dates and considered the work nearly done. But the portfolio held several drawings of the same small spaces made for different reasons. One recorded planting. Another appeared to show drainage along a wall. A third, visible beneath the next protective sheet, marked the width of a path and the turning space beside a bench. Sorting them only by date would tell a reader when the papers were made. It would not tell the reader why someone might want to put them side by side. That distinction would guide the evening. Nora opened her work bag and took out a small pencil case, a clean square, a soft graphite pencil, 2 slips of unbuffered paper, and the bone folder inherited from her former workshop. She placed the bone folder at the top of the table where it would be ready if she needed to ease a protective sheet or sharpen a fold in a paper enclosure. Its surface had grown smooth with years of use. Under the gallery lamp it held a quiet ivory sheen. She did not use it yet. First she arranged the index tray on her right and the blank reference slips on her left. She put her cup of water on the sill, well away from the portfolio. Then she adjusted the lamp so its light fell across the drawings without shining directly into the window. The glass reflected part of the table back at her. The gray portfolio, the pale tools, the rectangle of the wooden tray. Beyond the reflection stood the actual courtyard wall, darkened in patches by recent rain. For a moment the drawn wall and the stone wall appeared close together. One laid gently over the other. Nora smiled at the usefulness of the view. She turned the first plan so that its north mark agreed with the direction of the courtyard outside. This did not alter the document, but it changed how readily she could read it. The covered passage on the paper now ran parallel with the real covered passage beyond the gallery door. The rosemary bed lay on the corresponding side. The little bench symbol pointed toward the sheltered corner. She could see through the nearest pane. She placed the related index card above the plan. On a blank slip she wrote 3 working headings: Place, Feature, Use. The pencil moved with a soft, dry sound. She left generous space beneath each word. At Place she wrote Chart House Courtyard. At Feature she wrote Covered Path, Herb Bed, Bench. At Use she paused. That line would need observation rather than assumption. Nora looked through the window again. The courtyard was empty, as it usually was during her evening shift. Nothing moved except a few rosemary tips returning slowly to rest after a thread of air passed over them. The path stones were damp but not shining. Along the base of the opposite wall, a darker line showed where rainwater had traveled toward a grated channel. She would go out and compare the main outlines, while there was still enough evening light to see their proportions, without relying on the passage lamps. Before leaving the table, she covered the open plan with its protective sheet. She laid one of the unbuffered slips beneath the edge as a marker, so she could return to the same place without lifting several sheets. Then she closed the portfolio cover halfway, shielding the paper while keeping her place. The first small state change of the night was already visible. The courtyard plan now faced the same way as the courtyard itself. Its card sat above it, and the working slip carried 3 headings instead of remaining blank. It was not much, but it gave the task a direction. Nora picked up a narrow clipboard with 1 clean sheet attached. She added the pencil, checked that the portfolio was protected, and switched the gallery lamp to its lower setting while she stepped away. The covered passage began only a few paces from the table. As she entered it, the rosemary scent grew clearer. It mixed with the mineral coolness of wet stone and the faint, clean smell of rain caught in the timber roof. Her shoes made a low, even sound on the flags. There was no echo sharp enough to disturb the quiet. The passage simply returned each step in a softer form. She walked first to the rosemary bed. The plants were fuller than the row of strokes on the old plan, but the bed still followed the same wall. Drops of water gathered at the narrow leaves. Nora did not touch them. She stood at the path edge and compared the bed's length with the divisions in the masonry behind it. On the clipboard she wrote, "Her bed remains along east wall. Access from covered path." That word, access, seemed more useful than appearance. The plan did not merely show what had been planted. It showed how the planting could be reached without stepping into the bed. She followed the path toward the bench. Its position had shifted slightly from the earliest drawing. On the plan it sat square to the wall. In the courtyard it stood at a mild angle, leaving more room where the path turned. Nora observed the gap between the bench end and the stone edging, then noted. Bench position adjusted in later arrangement. Compare path width plan. Again, the value lay in the relationship. She turned back toward the gallery. From the courtyard, the windows showed the interior table as a warm, orderly patch of light. The portfolio waited beneath its gray cover. The index tray appeared as a small, dark block beside it. Farther along, through the next doorway, the reading room remained dim and ready. This was the full extent of tonight's journey. Paper to paving stones to cards, cards to the atlas. Nora took one more slow look at the walls. Rain had deepened the color of the lower courses and made the pale mortar lines easy to follow. The path curved just enough to guide a person around the planting bed. The covered passage kept most of it sheltered. The bench occupied the broadest point, where someone could sit without narrowing the way. These were ordinary facts. They were also exactly the facts the plan had been made to hold. Back in the gallery, Nora returned the clipboard to the left side of the table and raised the lamp. She opened the portfolio to her paper marker. The leaf silhouette appeared again beneath the protective sheet, narrow and still. She compared her courtyard notes with the unfinished card. Under use, she penciled a provisional phrase on the working slip rather than the catalog card. Planting access and walking route. It was concrete enough to test against the other drawings. She lifted the next protective sheet and found a later courtyard plan. This one used heavier pencil for the wall outlines and dotted marks for the path edges. The bench was shown at the angle she had just observed. A rain channel ran along the lower wall, joining a route she recognized from the transparent overlay prepared during an earlier evening's work. That overlay was already settled in its proper enclosure. She did not need to retrieve it tonight. The reference could be made through the catalog. She drew the second card from the tray. Its place field was complete. Its use field read drainage, but there were no related entries beneath it. Nora set it beside the first card. The 2 cards now made a quiet pair, one for planting and passage, one for water and wall. Between them lay the present courtyard, observed without hurry, and translated into a few practical words. She would continue through the portfolio in that manner, then take the finished sequence into the reading room when the comparisons were secure. The atlas there was growing, but it was not finished. It already held approved work from the walking map, the rain plans, the ferry charts, and the model harbor route. Tonight's garden material would join them only after the index made its relationships clear. For now, Nora aligned the two cards with the clean square and placed the paperweight at the top edge so the soft movement of air from the passage would not disturb them. The rosemary scent entered once more, light and damp. Nora settled into the chair, rested both feet on the floor, and drew the next courtyard plan into the lamp's warm circle. The next courtyard plan came forward between two pale protective sheets. Nora lifted the upper sheet by its supported edge and rested it against the portfolio cover. The drawing beneath was simpler than the first two. Its garden beds were only lightly indicated, and no individual plants had been named. Most of the maker's attention had gone into measurements. Short graphite lines crossed the path at several points, each accompanied by a width in feet and inches. Around the bench, a curved pencil mark showed the space needed to pass without brushing the stone border. Nora placed the clean square beside the plan, keeping it safely beyond the paper's edge. She used the square only as a guide for her eye, following the wall lines and comparing them with the heavier outlines on the later drainage drawing. The outer walls agreed. The path did not. On the earlier plan, it narrowed near the rosemary bed before opening around the bench. On the later drawing, the narrow section had been widened by moving one edge of the bed closer to the wall. That explained why the present rosemary plant stood in a long, shallow strip, rather than the deeper bed shown on the first plan. Nora brought the three related cards together. The first was for planting and access. The second concerned the rain channel. The third, still nearly blank, carried the title Courtyard Path and Seating Adjustment. She copied the measured path width onto her working slip, then wrote beneath it, "Use clear passage beside herb bed and bench." She considered the wording for a moment. It described what the plan allowed someone to do without claiming more than the drawing showed. Satisfied, she transferred the phrase to the card in her soft graphite pencil. The blank line changed beneath her hand. It now gave the plan a purpose as well as a title. Below it, in the field marked Related Plans, she wrote the catalog numbers of the planting plan and the drainage plan. On each of those cards, she added the path plan's number in return. 3 separate descriptions became a small connected group. Nora aligned the cards again. Jonas's blue pencil supplied the titles, dates, and maker names. Her graphite additions filled the open fields without imitating his hand. A later cataloger would be able to distinguish the earlier record from the evening's work. While still reading the card easily from top to bottom, she set the completed path card beneath the paperweight and moved its divider tab from pending to courtyard, path and use. The wooden tray now held one fewer unfinished card. Beyond the window, the damp wall had grown a shade darker as the evening light thinned. Its outline remained clear, but the small variations in the stones were beginning to soften. Nora decided to make the rest of her direct courtyard comparisons before that useful light faded. She closed the protective sheet over the measured plan and placed her paper marker at the next drawing. Then she looked through the remaining courtyard cards and selected those that referred to visible features. The north wall border, the covered path, the bench corner, and a low planting bed beside the gallery door. She clipped a fresh sheet over her first notes. Down its left side, she wrote the 4 features, leaving space beside each. At the threshold of the covered passage, she paused long enough for her eyes to adjust. The courtyard no longer looked like a plan laid flat. It looked enclosed and comfortably deep. The roof beams of the passage crossed overhead. The pale path continued beyond them into open air, then curved back toward shelter. Rosemary's scent lingered near the wall, while wet leaves nearer the bench gave off a softer green smell. Nora began with the north wall. The corresponding plan showed a narrow bed extending almost the full length of the stonework. On the ground, the bed stopped before the corner, leaving a small paved space beside the rain channel. She counted the broad paving stones between the bed and the turn, not as a formal measurement, but as a repeatable way to describe the difference. On the clipboard, she wrote, "North bed ends 3 broad flags before corner. Leaves channel approach clear." She walked to the covered path and stood beneath its outer beam. One drawing marked the passage width at each timber post. The widths varied slightly because the old stone wall did not run in a perfectly straight line. Nora looked along the real wall and saw the same gentle irregularity. The passage had been fitted to the building rather than forced into an exact rectangle, she added. Covered route follows wall line. Width changes at posts. The bench corner required a different view. Nora approached from the gallery side, as a reader or member of staff might do when crossing the courtyard. The angled bench left a broad opening toward the sheltered passage. From the opposite direction, it also kept the route to the rain channel unobstructed. She made 2 small arrows on her working sheet, one for each approach. They were only observation marks, not additions to the historic plans. At the low bed near the gallery door, she found a modest discrepancy. The plan showed the stone edging meeting the threshold directly. In the courtyard, a single paving slab separated the edging from the doorway. The gap gave a person room to step aside while opening the door. Nora bent slightly to view the arrangement, keeping her feet on the path. The slab was the same weathered gray as the rest of the paving. It did not announce itself as an alteration. Only the comparison made its function plain. She wrote, "Paved pause beside gallery door. Compare access revision." Then she straightened and let her shoulders settle. Her round of the courtyard had been short, no more than the 4 features on her list. She did not need to inspect every plant or measure every stone. The drawings were records of chosen arrangements, and the cards needed useful points of entry, not a second drawing made in words. As she returned through the covered passage, a drop of water slipped from one rosemary tip to the soil below. The sound was too small to carry beyond the bed. Nora saw the dark point it made in the earth and continued indoors. At the gallery table, she placed the clipboard well away from the portfolio and opened the cover again. The next plan bore 2 printed leaf silhouettes, one broad and rounded, the other made of several narrow leaflets along a central stem. They occupied the lower margin beside a handwritten planting list. The impressions had been printed in muted gray-green ink, pale enough that the pencil labels remained legible. Nora did not try to identify the leaves beyond the names already written on the plan. Her task was to understand how the drawing might be used. She read the labels one by one. Some named plants, others described conditions. Shade beside wall, dry edge beneath roof, clear width at door. That final phrase matched the paved pause she had just observed. She drew the associated card from the tray. Jonas had entered its date and title in blue pencil, but had left both the use field and cross-references open. Nora wrote first on her working slip, place, gallery entrance bed. Feature, low edging, planted border, clear paving at threshold. Use, planting beside an unobstructed entrance. She read the line aloud in a voice no louder than the movement of paper. Planting beside an unobstructed entrance. It was accurate, though slightly formal. She shortened it on the catalog card to entrance access and border planting. The card did not need to contain the whole observation. Its purpose was to lead a reader toward the right plan. For related material, she entered the number of the path and seating adjustment. She also added the drainage plan because its channel passed the same threshold. Then she made the reciprocal references on those 2 cards. Her additions were beginning to form a pattern across the tray. Plans that had previously sat near one another only because of date now linked by place and use. Path to planting, planting to entrance, entrance to drainage, drainage to wall. Nora slid a blank guide card behind the courtyard group and wrote a temporary heading at the top. Chart house courtyard beneath it. She made 3 indented entries. Walking and access, planting and care, rain channels and wall edges. These were not final subject headings yet. They were a working structure, light enough to revise after she had examined the harbor garden plans. Still, the guide card changed the tray visibly. Instead of a row of individual records, it now offered 3 ways into the same place. She placed the courtyard cards behind their appropriate use lines, using small removable paper tabs to mark the divisions. The tabs were uncolored and carried pencil only. If the later plans suggested better wording, she could lift them away without leaving adhesive or pressure marks. The bone folder remained at the top of the table. Nora brought it down when the protective enclosure around the next plan opened unevenly along an old crease. She did not press the historic sheet itself. She slipped a clean paper guard beneath the enclosure flap and ran the broad side of the bone folder gently along the guard. The enclosure settled into its intended fold, giving the plan more room to lie flat. When she removed the guard, the fold remained neat. The next drawing showed a small harbor garden enclosed by 2 walls and a row of railings. Its path entered from one corner, past a rectangular bed, and ended at a bench facing the water. Unlike the courtyard drawings, it contained no measured widths. Its annotations described ordinary maintenance. Turn soil at wall, leave clear edge by railing, move bench inward in wet weather. A printed leaf silhouette marked the planting bed. Pencil arrows marked the route around it. Nora set its card beside the temporary guide. Under place, Jonas had written East Quay Garden. Under use, nothing had been entered. Nora looked at the drawing without trying to fit it too quickly into the courtyard headings. The location was different, and the plan's purpose might be different as well. Yet the same kinds of relationships appeared. A wall, a path, planting, a bench, and enough clear space for someone to tend the garden or walk through it. She began a second working guide. East Quay Garden. Below it she wrote, walking route, plant care bench position. The similarity between the 2 guide cards was useful, but she kept them separate. A reader might search first by place and then by use. There was no reason to flatten distinct gardens into one general category. She added the garden plan's number under all 3 headings in pencil. Then on its individual catalog card she entered use, maintenance route, and waterside seating. The phrase joined practical care with ordinary presence. It said what the plan organized without making the plan grander than it was. A second East Quay drawing showed the same garden after the rectangular bed had been divided into 2 narrower strips. Between them ran a stepping path, marked by 3 flat stones. The bench had been moved inward, just as the earlier annotation suggested for wet weather. Nora placed the drawings side by side within their separate protective sheets. She weighted the enclosure edges with clean fabric-covered snakes, never touching the plans themselves. The state change was easy to see. One plan held a single bed and an outer path. The other held 2 beds, a short central step, and a bench drawn farther from the railings. Neither canceled the other. Together they recorded 2 useful arrangements of the same small garden. She entered the second number on the East Quay guide and cross-referenced the 2 cards. Then she returned to the courtyard group and added bench position beneath its walking and access heading. The exact arrangement differed, but the point of entry would help someone comparing how seating affected routes in more than one place. The index was becoming more than a chronological list, though it was not complete. Several plans remained beneath the portfolio sheets, and their cards still waited in the pending section. Nora left them there. She removed the fabric weights, closed the East Quay plans beneath their protective sheets, and returned the bone folder to the top of the table. On her right, the finished card stood behind two place guides. On her left, the pending cards occupied a smaller portion of the tray than before. At the center, the portfolio remained open to the next garden plan, its margin just visible beneath the paper marker. Nora checked each new pencil entry against the catalog numbers printed on the enclosures. She touched the card, then the enclosure label, then the working guide, following the three-part sequence at an even pace. Courtyard path plan. Correct. Gallery entrance bed. Correct. East quay garden arrangement. Correct. Revised bed and bench plan. Correct. She made one small correction where she had transposed 2 digits, lifting the graphite with a soft white eraser and brushing the crumbs onto a waste sheet with a clean drafting brush. The paper beneath remained undisturbed. She rewrote the number, checked it once, and moved on. At last, she gathered the loose working slips into a single stack. She did not place them in the catalog tray. They were temporary aids, carrying fuller observations than the final cards required. She tucked them beneath the clipboard for use during the next round. The finished cards stayed upright behind their new guides. Nora moved the paperweight from the top of the earlier pair and set it across the aligned guide cards instead. Its clear glass held the warm lamplight and cast a faint oval shadow over the wood of the tray. Outside, the courtyard outlines were less distinct now, but the covered path could still be followed from the gallery door to the rosemary bed and on toward the bench. Nora had already made the comparisons she needed from the fading light. The remaining work could proceed at the table. She turned to the next card in the pending section. Its title referred to a wall garden farther along the harbor, but its use field was blank. Nora placed it beside the next protected drawing and drew a fresh working slip toward her. The first round had given the index its shape. Place first, then the ways a person walked, sat, tended planting, or kept water clear along a wall. The headings remained provisional, ready for the plan still to come. With the finished courtyard cards steady beneath the paperweight and the unfinished garden group resting within reach, Nora lowered her pencil to the new slip and continued. The wall garden plan had been drawn on thinner paper than the courtyard group. Even beneath its protective sheet, it showed a slight waviness where the fibers had responded to years of changing air. The enclosure supported it well, and the drawing itself lay without strain. Nora turned the portfolio a few degrees under the lamp so the pencil annotations could be read without glare. 2 walls met at a shallow angle around a narrow planting bed. A path followed the longer wall, widened beside a bench, and ended near a small graded channel. Along the lower margin, 3 pressed leaf silhouettes had been printed in soft gray ink. One was rounded, one sharply pointed, and one divided into several fine leaflets. The catalog card identified the place as South Harbor Wall Garden. Its use field was empty. Nora began as she had with the earlier plans. On a working slip, she wrote the place name, then listed the visible features: wall bed, narrow path, bench recess, drainage edge. The plan contained no formal measurements, but short pencil marks showed where the path needed to remain clear during pruning. Another annotation asked that fallen leaves be lifted from the grate after wet weather. A third noted that the bench could stay in its recess while the wall planting was tended. Nora read the annotations twice, letting their shared purpose emerge through their arrangement. The plan was not chiefly a picture of plants, nor was it merely a record of the garden's boundary. It described how care could happen without blocking the path, and how the path could remain useful while the garden was being cared for. On the working slip she wrote, "Use shared route for tending, sitting, and keeping drain clear." She shortened the catalog wording to garden care, seeding, and clear drainage route. Then she entered the plan beneath 3 headings on the South Harbor guide card. The categories resembled those already used for the Chart House Courtyard and East Quay Garden. but the combination was particular to this place. Here, the wall and the drain mattered as much as the planting. She checked the number on the enclosure and made the reciprocal references to two related plans. One concerned the wall bed. The other showed the rain channel continuing toward the quay. As Nora returned the cards to the tray, she noticed that the wooden divider behind the South Harbor group sat slightly higher than the others. Its top edge carried an older heading in faded graphite. Plans of practical use. The divider did not belong to one garden. It stood before a small mixed group of cards that Jonas had left together near the back of the tray. Nora had assumed they were incomplete subject cards awaiting redistribution. Now that the place guides had begun to take shape, she drew the divider forward to see what lay behind it. There were 7 cards. The first referred to walking routes. The second named rain channels and runoff. The third concerned ferry approaches. Another listed model harbor lighting references. 2 more described garden access and maintenance paths. The last card had no catalog number at all. It was made of the same cream stock as the others, though its corners were softer from handling. A former cataloger had written several lines across it in ordinary pencil. The hand was compact and practical, with no decorative title and no attempt to make the note seem important. Nora placed the card flat beside the South Harbor plan. She read it silently. The note made a simple distinction. Official harbor charts were good at preserving limits, depths, marked structures, and named edges. The smaller plans kept here did something different. Taken together, they showed where people walked, where rain was guided, where ferries were approached, where lamps helped with an evening route, and how walls, paths, and planted beds were looked after. The final line suggested that such plans should be indexed by use as well as by place. Nora rested her pencil on the working slip. Nothing in the card announced a discovery. It did not propose a new theory about the collection. It sounded like a reminder left by someone who had spent enough time with the papers to know how they were most helpful. Even so, the note gave clear wording to the pattern Nora had been following all evening. She looked first at the open wall garden plan. Its boundary could have been described in a few measurements. The long wall, shallow angle, and narrow bed were all plain enough. But those facts alone would not preserve the widened place beside the bench, the clear strip needed during pruning, or the route by which leaves could be lifted from the grate after rain. The use of the place lived in the smaller marks. She turned the old note card slightly and looked at the 6 catalog cards behind it. Their headings matched work already settled elsewhere in the chart house. The walking route card brought back the rolled map from her first evening. She remembered the repaired fold lying flat after patient support, and the route traced across it from one familiar part of the harbor to another. The map had not merely recorded streets and walls. Its worn lines and practical turns showed how a person moved through them. The rain channel card corresponded to the old harbor plans she had compared on another wet evening. Their transparent overlay now made the paths of ordinary runoff easy to follow without altering the drawings beneath. The official outlines had shown the quay. The added observations showed how water crossed it and where it was guided away. The ferry approach card belonged with the cloth-back charts already sorted and properly enclosed. Those charts contained more than the ferry line over water. Their folds, landing references, and repeated approach marks preserved the way the route was used from shore to shore. The model lighting card recalled the cleaned harbor model, and the small lamps matched to an ordinary evening passage. The model gave the harbor shape, but the sequence of lamps made movement through that shape understandable. Now the garden plans contributed paths beside beds, spaces around benches, access along walls, and channels kept clear by routine care. Nora did not need to retrieve any of the earlier material. Each piece had already been repaired, arranged, or recorded in its proper place. Its settled state was enough. The cards before her acted as references, allowing the completed work to remain undisturbed. She drew the transparent paperweight closer and placed it over the upper edge of the former cataloger's note. The glass made the pencil writing beneath it appear a little darker. "By place and by use," Nora said quietly. The words were not a new instruction. They confirmed the structure already emerging in the tray. She reviewed her temporary guide cards. Chart House Courtyard led to walking and access, planting and care, rain channels and wall edges. East Quay Garden led to its walking route, plant care and bench position. South Harbor Wall Garden now led to garden care, seating and clear drainage. Until this moment, Nora had treated those headings as a sensible method for tonight's portfolio. The older card showed why that method belonged to the collection as a whole. A reader searching only by date might find a sequence of drawings. A reader searching by place might find everything associated with one courtyard or garden. But a reader searching by use could place a walking map beside a path adjustment, a rain overlay beside a garden grate, or a ferry approach beside a sequence of model lamps. The papers did not compete with the official charts. They preserved a different scale of truth. Boundaries described where the harbor was. These plans described how it was ordinarily crossed, tended, drained, lit, and shared. Nora let the thought remain modest. The collection did not require a grand statement. Its purpose was visible in the work itself. A clear path at a doorway, a bench turned enough to leave room. A planted edge kept within reach, a route made legible in rain or evening light. She lifted the paperweight and examined the back of the note card. It was blank. There was no date and no name, only a faint indentation where it had once rested against another penciled card. She did not try to identify the writer. The note's usefulness did not depend on knowing who had made it. It belonged with the catalog aids, not with the historic plans, and it raised no question that needed to be carried beyond the evening. Nora set it beside the temporary guide cards and returned her attention to the 7 mixed references. Their present order followed no clear pattern. She did not rearrange them at once. Instead, she laid 2 blank cards on the table and used them as temporary headings. On the first she wrote, "Find by place." On the second, "Find by use." Beneath the second heading, she listed the working terms already supported by the plans and earlier records: walking and access, water and drainage, ferry approaches, evening route lights, planting and care, seating and clear passage. She left room between the lines. These were working entries, not yet the completed index. Some might be combined, and each would need its proper cross-references checked before it could guide a reader reliably. Still, the visible arrangement changed. The place guides formed one row beside the portfolio. The use headings formed another beside the older note. Between them, the catalog cards could now be read in 2 directions. Nora selected the walking route reference and placed it beneath walking and access. She set the rain channel card beneath water and drainage, the ferry card beneath ferry approaches, and the model lighting card beneath evening route lights. The garden cards required more than one connection. Rather than move each card into only one group, she wrote its catalog number beneath every relevant heading. The Chart House Courtyard path appeared under walking and access and seating and clear passage. The South Harbor Wall Garden appeared under water and drainage as well as planting and care. The East Quay plans linked planting, walking, and bench position. This was the practical advantage of an index. A plan could remain safely in one enclosure while its card offered several honest routes toward it. Nora used the clean square to keep the temporary headings aligned. Her pencil moved slowly, adding 1 number at a time. After each entry, she checked the enclosure label or the existing card before continuing. No number was carried forward from memory alone. The rosemary scent returned through the covered passage, fainter now but still recognizable. It rested among the dry smells of card, graphite, and old paper. Beyond the gallery windows, the courtyard walls had lost most of their detail in the deepening evening, though their broad shape remained. The covered path was a pale band beneath the roof, and the bench occupied its familiar wider space. Nora looked from the real courtyard to the first garden plan still visible in the portfolio. The walls agreed in outline. The plan added the history of chosen arrangements, where a bed had been narrowed, where a path had widened, where a bench had turned, where water had been given room to pass. The index would allow those choices to be found without requiring a reader to know the date of each drawing in advance. She placed a small removable tab on the older note card and wrote, "Index Principle, Place and Use." Then she returned the card behind its faded divider. It remained part of the working catalog history, protected by the surrounding cards and easy to find again. She did not copy its sentences or turn them into a display label. A concise cross-reference would be enough. The portfolio still contained several plans, and the missing links among them had not yet all been entered. The approved copies had not been added to the reading room atlas. That work belonged to the next stage, after every number and heading had been checked. For now, the discovery had done its part. It had explained why the two rows on the table belonged together. Nora gathered the use cards into their new provisional sequence, keeping the place guides separate. She laid the former cataloger's note at the head of the working group and set the transparent paperweight across the aligned upper edges. The glass held them steady without hiding the pencil. To the left rested the open portfolio, with the South Harbor wall garden beneath its protective sheet. To the right stood the wooden tray, its unfinished section smaller and its new roots more distinct. Between them lay the paired headings, Find by Place and Find by Use, ready for the cross-references that would follow. Nora rolled her shoulders once and settled both feet beneath the chair. The question of why these ordinary plans were kept no longer needed to remain open. They kept visible the daily shape of the harbor. Not only its boundaries, but the calm, repeated ways people moved through it and cared for it. With that understanding resting plainly among the cards, Nora drew the next unfinished garden entry into the pool of lamplight and prepared to connect it to the index. Nora placed the next unfinished card beneath the heading Find by Place. It belonged to the South Harbor wall garden plan already open beneath its protective sheet. Jonas had entered the title, date, and place in blue pencil. Nora's working phrase for its use rested on the slip beside it. Garden care, seeding, and clear drainage route. Now the former cataloger's practical note changed what she did with that phrase. Instead of adding only one related plan number, Nora drew 3 narrow lines in graphite beneath the existing entry. On the first, she wrote the reference for planting and care. On the second, she entered the rain channel plan connected with the garden grate. On the third, she added the courtyard path adjustment, where a bench and a planted edge had also been arranged to leave passage clear. The plans came from different parts of the harbor, but the comparison was exact enough to be useful. Each showed how a bounded place remained comfortable to walk through, while ordinary care continued around it. Nora checked every number against its card before moving to the next line. She then turned to the use index and entered the South Harbor plan beneath 3 headings: water and drainage, planting and care, seating and clear passage. The same document now had 4 honest ways of being found: by its place, by the care of its bed, by the route beside its drain, and by the space maintained around its bench. That was the small, practical choice the older note had made possible. Nora would not force each plan into a single subject. She would let the paper remain in one safe sequence, while the index offered several routes toward it. She returned the completed card to the South Harbor Place group and moved its removable tab out of pending. The unfinished section of the tray narrowed again. The next plan showed a garden along the west side of the inner quay. A low wall occupied the upper edge of the drawing. Below it, 2 long beds ran beside a gently bending path. The printed silhouette of a many-lobed leaf lay near the title. Its ink softened to a gray-green shadow. Pencil annotations appeared at 3 points along the path. One marked the space where a person could turn with a watering can. Another noted a clear strip at the wall for tending the farther bed. The third indicated that the path widened near its entrance, so 2 people could pass without stepping onto the planted edge. Nora did not need to visit this garden. The bounded route for her evening remained the window gallery, the courtyard, and the reading room. The plan itself supplied enough evidence for its catalog entry, and its place had already been confirmed on the enclosure. She wrote a new place guide. Westine Quay Garden beneath it, she entered. Walking and access. Planting and care. Wallside maintenance. On the individual card she added, use tending route and clear passing space. She cross-referenced it with the chart house courtyard path plan, then entered its number beneath walking and access and planting and care on the use index. The visible pattern grew without becoming crowded. Nora left a full line between each use heading and its references. Where one heading required several numbers, she arranged them in catalog order rather than by date. The point was to help a reader move from a practical interest to the relevant plans. Dates remained available on the individual cards when needed. She used the clean square to align the entries. Then she compared the West Inner Quay number on the enclosure, the place guide, the individual card, and the use index. All 4 agreed. Nora shifted the card from pending to its place group. A final garden plan waited behind it. This one described a narrow planted strip beside a harbor stair. The stair itself was shown only as an adjoining feature. The plan's attention stayed on the wall bed and the paved landing above it. 2 pencil notes asked that the landing edge remain clear and that clipped stems be gathered from the top step after the bed was tended. There was nothing dramatic in the instruction. It recorded the simple cooperation between planting and passage. Nora wrote, use, wallbed care beside a clear landing. She added the plan beneath planting and care and walking and access. Under water and drainage, she made no entry. Although the stair would certainly receive rain, the drawing did not describe runoff or a channel. The index needed to remain generous in its roots but precise in its claims. She set the pencil down briefly. That restraint mattered as much as adding a reference. A useful index did not connect everything, merely because a connection could be imagined. It followed what the plans actually showed. Nora looked along the 2 working rows. The place guides named the Chart House Courtyard, East Quay Garden, South Harbor Wall Garden, West Inner Quay Garden, and the narrow bed by the harbor stair. The use index offered paths through walking, water, ferry approaches, evening route lights, planting, seating, and clear passage. The earlier work of the catalog sat among the garden references without needing to be reopened. The repaired walking map remained repaired. The transparent rain overlay remained in its enclosure. The ferry charts stayed sorted in their cloth-backed group. The model harbor and its tiny lamps rested after cleaning. Their catalog numbers were sufficient to connect them with tonight's plans. Nora began the full cross-reference check at the courtyard end. She touched the first place guide, read its entries, and followed each number to an individual card. From each card she moved to the use heading that repeated it. Then she returned in the opposite direction, beginning with the use heading and finding the plan again by place. Courtyard planting and path. Correct. Courtyard drainage and wall edge. Correct. East Quay maintenance route. Correct. East Quay bench position. Correct. South Harbor Wall Garden. Correct. West Inner Quay tending route, correct. Harbor stair landing bed, correct. At one heading, seating and clear passage, the East Quay bench plan appeared on the place guide but not on the use index. Nora found the open line and added the missing number. At planting and care, the gallery entrance bed had likewise been omitted from the working list. She entered it beneath the courtyard references. 2 gaps became 2 pencil lines. She checked both additions from card to enclosure and back again. The missing cross-references were now present, but Nora did not yet gather the index, as though the whole evening's work were over. The catalog card still needed to remain beside the portfolio, while she selected the approved copies for the reading room atlas sequence. Jonas had marked those copies with small blue pencil ticks on their enclosure labels. The marks were plain and familiar, notations of approval rather than decoration. Nora found 4 among the garden group: the chart house courtyard planting and path plan, the East Quay maintenance arrangement, the South Harbor wall garden plan, and the West Inner Quay tending route. The original drawings would remain in the portfolio. The approved copies waited beneath them in separate archival sleeves. Nora cleared a space at the center of the table. She closed each original beneath its protective sheet, confirming that no working slip or removable tab remained inside. Then she brought forward the copy sleeves one at a time. The copies preserved the plans at a scale suitable for the reading room atlas. Their papers were clean and stable, and each sleeve carried the same catalog number as its source. The pressed leaf silhouettes appeared as printed shapes within the copied images, narrow, rounded, pointed, or divided into small leaflets. Nora arranged the 4 sleeves by the sequence established in the use index. First came the chart house courtyard, where path, planting, bench, and rain channel met within the walls visible from the gallery. Next came the East Quay garden, with its maintenance route and bench drawn inward from the waterside edge. The South Harbor wall garden followed, linking tending, sitting, and the clear approach to a drain. Last came the West Inner Quay garden, where the path widened for passing and for the turn of a watering can. The sequence moved from the chart house outward through ordinary garden use. It did not attempt to represent every planted place around the harbor. It gave the atlas a readable set of examples, each supported by the index. Nora placed a clean interleaving sheet between the copy sleeves and lifted them as one shallow stack. Before leaving the gallery, she secured the original portfolio. She lowered the remaining protective sheets, removed the temporary paper marker, and brought the gray cover down without fastening the linen ties. The portfolio was protected, but still ready for the closing round later. The index cards stayed beneath the transparent paperweight. She carried the approved copies through the short doorway toward the reading room. Her pace was slower with the broad sleeves in both hands, though the stack was light. The window gallery passed on her left in a series of dim reflections. On her right, the courtyard walls held the last cool tone of evening. The rosemary scent followed faintly from the covered passage and thinned as she entered the reading room. The atlas rested on the long table beneath its fitted cover. Nora set the copy stack beside it, then lifted the cover and folded it back just far enough to expose the waiting sequence. The atlas was growing but remained unfinished. Its earlier sections held the approved material from the walking map, the rain plans, the ferry charts, and the model harbor route. Each had its own settled place. She did not disturb them. At the open position prepared for garden plans, she laid down the first interleaving sheet. She checked the courtyard copy's catalog number against the working list she had carried on a separate slip. Then placed the sleeve into the atlas. The pale walls and path settled within the reading room sequence. She added the East Quay copy, then the South Harbor wall garden, then the West Inner Quay plan. Between the sleeves, the interleaving sheets kept the surfaces apart. The printed leaf shapes appeared at different places on each page, giving the new group a quiet rhythm of gray-green forms. Nora aligned the lower and outer edges with the flat of her hand resting only on the sleeves. The copies now occupied their intended place. They did not finish the atlas. Later evenings would add the remaining approved material. But the garden plans had joined the walking, rain, ferry, and model records in a sequence that made their common purpose visible. A reader could follow not only where the harbor's walls and edges lay, but how people passed beside them, kept water moving, approached a ferry, used evening lights, made room around a bench, and tended a narrow bed without closing a path. Nora lowered the atlas cover over the new pages. She left no weight on it beyond the cover itself. Tonight's copies lay flat in their sleeves and required no pressing. The work remaining in the reading room was only to return the index once its cards had received their final alignment. She carried the empty interleaving folder and her working slip back to the gallery. The route was already familiar. Long table, doorway, windows, portfolio. Outside the glass, the courtyard had become a simple arrangement of darker wall, pale path, and sheltered passage. The rosemary bed was no longer distinct leaf by leaf, but its scent still entered whenever the air moved beneath the roof. At the table, Nora compared her atlas list with the 4 blue pencil approval marks on the portfolio enclosures. Courtyard copy placed, East Quay copy placed, South Harbor copy placed, West Inner Quay copy placed. She drew a light graphite tick beside each item on the temporary slip. The slip would remain with her working notes rather than enter the permanent catalog. Then she removed the provisional headings "Find by Place" and "Find by Use." Their wording had served its purpose, but the finished guides needed proper catalog titles. On 2 clean cards she wrote, "Place Index, Courtyards and Harbor Gardens Use Index. Harbor Mouts and Care." Beneath the second title, she copied the checked headings and their references from the working card. She worked slowly, 1 line at a time, verifying each number again before transferring it. When the last reference was entered, she compared the clean cards with the provisional versions. Nothing had been dropped. Nothing unsupported had been added. Nora slid the finished place guides into the wooden tray. The use index followed behind its own divider. The former cataloger's note returned to Plans of Practical U.S., with its small tab identifying the principle it had supplied. The provisional cards and temporary slips moved to the working notes stack. Nora brought the clean square to the tray and pressed it gently against the lower edges of the permanent cards. They settled into an even line. She tapped neither the tray nor the cards. A slow, steady pressure was enough. The index had changed visibly over the course of the evening. What had begun as scattered titles and incomplete fields now offered routes by place and by ordinary use. The approved garden copies rested in the reading room atlas. The original plans remained protected in their portfolio. Still, Nora left the linen ties loose. Closing the portfolio and returning the settled index belonged to the next part of her route. For now, she placed the completed index cards flat beside the wooden tray, their top edges aligned beneath the transparent paperweight. The glass caught the gallery lamp and held a small, steady oval of light. Beyond them, the gray portfolio waited under its cover. Through the window, the courtyard walls enclosed the quiet dark, and the rosemary scent came softly along the covered passage. Nora rested her hands on either side of the aligned cards, ready for the short return path to the reading room. Nora stood with her hands resting on either side of the completed index cards. The cards no longer looked like separate descriptions waiting to be understood. Their place headings and use headings now led calmly into one another. A reader could begin with the Charthouse Courtyard and find its paths, planting beds, bench, and rain channel. Or the reader could begin with walking and access, water and drainage, planting and care. or seating and clear passage, then follow those uses across several parts of the harbor. The distinction on the former cataloger's card had become concrete in the tray. Official charts preserved the harbor's measured edges. These smaller plans preserved what happened within and beside those edges, where people walked, where they made room to pass, where rain was directed, where ferries were approached, where evening lamps marked a route, and where planted beds could be tended without closing a path. The archive kept ordinary use visible. Nora read the 2 guide titles once more. Place Index, Courtyards and Harbor Gardens. Use Index, Harbor Moots and Care. She followed the first card down through its place names, then checked the second card's use headings. No blank line remained where a reference was required. The reciprocal numbers had been entered on the individual records. The approved copies were already in the reading room atlas, while the original plans remained beneath their protective sheets. The records were checked and ready for their final resting arrangement. Nora lifted the transparent paperweight and set it near the upper corner of the table. The cards beneath it stayed aligned. She gathered them in their checked order, keeping the place index first and the use index behind its divider. The individual garden records followed in their place groups. Before returning them to the wooden tray, she ran another check with the clean square. The lower edges met evenly. Jonas's blue pencil entries remained clear above and beside her graphite additions. The 2 hands could be distinguished without interrupting the sense of the record. Titles and dates led to places. Places led to uses. Uses led back to the plans. Nora slid the cards into the tray. They settled with a dry, soft whisper against the other card stock. She moved the pending divider toward the back and looked behind it. The cards from tonight's portfolio had all received their needed fields or cross-references. Their final alignment beneath the paperweight could wait until the return route had been checked. She removed the small temporary tabs from the records one at a time. Each lifted cleanly. She placed them on the working note slip, where they formed a pale row of narrow paper flags. The cards did not need another written mark. At the back of the tray, the faded divider marked plans of practical use. Nora checked that the former cataloger's note rested behind it, along with the small identifying tab she had made for the catalog history. The note had guided the index without needing to become part of the atlas or a new display. It remained where another cataloger could find it and understand why the index opened in 2 directions. Nora replaced the tray's wooden cover halfway, leaving it easy to lift when she carried it. Then she turned to the gray portfolio. Its linen ties lay loose across the table. The broad cover concealed the plans, but the approved copy labels remained visible along the outer edges of their sleeves. Nora opened the portfolio once more, only as far as the first protected drawing. The courtyard plan appeared beneath its sheet. In the gallery light, the printed rosemary silhouette looked darker than it had at the start of the evening. The drawn walls formed their uneven enclosure. The path past the herb bed widened near the bench and continued toward the covered route. Nora did not begin another examination. She was checking the closing sequence. She confirmed that the protective sheet covered the entire drawing. No pencil, guide slip, removable marker, or fabric weight had been left inside. The supported corner remained flat. The lower fold rested without strain. She lowered the cover over it and moved to the next enclosure. The measured path plan was clear of working material. The gallery entrance plan was protected. The East Quay copies had been removed only from their separate approved sleeves. The original drawings remained in place. The South Harbor wall garden lay beneath its proper sheet. The West Inner Quay garden and the harbor stair bed followed in order. Nora closed each section as she checked it. The portfolio gradually became a single quiet object again rather than a sequence of open working surfaces. At the final enclosure, she used the inherited bone folder only on the outer paper guard. The guard had lifted slightly where the portfolio cover met the stacked sleeves. Nora laid a clean slip over it and passed the broad side of the folder once along the fold. The guard settled. She returned the bone folder to her pencil case. Its familiar ivory surface disappeared beneath the flap, ready for another evening but no longer needed along this route. Nora lowered the gray cover fully. She brought the 2 linen ties across it, one from either side. The fabric had softened with use and lay flat beneath her fingers. She tied a loose bow at the center, firm enough to keep the cover closed but easy to reverse when the portfolio was next consulted. The open group of garden plans was now enclosed. Beside it, the index tray held the checked cards. Across the doorway, the approved garden copies rested in the growing atlas. The 3 states agreed. Originals protected, references entered, copies placed. Nora drew the portfolio a few inches away from the working edge of the table. The space it had occupied was marked only by the different fall of lamplight on the wood. She collected the drafting brush, eraser, and unused paper slips. The tools returned to her work bag. She left the clean square within reach for the one small arrangement still to come. The temporary observations remained together beneath the clipboard, separate from the permanent catalog. She did not discard them yet. They could stay with the evening's working notes until Jonas had made his ordinary morning review. They contained no unresolved question, only fuller descriptions, supporting the concise entries now in the tray. Nora placed the clipboard on top of the closed portfolio. The route before her had narrowed to the reading room. She lifted the wooden tray with both hands and walked toward the doorway. The gallery windows passed beside her, reflecting the lamp, the pale rectangle of the portfolio, and her own unhurried movement. Outside, the courtyard had simplified in the darkness. The wall was a broad plain of stone. The sheltered path showed faintly beneath the covered passage. The rosemary bed had merged into the deeper shade along its edge, though its damp scent still moved indoors. Nora paused at the gallery doorway and looked toward the real courtyard once more. Earlier she had compared the drawn bed with the planted one, the old bench position with the present angle, and the measured path with the paving that now ran beside the wall. Those details no longer needed to remain active questions. They had become entries a reader could find. The garden plans were kept because boundaries alone could not show such arrangements. A boundary could contain the courtyard. It could not show the paved pause beside the gallery door. A wall line could define the East Quay garden. It could not show why the bench had been drawn inward in wet weather. A harbor edge could locate the South Harbor bed. It could not show the shared route for pruning, sitting, and clearing leaves from the grate. The informal plans preserved those modest acts of adjustment and care. Together with the earlier walking, rain, ferry, and model records, they showed the harbor as it was ordinarily used. That was enough of an answer. It did not require a broader claim. Nora continued into the reading room. The long table waited beneath its shaded lamps. At one end, the atlas lay under its fitted cover. The new garden sequence made no visible rise beneath it. Yet Nora knew exactly where the 4 approved copies rested. After the model harbor route, and before the sections still to come. The atlas was growing. It was not finished. She set the wooden index tray beside it, leaving a comfortable space between the tray and the atlas cover. Then she lifted the tray's lid and checked the first guide card against the small label fixed to the atlas section. Courtyards and Harbor Gardens. The wording agreed. She checked the use guide behind it. Harbor Routes and Care. That wording also agreed. Nora closed the tray. The index did not need to be inserted into the atlas itself. It belonged beside the catalog, where it could guide a reader to the originals, as well as to the approved copies. Placing it near the atlas made the relationship plain. before the cards were returned to the gallery for their final arrangement. She rested one palm lightly on the tray cover and the other on the fitted atlas cover. The walking map, rain overlay, fairy charts, model route, and garden plans remained distinct pieces of work. None had been reduced to an illustration of the others, yet the new cross-references allowed their practical uses to be followed, without disturbing their settled order. A person could begin with a path. Another could begin with rainwater. Another might look for a fairy approach, an evening sequence of lamps, a clear space around a bench, or a narrow bed beside a wall. Each route would lead through the harbor as people had actually crossed and cared for it. Nora removed her hands and looked along the table. Nothing else needed to be added to the sequence this evening. No further document waited to be opened. The portfolio was closed in the gallery, and every approved copy chosen from it had been placed. The index entries had been checked. Only the quiet physical arrangement of the cards remained before they could rest for morning. She lifted the tray again for the short return to the gallery. It would stay there with the portfolio rather than remain beside the atlas overnight. The visit to the reading room had served its purpose. The copied garden plans and the index agreed. On the return walk, Nora's steps followed the same line through the doorway and along the windows. The gallery lamp cast a narrow pool over the closed portfolio. Beyond it, the covered passage framed the courtyard path. The route looked smaller now that no further comparison was required. It was simply the familiar way from the gallery to the rosemary bed and the sheltered bench. Nora set the tray to the right of the portfolio. She removed the clipboard from the gray cover and placed it with the temporary notes at the far end of the table. Then she slid the portfolio and tray closer together, leaving their edges parallel. The portfolio held the drawings. The tray explained how to find them. The atlas held the approved copies in its growing sequence. Nora adjusted the linen bow so its loops rested flat. She turned the tray's label toward the room where Jonas would see it at the morning handover. In blue pencil, his earlier title remained visible. Beneath it, Nora added no further wording. The entries already said what they needed to say. She lowered the gallery lamp by one setting. The wood of the table darkened around the closed portfolio. The card tray retained a narrow line of warm light along its rim. Through the windows, the courtyard walls stood quietly around the pale path. The damp rosemary scent arrived again, gentler than before. Nora sat down for a moment, letting the narrowed route settle into its simple order. From the table to the courtyard. From the courtyard back to the cards. From the cards to the atlas. From the atlas to the closed portfolio and the checked index. The route had returned her to the place where the evening began, but the table was no longer arranged for inquiry. The plans were enclosed, the pencil annotations had become reliable catalog entries, and the ordinary uses of the harbor could now be found without searching blindly through dates. The archive kept them because they showed the life within the lines: walking, tending, draining, approaching, lighting, sitting, and passing. Nothing was hidden in that purpose. It was present in the width of a path, the angle of a bench, the clear edge of a grate, and the small printed silhouettes of leaves. Nora rose and drew the completed index cards from the tray once more. She placed them flat on the table for the morning review, with the place index above the use index and the related garden records beneath. The transparent paperweight waited near the upper corner. The clean square lay beside the cards. Behind them rested the closed gray portfolio. Beyond the window stood the courtyard walls, and the rosemary scent moved softly under the covered passage. Nearby, the reading room atlas held its new garden pages safely inside. It was growing and useful, but still unfinished. Nora rested her fingertips near the lower edges of the cards, ready to bring them into their final straight line beneath the waiting paperweight. Nora's fingertips rested near the lower edges of the completed index cards. The place index lay first. The use index followed beneath it, and the related garden records formed a careful row below. Their edges were nearly even, but not yet in the final straight line prepared for morning. The clean square waited beside them. The transparent paperweight rested near the upper corner of the table. Nora brought the square gently against the lower edges of the cards. With slow, steady pressure, she guided them until every edge met the same clean line. The cards shifted only slightly against the wood, making a dry whisper that ended as soon as they were straight. She removed the square and set it aside. Then she lifted the transparent paperweight and lowered it across the upper edges of the cards. The glass settled without strain, holding them flat, while leaving Jonas's blue pencil and her graphite additions plainly visible beneath its clear surface. The completed index now rested in its final arrangement. Behind the card stood the closed gray portfolio. Its linen bow lay flat at the center. The cover no longer opened toward a plan or a waiting comparison. It held the courtyard and harbor garden drawings in their settled order, each beneath its protective sheet. The approved copies were already placed where they belonged in the reading room atlas. Nothing on the table asked Nora to continue. She sat with both feet resting comfortably on the floor and her hands loose in her lap. Her shoulders had lowered during the return from the reading room. The steady work of checking, carrying, and closing had left a quiet rhythm in her arms, though the movement itself was finished. From the covered passage came the scent of damp rosemary. It was lighter now than when she had opened the portfolio. Earlier, the scent had led her toward the courtyard, where the bed followed the wall, and drops of rain rested on the narrow leaves. Now it came to her without requiring observation. The rosemary remained outside along the sheltered path. The path remained between the old walls. The walls required no further comparison with their pencil outlines. Nora looked through the nearest window. The courtyard had settled into broad, familiar shapes. Its walls enclosed an ordinary darkness softened by the pale path. The covered passage was a deeper band beneath its roof. The rosemary bed blended with the shadow at the base of the stone. The bench could no longer be studied in detail from the gallery, but its place was known. Its slight angle had already been compared with the earlier drawing. The wider space beside it had already been entered under walking and access, then connected with seating and clear passage. The arrangement did not need to be seen sharply to remain useful. Nora let her gaze return to the cards. The graphite additions were still visible beneath the lamp. Jonas's blue pencil titles and dates remained distinct from her evening entries. Place, use, and related plan numbers rested together without crowding one another. The two hands belonged to different rounds of the same practical catalog work. Jonas had prepared the titles, dates, and names during the daytime catalog. Nora had used the quiet evening to compare the drawings, notice their working relationships, and complete the open fields. The cards did not conceal the stages of their making. They held them plainly, blue pencil beside graphite, each mark doing only the work required of it. The completed place index began with the chart house courtyard. Beneath that heading, the garden plans could be found by their walls, paths, beds, benches, and channels. The use index offered another approach through the ordinary activities the drawings preserved. Walking, tending, sitting, keeping water clear, and passing comfortably beside planted edges. Those routes had been checked in both directions. A reader beginning with a place could reach its uses. A reader beginning with a use could reach the right place. The original plan could remain protected inside the portfolio, while the index led toward it. The approved copy could remain in the atlas, while the same number connected it with the wider catalog. The work had become calm enough to leave alone. Nora rested back in the chair. The gallery lamp made a narrow field of warmth over the cards and the front edge of the portfolio. Beyond that field, the table softened into shadow. The wooden tray weighted to the right, its label turned outward. Its cards had already been checked, and those laid out for morning review needed only to remain flat beneath the glass. The window returned a faint reflection of the arrangement. In the reflection, the cards were pale shapes. The paperweight was a dim oval. The portfolio cover appeared almost the same gray as the courtyard stone beyond it. The reflected table and the dark courtyard seemed to share one quiet surface, with the window holding them gently apart. Nora breathed in. Rosemary, old paper, graphite, and the cool mineral scent of the courtyard reached her in mild layers. None was strong enough to cover the others. The gallery smelled as it had throughout the evening, only more settled now that the portfolio was closed. She breathed out slowly. The evening's route had been short. The table had led through the covered passage to the courtyard. The courtyard had led back to the plans. The plans had led through their index cards to the reading room. The reading room had received the approved garden copies, and the return path had brought Nora back to the gallery. That route was over. She would not walk it again tonight. The courtyard could remain outside the glass. The reading room atlas could remain beneath its fitted cover. The portfolio could remain tied. The cards could remain under the paperweight. Nora lowered her gaze to the printed words on the first guide card. Place Index, Courtyards and Harbor Gardens. The title was direct and sufficient. The next card read, Use Index, Harbor Moots and Care. Together, the two titles contained the useful shape of the work. One held the where. The other held the way a place was crossed or tended. Nothing further needed to be explained on the cards themselves. She had already seen how that arrangement connected tonight's plans with the work of earlier evenings. The walking map remained repaired. The rain overlay remained safely enclosed. The cloth-backed ferry charts remained sorted. The model harbor remained clean, with its tiny lamps matched to the ordinary evening route. The approved garden copies now followed them in the atlas. Each part kept its own material and purpose. Paper folds, transparent overlay, cloth backing, model lamps, index cards, pencil annotations, and printed leaf silhouettes did not need to become the same kind of record. Their connection came from the familiar harbor use they allowed a reader to follow. Nora did not rehearse that connection any further. It had already been entered where it belonged. A thread of air passed beneath the covered passage. The rosemary scent grew slightly clearer, then softened again. Nothing else in the courtyard changed. The walls held their dark outline. The pale path remained sheltered near the gallery and open in its middle. The bed lay close against the stone. On the table, the paperweight kept the card edges still. Nora looked at the faint oval of lamplight caught inside the glass. The clear surface did not hide the pencil beneath it. It gathered the light and returned it softly, so the upper lines of the index remained easy to read without appearing sharp. She let her eyes follow the straight lower edges of the cards. Earlier, those cards had stood in different parts of the tray. Some had carried only titles and dates. Others had held a place name but no use. Several had lacked the numbers that would guide a reader toward related plans. Now their alignment reflected their completed order. The courtyard record rested with the courtyard group. The East Quay Garden had its maintenance route and bench position. The South Harbor Wall Garden connected planting, seeding, and clear drainage. The West Inner Quay Plan preserved the tending route and passing space beside the beds. The Harbor Stair Planting Plan remained connected only to what it actually showed. Care beside a clear landing. Without an added drainage reference, it did not support. No card had been made to carry more than its plan could honestly provide. An index could offer several paths without claiming that every path led everywhere. It could remain useful by being exact. A wall garden might share a care route with the courtyard. A bench adjustment might be compared across two places. A clear passage might connect planting with walking. Yet each drawing stayed rooted in its own walls, beds, and pencil marks. The cards beneath the glass preserved both the connection and the distinction. Nora's hands remained in her lap. The bone folder had already been returned to her pencil case. Its work on the outer paper guard was finished, and the fold had settled without pressure on the historic sheet. The clean square had done its last small work, and now lay apart from the cards. The drafting brush and eraser were away. The temporary notes rested separately at the far end of the table for Jonas's ordinary morning review. Nothing needed to come back out. The gallery was quieter when tools were no longer moving across the wood. There was no dry sound of pencil, no soft shift of protective sheets, no whisper of cards being returned to their divisions. The remaining sounds belonged to the building and the sheltered harbor beyond it. A faint movement of air under the passage roof, the nearly absent stir of leaves, and the soft stillness of the rooms around the courtyard. Nora allowed the quiet to lengthen. She looked once toward the doorway leading to the reading room. The atlas waited nearby, outside the gallery lamp's circle. Its earlier sections and the new garden sequence were all covered. The approved copies required no pressing and no further alignment. The walking, rain, fairy, model, and garden material remained in the order already established. The atlas was growing and useful. It was still unfinished. That state was comfortable. Later approved work would join it during later evening shifts. Tonight's garden pages did not need to anticipate those additions. They had reached their proper place, and the fitted cover rested above them. Nora turned back to the window. The courtyard walls had been drawn many times, from slightly different positions and for slightly different purposes. On one plan they framed planting. On another they guided a rain channel. On another they defined the space available for a path and bench. Outside the glass the walls held all those arrangements at once, without displaying any of them separately. They were simply walls now. The path was simply a path. The rosemary bed gave out its damp green scent. That simplicity was the resting form of the evening's work. The close distinctions belonged safely to the plans and cards. The present courtyard did not need to demonstrate them again. Nora's breathing had slowed with the room. She did not count the breaths or turn them into another task. She noticed only that the rise and fall beneath her cardigan had become shallow and easy, matching the reduced movement of the gallery. The lamp remained at its lower setting. Its light reached the linen bow on the portfolio, the transparent paperweight, and the upper half of the completed index. It did not reach far enough to pull the whole room into attention. The windows beyond the table were mostly dark, with the courtyard held behind them in broad tones of stone and shadow. The printed leaf silhouettes inside the closed portfolio were no longer visible. Nora remembered their quiet shapes without needing to open the cover. The narrow rosemary-like leaf, the rounded leaf, the pointed one, and the form divided into fine leaflets. They had been printed as parts of the plans, steady images beside paths, beds, and handwritten planting notes. They now rested between protective sheets. Their copies rested in the atlas. Their plan numbers rested on the index cards. That was enough continuity from one surface to another. The rosemary scent moved in once more. Nora let it mark the distance between the real bed and the drawings that described its earlier arrangements. The distance was only a few paces across the covered passage, yet the work no longer needed her to cross it. Scent reached the table more gently than footsteps could. She stayed seated. The table held its finished pattern. Cards in front, portfolio behind, wooden tray to the right. Courtyard beyond the glass. Reading room atlas nearby under cover. Each thing had returned to a stable place, and each place belonged to the narrow route she had already completed. Nora's eyes rested again on the paperweight. Its own weight was modest. It did not press the cards hard against the table. It merely prevented the upper edges from lifting in the light air that traveled through the gallery from the covered passage. The cards remained flat. The glass remained clear. The pencil remained readable beneath it. She thought of the first blank use line she had seen when the portfolio opened. Planting access and walking route had grown from looking at the drawn bed, then at the present path beside it. From that first entry, the work had widened just enough to include benches, drains, wall edges, ferry approaches, evening lamps, and the other ordinary ways the harbor was used and cared for. Now it had narrowed again. No broad statement needed to remain active. No question remained inside the quiet. The archive kept ordinary use visible. The cards did that work in small exact lines. Nora rose from the chair without hurry. She did not lift the paperweight or touch the portfolio ties. She placed one hand on the back of the chair and guided it a little closer to the table, leaving the open floor of the gallery clear. Then she stood for a moment beside the window. The rosemary bed was almost entirely part of the dark line beneath the wall. The covered passage roof held the night close to the stone. The path retained a pale, calm curve toward the bench and back toward the gallery door. There was nowhere else she needed to go. The reading room required nothing more from her. The courtyard required no final inspection. The plans required no last opening. The cards had already been checked from number to number and from place to use. Nora lowered the gallery lamp by its final small setting. The light became softer, but it did not disappear. It remained sufficient for the closed portfolio and the cards laid out for morning. The transparent paperweight held a dimmer oval now, warm at its center and faint at its edges. She stood quietly until her eyes adjusted. The walls beyond the window became easier to see again. Their outlines were broad and restful. The pale route across the courtyard returned slowly within the dark. Rosemary's scent lay close to the passage, damp and mild. On the table, the index titles could still be read: place, use, routes, care. The words were simple enough to leave in the night. Nora looked once toward the reading room, where the atlas waited with its new garden pages protected among the earlier approved work. Then she turned her attention back to the gallery table, the same resting place at which the evening had begun. The table no longer held an unfinished task. It held the result of one. The portfolio was closed. The linen bow was flat. The atlas was growing, safely covered, and still unfinished. The courtyard walls stood around the familiar path, and beneath the transparent paperweight, the completed index cards rested in a straight, quiet line. The Harbor Chart House, Episode 6. Windows above the inner harbor. A rectangular patch of harbor light rested across the elevation drawing. It began near the cream paper's lower edge, crossed a row of carefully drawn windows, and ended just above a roofline rendered in fine gray ink. Within that pale rectangle, the paper looked almost luminous. Outside it, the sheet kept the warmer color of old drawing stock, quiet and soft beneath the glass of the window gallery table. Nora Venn stood beside it, without touching anything. She had arrived at the chart house only a few minutes earlier, and the pace of the evening was still settling into her body. The walk along the inner quay had left an even warmth in her legs. Her shoulders carried the small, familiar memory of her satchel strap. When she placed the satchel beneath the table, straightened, and let her hands rest loosely at her sides, she felt no need to begin at once. The light was already doing something worth watching. It had come through the first of the 3 tall window bays in the gallery. Beyond the glass, the sheltered harbor held the last brightness of the evening in long, broken bands. The water did not glitter. It moved too gently for that. Instead, it lifted and lowered the reflected sky by small degrees, so that the rectangle on the drawing seemed to breathe without changing its shape. The window gallery ran along one side of the chart house above the inner harbor. It was a narrow, comfortable room, long enough for 3 distinct views, but not so long that walking it felt like a journey. The bays divided the harbor into useful portions. From the first, Nora could see the lower quay roofs and the folded awnings above several familiar windows. From the second, the view opened around a line of trees and garden walls. From the third, the roof lines rose slightly toward the farther side of the water, where evening lamps would soon begin to repeat themselves in the harbor. Those 3 bays bounded her route for the shift. She would begin here, at the first window, and the drawing crossed by light. Later she would move to the middle bay, then to the final one. She would not make a circuit of the building. There was no reason to revisit the repair room, the model room, or the long map room tonight. Everything she needed had already been brought to the gallery and arranged on its central table. 3 old elevation drawings on cream paper, a removable viewing frame, a shallow tray of conservation tools, and the plain folders in which the drawings had rested. The evening's task was ordinary and unfinished. The 3 elevations had been catalogued, their dates checked, their paper condition noted, but their viewpoints had not yet been confirmed. Each drawing showed a portion of the harbor facing buildings, as seen from somewhere inside the chart house. The general matches were easy enough. A stepped roofline remained a stepped roofline. A broad wall still met a narrower one at the same angle. Yet awnings had changed, trees had grown, and small additions had softened some of the older outlines. The catalog notes needed to say which gallery bay belonged to which drawing, and what kind of comparison a reader could reasonably make from there. Not an exact match, Nora thought. A useful one. She looked down at the nearest sheet again. Its paper had the mellow surface of something handled carefully over many years. The drafting lines were precise without being severe. Window openings, cornices, drain pipes, and roof edges had all been given their proper place. But the drawing did not pretend the harbor had ever been motionless. A few awnings were shown lowered at different angles. One young tree rose beside a garden wall. Narrow strokes beneath several windows suggested reflected brightness rather than permanent architectural detail. The rectangular patch of light made those marks easier to see. Nora leaned forward slightly, keeping her hands behind her back. Her body had found the slower posture the gallery invited. Feet comfortably apart, knees unlocked, breath even. She could stand that way for a long time without tiring. Years of examining paper had taught her that stillness was not the same as stiffness. A useful pause could be active. The eye continued to sort tones and edges while the hands waited. Outside, water pressed softly against the stone quay below. The sound reached the gallery as a low, repeating fold, followed by a smaller retreat. Now and then the window glass gave back a faint reflection of the room. The pale table, the cream sheet, Nora's dark sleeve. And then the harbor brightness strengthened again, and the reflection thinned. Near the top of the drawing lay a short note in blue pencil. Jonas Reed had written only what was needed. 3 gallery views. Begin with light, not measurements. Nora smiled at the practical sense of it. Jonas's blue pencil appeared throughout the temporary catalog in brief, erasable guidance. It never competed with the documents, and it did not try to settle observations before they had been made. This note was especially restrained. The old elevations could certainly be measured, but measurements alone would not show how each view occupied its window. The first recognition would come from proportion, from the shape of open sky above a roof, from the way one wall entered the view and another left it. She read the note once more, then let it remain where it was. The removable viewing frame leaned against a padded support near the first bay. It was simple, a light rectangular frame sized to sit safely against the inner window recess, without fastening to the wood or glass. Fine reference marks divided its edges into quiet intervals. When held in place, it would narrow the view just enough to compare major lines, while leaving the actual window untouched. Nora did not lift it yet. That belonged to the first round of work. Arrival had its own use. She wanted to know the room before she began changing even its temporary arrangements. She walked to the near end of the table and checked the route with her eyes. The first drawing waited opposite the first bay. The second lay farther along, covered by a clean protective sheet. The third remained inside its open folder near the final window, where the light was cooler and less direct. The frame could move from bay to bay with her. No drawing would need to cross another. No folder would need to be carried back through a space she had already finished using. It was the kind of route she liked. Short, visible, and sufficient. At the first bay, she would compare the nearest roof lines. At the middle bay, she would look through the present trees without treating their leaves as permanent architecture. At the final bay, she would compare the broader proportions of walls, roofs, and reflected light. By the end of the shift, the drawings would still be the drawings, the windows would still be the windows, and the catalog would contain a clearer account of how the two could be viewed together. That was enough work for one evening. Nora moved nearer to the glass. Below, the inner harbor remained sheltered by its enclosing quays. A small movement of water passed along the wall and altered the reflected sky. Across the way, striped awnings projected from several buildings. Some were fully extended, some half lowered, and one had been rolled into a neat cylinder above a window. Behind them, the roof line rose in shallow steps. She looked from the present roofs to the elevation on the table. The oldest broad shapes agreed. The smaller details did not always do so, nor should they. A tree now softened the corner of a wall that had once stood clear. An awning occupied a patch of open facade. One roof carried a narrow addition set far enough back that it barely changed the visible outline. None of these differences suggested absence or loss. They were the ordinary adjustments of a harbor still being used. The collection already had room for that kind of use. The walking map had shown familiar paths. The rain overlay had made the channels across the old plans easier to read. The ferry charts and the garden index held their own kinds of repeated movement and care. These elevations offered another layer. Not where a person walked or where rain traveled, but what remained visible while the harbor changed in small, practical ways. Nora did not need to explain that purpose to herself. She could feel its continuity in the work waiting on the table. She returned to the first drawing. The patch of light had shifted no more than the width of a pencil line, but the change was enough to uncover part of the drawn roof and cover more of the windows below. Its edges stayed straight because the window shaped it. Inside the rectangle, tiny variations in the paper's surface appeared and disappeared as the water moved beyond the glass. She placed one hand lightly on the table edge, away from the sheet. Her bone folder rested in the shallow tool tray. It had come from her former workshop and had grown smooth through years of use, though tonight it would serve only for gentle creases in temporary guards if they became necessary. Beside it were soft weights, narrow strips of inert transparent film, a ruler, blue-free annotation slips, and a pencil. Every tool could be removed again. Every action planned for the evening could be reversed. For now, the tools remained where they were. Nora took off her watch and slipped it into her satchel. The movement was unhurried and familiar. She did not need the exact minute, while the room itself showed the progress of evening so clearly. Her breathing had slowed after the walk. The warmth in her legs had settled. When she rolled her shoulders once, they loosened without complaint. At the far end of the gallery, the final bay held a fainter band of sky. Its glass already reflected more of the room than the first window did. The middle bay stood between those conditions, neither bright nor dim, with the shapes of the trees moving gently across it. That sequence would guide the work. First bay, middle bay, final bay. No detours. She drew the protective sheet a little nearer to the second elevation, stopping before it touched the paper. This did not begin the comparison. It simply left the table ready. Then she checked that the open folder beside the third drawing lay flat and that its ties were clear of the walking path. The changes were small enough to disappear when the work was put away, but they made the route calm and obvious. Outside, no boat hurried through the view. Nothing demanded attention. The harbor gave the gallery only water movement, roof lines, awnings, leaves, and the gradual exchange between daylight and reflected room light. Nora stood at the first window once more. She could now see why Jonas had told her to begin with light. The drawing did not need to be held up against the harbor or made to coincide with every present detail. It needed a stable viewpoint and a patient eye. The rectangle across the sheet had already joined the room to the view more clearly than a list of dimensions could have done. Soon she would set the removable frame against the first bay. She would align the broad roofs without pressing for exactness. She would note which differences belonged to seasons, which could be changed again, and which had become part of the harbor's ordinary outline. But she allowed one more quiet interval before lifting anything. The elevation rested on the table, cream paper beneath pale harbor light. The frame waited beside the window. The three bays extended ahead in a simple line, each one already known as the next place she would stand. When the rectangle of light slipped clear of the drawing's lowest windows, Nora reached toward the padded support and placed both hands around the removable frame. Nora lifted the removable viewing frame from its padded support. It was lighter than its size suggested, made from thin sealed wood with smooth corners and a narrow inner opening. Small reference marks divided the outer edges into even intervals. They were not measurements in themselves. They simply gave the eye a way to remember where a roof line entered the frame, where a chimney crossed the upper edge, or how much open sky rested above a wall. She held the frame with both hands and turned it once in the fading light. The underside carried 2 strips of soft felt. Nora checked them with her fingertips, feeling for grit or a lifted edge. Both strips were clean and firmly set. Nothing hard would touch the painted window recess, and nothing at all would touch the glass. She moved to the first bay. The elevation drawing remained on the table behind her, still lying flat. She did not carry it to the window or raise it toward the light. Old cream paper did not need to be made part of the view when a few careful glances could carry the necessary shapes between table and glass. At the recess, Nora lowered the frame onto the broad inner sill. The felt met the wood without a sound. She kept one hand at each side while she adjusted its position, moving it a little to the left, then back by less than the width of her thumb. The frame leaned against the inner return of the recess, safely clear of the pane. When she removed one hand, it remained steady. When she removed the other, it stayed exactly where she had placed it. A visible border now enclosed part of the harbor. Within it, the stepped roof line across the water became simpler. The frame excluded a nearby drain pipe and most of the awning at the edge of the view. It left 3 broad roof planes, the upper portion of a pale wall, and a narrow band of sky. Water occupied only the lowest strip. Nora stood at a comfortable distance and let her eyes settle. She looked first at the whole arrangement rather than at any one detail. The left roof entered near the frame's middle mark. The next rose gently before meeting a taller wall. Above them, the sky formed a long shape that narrowed toward the right. She turned back to the table. The first elevation held the same broad progression. A low roof, a shallow rise, then the taller wall. Yet the drawn sky seemed slightly more open, and the lowest roof began farther from the edge of the sheet. Nora returned to the window and shifted her stance, not the frame. Half a step to the right brought the present roofline nearer the proportions on the drawing. Half a step forward made the wall appear too large. She moved back again. There was no point at which every line agreed, and she did not search for one. The viewing frame was a guide to position, not an instrument for making the present harbor obey its earlier outline. She rested her hands loosely at her sides. Across the water, one striped awning was fully extended. It projected beyond the wall and interrupted a line that appeared clear on the elevation. Another had been rolled above its window, leaving only a narrow shadow beneath it. The young tree shown in the drawing had become broad enough to cover part of a corner and two lower windows. Those changes belonged to different kinds of time. The awnings could be raised before morning, or lowered again the following afternoon. The tree would thin in winter and fill out in summer. Neither should be treated as a permanent alteration to the buildings behind them. Nora returned to the tool tray. She took out 3 annotation slips, a pencil, a small ruler, and 1 strip of inert transparent film. The film was clear and flexible, with no adhesive. It could lie over a protective support or rest beneath a soft weight, then be lifted away without leaving anything on the drawing. Beside the first elevation, she placed a clean support sheet. She laid the transparent strip on top of that support, keeping it separate from the old paper. 2 small weights held its ends flat. The strip had arrived with a slight curl. Nora reached for her bone folder. Its surface was smooth from years of use in her former workshop, fitting her hand without thought. She did not press the folder directly against the film. Instead, she folded a narrow paper guard over one end and drew the bone folder gently across the guard. The curl relaxed. She repeated the movement at the other end, then set the folder back in the tray. The transparent strip now rested level between the weights. That was the first clear change of the evening. What had been a loose, curling piece of film had become a stable working surface, ready to receive temporary marks. Nora aligned the ruler along its lower edge. With the pencil, she marked 3 short lines on a removable annotation tab tucked beneath the film. One indicated where the low roof entered the frame. One marked the rise toward the center. The last showed the meeting point of roof and taller wall. She did not trace the entire skyline. Too much detail would make the guide brittle in purpose, useful only under one set of awnings and leaves. 3 points were enough to recover the view. On the first annotation slip she wrote, "First bay. Broad roof sequence agrees. Compare structure, not awnings." The words were hers, so she used an ordinary graphite pencil rather than Jonas's blue. She placed the slip beside the support sheet, well clear of the elevation. Then she looked at the drawing again. A pair of awnings appeared in it, both lowered to shallow angles. Their positions did not match the present ones, but their construction did. Each was attached above a window. Each projected only while in use. The difference was plainly reversible. Nora added a second line to the slip. Awnings shown in another arrangement. She paused before writing anything about the tree. Leaves shifted even during the few seconds she watched them. A branch moved away from the pale wall, revealing a window edge, then returned. The elevation showed the same tree when it had been young enough to leave the wall almost entirely visible. She wrote, "Tree growth and leaf cover are seasonal parts of the comparison." That was precise enough. It recorded the condition without pretending the view had a single permanent form. Nora left the frame in place and stepped back until she could see both the bordered harbor and the drawing on the table by turning only her head. The drawn roofline ran in fine gray ink. The present one rested in evening color. Muted tiles, pale plaster, a shaded strip beneath the eaves. Their resemblance did not depend on exact coincidence. It came from proportion and sequence. Low, rising, tall. Open sky narrowing toward the right. Water low in the view. She placed a small tick on the annotation tab beneath the transparent film. The 3 temporary reference marks were now joined by a light sloping line. Even this line did not attempt to copy every chimney or cornice. It held only the broad movement of the roofs. The working guide had begun. Outside, the harbor water lifted a band of brightness beneath the buildings. For a moment, the lower walls appeared to rest on pale, wavering light. The elevation included a few narrow strokes in the same area, but Nora did not mark them as architecture. Reflected brightness changed with water, sky, and the angle of the window. It belonged to the evening's observation, not to the fixed outline. She wrote one final note. Lower light is reflected and variable. Then she set down the pencil. The first round of comparison had given her 4 useful distinctions without fastening anything to the drawing or window. The principal roof sequence was stable. The awnings were reversible. The tree cover was seasonal. The light below the walls varied with the harbor. All of it could be removed from the table in moments. The weights could be lifted, the film returned to its sleeve, the annotation slip placed in a catalog folder, and the viewing frame taken from the recess. The old elevation itself remained untouched. Nora checked its surface from a slight angle. The rectangular patch of harbor light had moved away from the lower windows, and now crossed a blank margin. Fine variations in the cream paper were visible there, gentle undulations left by its making and years of settled storage. Along the drawn facade, the ink remained even and calm. At the upper edge of the sheet, close to one corner, Nora noticed a tiny point, where the light showed through more brightly. She leaned nearer, though not close enough for her breath to reach the paper. It was no larger than the tip of a fine needle. From where she stood, it might have been a pinprick in the sheet or only a pale speck in the paper's surface. She did not decide. This chapter of the work was for establishing the first view. And the broad comparison was not improved by pursuing every minute mark at once. Still, she let her eye register its position near the edge. Then she straightened. A conservator's attention could remain open without becoming hurried. Small things waited safely when the material was stable, and the sheet was stable. It lay flat, supported, and undisturbed. Nothing about the point required immediate action. Nora turned toward the window again. The frame still enclosed the same roofs, but the light within it had softened. The awning stripes were less distinct now. The pale wall had taken on a warmer shade, while the narrow sky above it remained clear. She stood at the chosen viewing position and checked the guide once more. Low roof entering near the middle mark. Shallow rise. Taller wall. Narrowing sky. The sequence held. She placed a second soft weight beside the transparent strip, not on it, marking the spot where the first guide would remain while she began the next part of the route. The completed marks were visible through the film. The support beneath them stayed clean. The old drawing remained fully readable beside it. Before leaving the first bay, Nora put the ruler back in the tray and turned the pencil so its point faced inward. She slid the bone folder into its usual place along the tray's padded edge. These small arrangements kept the table from becoming crowded as the work advanced. She did not remove the viewing frame yet. It would be useful to compare the first position with the next before resetting it. For now it rested safely in the recess, holding a quiet portion of the harbor inside its narrow wooden border. Nora took one last look through it. A breeze moved the tree leaves. The rolled awning stayed rolled. The extended awning kept its shallow angle above the windows. Beneath them, the reflected band on the water broke into several soft lengths and joined again. Nothing needed to remain perfectly still for the comparison to work. She returned to the table and drew the protective sheet away from the second elevation. The motion was slow and level, revealing another expanse of cream paper from bottom to top. This drawing opened around a taller group of trees and a lower garden wall. Its roofline sat farther back, leaving more sky above them than in the first view. Nora placed the protective sheet on the clear side of the table. The second elevation now lay ready opposite the middle bay. The first remained supported beside its temporary guide, its catalog slip recording only what the evening had shown. Between them stood the shallow tray, orderly and within reach. The bounded route was already narrowing. She had begun with the first window, learned the useful scale of the frame, and made a guide that favored broad proportions over exact agreement. At the middle bay, she would use the same restraint. She would change the viewpoint, not the method, and allow the trees there to occupy their present season without mistaking leaves for walls. Nora placed both hands on the sides of the viewing frame and lifted it cleanly from the first recess. The felt left no mark on the painted wood. The harbor view widened at once, giving the awnings, roofs, wall, and water back to the full window. Holding the frame upright before her, she walked the few quiet steps toward the middle bay. At the middle bay, Nora set the viewing frame on the broad inner sill. The felt strips settled against the painted wood. She moved the frame once to the right, where a cluster of leaves crowded its edge, then returned it slightly toward the center. From that position, the low garden wall crossed the lower part of the opening. The trees rose through the middle, and two roof lines held a quiet band of sky between them. She kept both hands on the frame while she found her stance. The middle window required her to stand a little farther back than the first. Its proportions were the same, but the view opened more gradually. At the first bay, the stepped roofs had established themselves at once. Here, the eye met leaves before masonry. Branches divided walls into pale sections, and the present evening arranged the foliage into overlapping shades of green. Nora let those shifting forms remain what they were. The trees had not been planted for the sake of the elevation drawing, and the drawing had not been made to predict every later branch. She looked through the spaces between leaves until the garden wall became continuous in her mind. Beyond it, the lower roof entered from the left. A taller roof appeared farther back on the right. The sky between them formed a shallow open basin. She turned to the second drawing. On its cream paper, the trees were narrower and lower. Their trunks showed clearly above the wall, and there was enough space between their crowns to reveal most of the roofs behind them. Yet the broad proportions agreed with the window view. The low wall crossed the same part of the scene. The left roof began at a similar height. The taller roof rose beyond the trees rather than beside them. Nora returned to the frame and looked again. A branch shifted. For a moment, a short section of cornice appeared above the leaves. Then the branch eased back and covered it. Seasonal, she thought. She did not write the word yet. The first comparison had shown her how little information the guide truly needed. A few stable lines could carry the view while awnings, leaves, and reflected light changed around them. She wanted to establish the middle position with the same economy before making another mark. She stepped half a pace to the left. The garden wall still agreed, but the taller roof moved too near the frame edge. Half a pace to the right brought the two roofs closer together than they appeared on the drawing. She returned to the center, then moved back until the frame's inner opening seemed nearly the same size as the drawn field. There the view rested comfortably. Nora did not force the wall into an exact alignment. She noticed instead where it entered and left, how much of the roof rose above it, and how the open sky balanced the trees. When she turned her head toward the elevation, the same balance remained. The middle bay belonged to the second drawing. That conclusion was straightforward. She could have recorded it at once. Instead, her attention returned to the tiny bright point she had noticed near the first sheet's upper edge. The second elevation had broad, undecorated margins. The fading harbor light fell across the paper at a shallower angle here, revealing a fine texture of fibers and a few soft changes in tone. Nora leaned over the table with her hands resting against its edge, safely away from the sheet. Near the upper margin, she found another pinprick. It lay close to the edge, not in the drawing itself. A second tiny point appeared lower on the opposite side. Both were clean and round. Neither had torn outward, and neither showed the irregular thinning that sometimes came from wear. Nora straightened and looked toward the first elevation. Its single visible point had seemed unimportant, because one small mark could have many ordinary causes. On the second sheet, the placement was more deliberate. One point near an upper edge, another across from it, both outside the drawn view. She moved the shallow tool tray a little farther from the papers, clearing the space between the first and second elevations. Then she lifted a narrow strip of clean support board and laid it across the table without touching either sheet. Its straight edge gave her eye a temporary line between the pinpricks. The line passed through the margins above the main elevation, not through a roof peak, not through a window corner, not through any building measurement. Nora removed the support board and returned it to the clear side of the table. She looked at the removable viewing frame. The small reference marks along its edges had seemed evenly practical at the first bay, a quiet way of noting where the present roofline entered the view. Now she noticed that two of those marks occupied positions similar to the pinpricks on the sheet. One high along the left side, another lower on the right. She did not carry the drawing to the glass. Instead, she carried the observation from one place to the other. At the window, she stood at the established middle position and studied the frame's edge marks. At the table, she studied the drawing's pinpricks. The intervals were not apparent enough to trust by eye alone, but the relationship was possible. More than possible, she thought. It was practical. She took the small ruler from the tray. The ruler did not touch the old paper. Nora placed it on the clear support sheet beside the elevation, parallel to the drawing's left edge. Looking straight down, she noted the height of the upper pinprick relative to the image field. Then she repeated the observation along the opposite edge. She checked the frame in the same way, holding the ruler just beside the wood. The two positions agreed, not with the precision of an engineering instrument. The frame was handmade, the sheet had responded slightly to age and humidity, and neither needed to supply a mathematical match. But the arrangement was too orderly to be incidental. The marks on the drawing corresponded to marks on the removable frame. Nora set the ruler down. The gallery seemed to become simpler around her. 3 drawings, 3 window bays. One frame intended to rest safely at each recess. Small edge marks that allowed a sheet and a bordered view to share the same proportions without bringing the paper to the window. She went back to the first elevation. Now that she knew what kind of detail she was seeking, the second pinprick appeared readily. It lay near the opposite edge, faint in the softened light. The 2 marks bracketed the drawn view, just as the corresponding reference points bracketed the first harbor view through the frame. Nothing had been concealed in them. They did not encode a message or identify anything absent from the harbor. They simply showed how the elevations had been used. Someone had placed the frame at the window, selected 2 edge references, and transferred those positions to the paper. A visitor could then stand at the same bay and compare broad shapes without holding the drawing against the light or searching along the whole gallery for the correct angle. The pinpricks were part of a teaching method. Nora rested one hand lightly on the table edge. The discovery pleased her because it was so modest. The old arrangement had asked the visitor to do almost exactly what she was doing now. Stand in one place, look at a few durable proportions, and allow ordinary changes to remain visible. The frame did not promise that roofs, trees, awnings, or light would stay fixed. It offered a steady boundary within which change could be understood. She returned to the middle bay. The garden wall now lay in dimmer color. The trees had begun to appear less as separate leaves and more as broad, soft forms. Behind them, the roofs remained legible. The viewing frame held the relation among wall, trees, roof lines, and sky without reducing any of them to a single permanent state. Nora aligned herself with the position she had chosen earlier. Then she lowered her gaze to the marks along the frame's sides. One fell level with open sky above the left roof. Another rested close to the place where the garden wall passed behind the fullest tree. Those points corresponded to the pinpricks in the second elevation's margins. From this standing position, the drawn field and the framed view would occupy nearly the same visual span. She moved half a step forward. The agreement loosened. She moved back. It returned. The method had included not only a window bay, but a comfortable viewing distance. It did not constrain the visitor rigidly. A person could be a little taller or shorter, stand slightly left or right, and still understand the comparison. The marks provided a place to begin, after which the eye did the rest. Nora looked through the glass. The low wall in the drawing had been clearer because the trees were younger. In the present view, it came and went behind trunks and leaves. Yet the frame made the continuity easy to follow. A viewer could see what had changed without mistaking the change for a correction that needed to be made. She thought of Jonas's blue pencil note. Begin with light, not measurements. The instruction now had a second practical sense. Harbor light revealed the sheet's pinpricks. It also showed the changing conditions. The elevations were meant to help visitors observe. Measurement could confirm the correspondence, but light made the use of it intelligible. Nora walked to the third drawing. It still rested inside its open folder near the final bay. She did not lift or shift the sheet. The room light was strengthening in the glass behind her, and the cream paper no longer held the broad rectangle that had crossed the first elevation. Even so, the margins were clear enough to examine. She began with the upper left edge. A pinprick showed there. The opposite mark took longer to see. Nora changed her own angle rather than moving the paper. When a faint reflection from the window passed across the margin, a second tiny point appeared lower on the right. Again, the pair lay outside the drawn architecture. She checked the viewing frame from where it remained at the middle bay. Its corresponding edge marks were already familiar. There was no need to measure the third pair immediately. 3 sheets carrying the same kind of marks, each associated with one of 3 gallery windows, established the use clearly enough for this stage of the work. Nora took a blank annotation slip from the tray. She wrote in graphite. Paired pinpricks align with viewing frame references. Below that, after a pause, she added, the drawings were prepared for comparison from the 3 gallery bays. She read the 2 lines once. They stated the observation without claiming more than the materials showed. The elevations might have served many visitors over many years, but she did not need to invent a scene of their use. The frame, the sheets, and the windows supplied the practical account. On a second slip she wrote, a viewing aid, not part of the drawn architecture. She placed both slips beside the support sheet. The discovery changed the meaning of the temporary line she had made for the first bay. It was still useful, but it no longer needed to establish a viewing system of her own. A system already existed in the relation between the sheets and the frame. Her work could follow it gently, making that relation easier for present readers to use. She did not begin that work yet. This was the first interpretation, and she let it remain distinct from the choice that would follow. Before preparing anything for the atlas, she wanted to see the method operate at all 3 bays. The third drawing had not yet been compared with its harbor view. and the existing temporary guide at the first elevation had not been adjusted to the edge references. Nothing was complete. Nora returned to the middle window and placed both hands on the viewing frame. Before lifting it, she looked through the opening once more. The garden wall crossed low behind the leaves. The two roofs held their places on either side of the trees. Above them, the evening sky had become a quiet, even blue. Her eyes moved to the paired reference marks. Now they were no longer merely convenient divisions on a wooden edge. They belonged to the cream paper waiting on the table. Together, frame and pinpricks preserved a simple instruction. Stand here, begin with these proportions, and notice the harbor as it is. Nora lifted the frame from the sill. The felt released cleanly, and the middle view widened to the full window. Leaves extended beyond the former border. More of the garden wall appeared at either side. The roof lines remained where they had always been, though the frame had made their relation easier to hold in mind. She carried it toward the final bay. Behind her, the first two elevations rested flat on the long table. Their tiny edge marks were almost invisible again in the gentler light. Beside them, the annotation slips held the discovery in plain words. Ahead, the third drawing waited in its open folder, and the final window showed the broader roofs across the sheltered water. At that bay, Nora would test the same alignment once more. After that, she could decide how to make the old viewing method useful without fastening anything to the drawings, the frame, or the glass. She lowered the frame onto the final sill and kept her hands at its sides until it stood steadily in place. Nora stood at the final bay with both hands resting on the sides of the viewing frame. Beyond it, the harbor roofs rose in a broad, shallow sequence. The nearest wall entered low from the left. Two roofs stepped upward beyond it, and a farther roof settled the line before it reached the right edge. Water filled the lower portion of the view, carrying pale lengths of reflected sky beneath the buildings. She released the frame one hand at a time. It remained steady on its felt strips, clear of the glass. The third elevation waited in its open folder beside the window. On the cream paper, the same sequence appeared in fine gray lines. Low wall, rising roofs, farther roof. The present roof addition she had noticed earlier was visible now as a narrow shape set back from the older edge. It altered one part of the silhouette without changing the larger proportion. Nora found the comfortable viewing distance by watching the paired reference marks. One step back made the roofs too small within the frame. Half a step forward brought the low wall too high. She eased back by the length of her shoe and stopped. The edge references now occupied the same relation to the harbor view that the pinpricks held around the elevation. She turned her head toward the drawing. The agreement was quiet but clear. It did not depend on the present color of the walls or the exact shape of the reflected light. The drawing and the window shared a field. The old pinpricks showed where that field began. Nora returned to the central table. The first transparent strip still rested on its clean support between two soft weights. Its temporary line recorded the broad roof sequence from the first bay. But it had been made before she understood the paired marks. She would not discard it. The useful portion was already there. It needed only a more practical boundary. She drew two fresh sheets of inert transparent film from their sleeve and placed each on a separate support. All three pieces were the same size. Each was large enough to carry a few comparison lines and small enough to rest inside a plain atlas pocket later, if the evening's tests approved it. They held no adhesive and would never need to touch the elevations directly. The second and third sheets curled slightly at their short edges. Nora folded a clean paper guard over the first curl and passed her bone folder across it with a slow, even stroke. The tool's familiar smoothness settled into her hand. It had followed her from her former workshop through many quieter rooms and many kinds of paper, and tonight its work was modest. not forming a binding or sharpening a permanent fold, only persuading temporary film to lie flat. She repeated the action on the other edges. The curls relaxed. Nora placed soft weights at the corners, leaving the centers open and clear. 3 transparent working surfaces now lay along the table, one opposite each elevation. That arrangement made her next choice simple. She would prepare 3 comparison guides, but she would not trace 3 entire views. The pinpricks had shown her where to begin, and the first round had shown her what to leave out. Each guide needed the paired frame references and a few durable lines. Everything seasonal or reversible could remain visible through the transparency without being copied onto it. Nora placed a removable annotation tab beneath the first sheet. Using the small ruler, she transferred the 2 edge reference positions from her earlier notes. She made one short tick near the left edge and another lower on the right. Between them, she retained the light roof sequence she had already drawn. The first guide now contained only 5 useful marks. 2 references: the entering roof, the shallow rise, and the taller wall. She wrote on its separate slip, "First bay, roof proportions." Nothing about awnings appeared on the film. That omission was deliberate. If an awning was rolled tomorrow, lowered next week, or replaced in another season, the guide would still work. A visitor looking through it could observe the present arrangement, without being told that the temporary fabric ought to match an earlier evening. At the first bay, Nora lifted the viewing frame from the final sill and carried it back along the short gallery. The room had changed since her first comparison. The harbor light no longer fell as a bright rectangle across the nearest drawing. Instead, the glass held a faint reflection of the table and the pale sheets upon it. Across the water, the awnings were still visible, though their stripes had softened into broad bands. She settled the frame on the first sill and returned to the established standing place. Holding the transparent guide by its clear margins, she raised it in front of her, without touching the frame or window. The 2 reference ticks aligned with the corresponding marks on the wood. The broad roof sequence sat lightly over the present roofs. The extended awning crossed one unmarked area. The rolled awning occupied another. Neither interfered with the guide. Nora changed one variable. She lowered the transparency by a small amount while keeping her feet in place. The roof sequence no longer agreed, although her view of the harbor itself remained familiar. She raised it again. The agreement returned. Then she kept the guide aligned and moved half a step to the right. The taller wall drifted inward. The entering roof shortened. She returned to her original stance and the proportions settled. Position first, she thought. She made no alteration to the roof marks. The guide had passed its first practical test. The references recovered the viewpoint, while the unmarked awnings remained free to show their present condition. Back at the table, she laid the first guide on its support and moved to the second. For the middle bay, the garden wall offered the most stable lower line. Nora marked where it entered the framed field and where it passed behind the central tree. Above it, she added 2 short roof strokes, one low on the left and one higher on the right. She did not outline the trees. Their present fullness would make such an outline immediately seasonal. Even the visible gaps between branches could close with a breeze and open again a moment later. The guide required only enough structure to let a viewer understand where the wall and roofs continued behind the leaves. She added the paired reference ticks and wrote, "Middle bay. Wall and roofs through present tree cover." At the middle window, she placed the frame as before. The garden had darkened into broad green shapes, and the wall appeared in calm, pale sections between the trunks. Nora raised the second transparency and aligned its reference ticks. The wall marks met the visible sections cleanly. The roof strokes appeared through openings in the leaves. She changed one variable. Keeping her stance and the guide steady, She looked first through a gap where the cornice showed, then waited as a branch moved across it. The marked roofline disappeared behind leaves. A moment later, part of it returned. The guide remained useful in both states. Nora did not shift the film to recover the hidden cornice. That would have mistaken changing foliage for a failure of alignment. Instead, she watched the garden wall, whose separate visible sections continued along the same low course. The middle guide required no additional line. She lowered it and looked through the bare frame. Once its few marks had established the proportions, the eye could do the rest. Trees could be trees. Their movement did not need correction. The third guide took even less drawing. Nora returned the frame to the final bay and placed the fresh transparent sheet on its support beside the third elevation. She marked the low entering wall, the two principal rises in the roof sequence, and the farther settling line. She added the paired reference ticks. The narrow roof addition did not receive a mark. It was a real part of the present building, not a passing awning or seasonal branch. But the older elevation did not need to be revised on the transparency to include it. A comparison guide could show where the broad lines continued and allow the later addition to remain visible as an ordinary change. On the separate slip, Nora wrote, "Final bay, broad roof sequence. Setback addition remains visible beyond the guide. The reflected light required its own restraint." In the old drawing, narrow strokes beneath several walls suggested brightness on water. In the harbor now, the reflections had lengthened. A lamp across the quay had appeared as a pale vertical band, broken gently each time the water lifted. Another reflection joined it farther along. Nora considered adding a lower reference line. Instead, she tested the guide first. At the established standing place, she aligned the paired ticks with the frame. The low wall and principal roofs agreed. The setback addition rose beyond an unmarked portion of film, easily seen and easily understood. Below, the reflected bands moved without holding any fixed length. She changed one variable. Keeping the roof alignment steady, she lowered her attention from the buildings to the water. The guide offered no instruction there. The reflections shortened, widened, and joined again, while every architectural mark remained in place. That was the correct result. Reflected light belonged in the comparison, but not as a fixed outline. A visitor should be able to notice how it differed from the marks on the elevation, without finding a transparent line that claimed one evening's reflection as permanent. Nora lowered the guide. On its slip, she added, "Water light is observed through the clear lower field." She carried the frame back to its padded support near the first bay and rested it there. The 3 window recesses were again empty, exactly as they had been before her work began. No fastener had touched the wood. No film had touched the glass. Each view had widened back to the full proportions of its bay. At the table, Nora arranged the guides in order. First bay roof proportions, with awnings left untraced. Middle bay, wall and roofs, with tree cover left open. Final bay, broad roof sequence, with the addition and water light visible beyond the marks. The differences among them were small and practical. More importantly, each guide changed only what its view required. She had not imposed the first skyline on all 3, or filled every clear area simply because space remained. She checked the reference ticks once more against her measurements. The first pair agreed with the first elevation's pinpricks. The second pair agreed with the second. The third pair agreed with the third. All 3 followed the existing teaching method rather than replacing it. Nothing had been attached to the old sheets. Nothing had been declared finished. The guides still needed their clean protective leaves, their catalog wording, and the approval that would allow them to enter the reading room atlas after the garden index. Those were tasks for the narrowing return path, when Nora could leave each bay as she had found it and carry only the approved comparison forward. For now, The visible work rested on the long table. 3 pieces of transparent film had become 3 distinct viewing aids. The first held a shallow rise of roofs. The second let the garden remain leafy around a low wall. The third preserved open space beneath the buildings so the harbor light could move. Nora placed a clean, protective sheet over each guide without covering its annotation slip. Then she moved to the final blade once more, carrying nothing. The frame remained on its padded support. The drawing remained in its open folder. Through the unobstructed glass, the broad roofs held the proportions she now recognized without needing to measure them again. Low wall. 2 gentle rises. Farther roof. Below them, reflected light lengthened across the sheltered water. Behind Nora, the 3 guides rested separately beside their drawings, ready for the next careful stage. Ahead of her, there was no farther window to test. The bounded route had reached its final bay, and could now turn toward putting the useful work in order. She watched one pale reflection divide and join itself again. Then she looked back along the table toward the first guide, the second and the third, each waiting beneath its clear protective sheet. Nora began at the far end of the table, beside the third guide. Its protective sheet held a faint reflection of the final window. Beneath that reflection, the transparent film carried only the broad roof sequence and the 2 small reference ticks. The lower field remained clear for the moving light on the water. Beside it, the old elevation rested in its open folder, cream paper warmed by the lamps of the gallery. She looked from one to the other without lifting either. The practical question of the evening had narrowed to a simple form. The 3 drawings belonged to the 3 gallery bays, and the pinpricks at their edges showed how the removable frame had once helped visitors find those views. Nora's guides did not need to preserve the whole harbor. They needed to preserve the use of that quiet method. She read the annotation slip for the final bay. Broad roof sequence. Setback addition remains visible beyond the guide. Water light is observed through the clear lower field. The wording described exactly what the guide allowed. It did not ask the present harbor to look old, and it did not ask the old drawing to account for every later change. Nora placed a blank catalog slip below the note. In graphite she wrote, "Comparison guide for 3rd gallery bay. Align paired ticks with viewing frame references. Observe present roofline and reflected light through unmarked areas." She left a little space beneath the final line, then added the elevation's catalog number. That was enough. A reader would know where to stand, what to align, and what to leave free. She moved to the middle guide. Under its protective sheet, the marked garden wall crossed a short distance before disappearing into clear film. 2 roof strokes rose above it. Nothing enclosed the trees. Their branches, leaves, winter spaces, and summer fullness would remain part of the view rather than part of the guide. Nora read its earlier annotation and prepared a second catalog slip. Comparison guide for middle gallery bay. Align paired ticks with viewing frame references. Follow wall and roof proportions through present tree cover. Again, she added the elevation number. At the first guide, the shallow rise of roofs looked almost spare. The awnings had been left entirely untraced. If they were raised tomorrow, the guide would still agree with the buildings. If they were lowered in another pattern, a visitor would see the difference at once, without being told that anything was wrong. Nora wrote, "Comparison guide for 1st gallery bay. Align paired ticks with viewing frame references. Compare roof proportions. Awning positions may vary." She placed the 3 slips in a straight line below the guides. The wording had become shorter as she went. That often happened when the material had been properly understood. At first, an observation needed room. Later, the useful instruction could become plain. She returned to the final bay. No frame stood on the sill now. Nothing interrupted the full glass. Nora took her place at the comfortable viewing distance and looked across the harbor. The low wall entered from the left. Two roofs rose gently beyond it. The farther roof settled the line on the right. The narrow setback addition remained visible, without disturbing the older sequence. Below, the reflections lengthened and shortened with the quiet movement of the water. She recognized the view before naming any of its parts. That was different from guessing. The proportions had become familiar through repeated looking. This bay held more water in its lower field than the others. Its roofs rose in a broad, unhurried progression. Its lights seemed to gather below the buildings before returning from the glass. Nora turned toward the middle bay. There, the open sky rested in a shallow basin between the roofs. The trees occupied the center, and the garden wall continued behind them, whether or not every section could be seen. Even from the final window, she could remember the slightly greater distance at which the viewing frame had agreed with the drawing. At the first bay, the roofs stepped more quickly. The sky narrowed toward one side, and the awnings altered the facade without altering the larger arrangement. 3 viewpoints, each with its own proportions. She no longer needed to consult the catalog note to know their order. Nora went back to the table and removed the protective sheet from the first guide. Holding the transparent film only by its margins, she examined it against the pale support beneath. The graphite marks were light but legible. None had smudged. The reference ticks were clear enough to find without competing with the roofline. She lifted the support and checked the reverse. Clean. The same was true of the second guide. The third carried one faint, loose graphite particle near its lower edge. Nora touched a soft brush to the support beside it and drew the particle away from the film. The clear lower field became clear again. That small correction settled the guides for use. She did not call the entire evening's work complete. The elevation drawings still needed to be returned to their folders, and the table still held the tools and working notes. The final catalog sequence would be closed only after those ordinary actions had been carried out. But the comparison guides themselves had passed their tests. Nora brought 3 clean protective leaves from the stack already on the table. Each was thin, smooth, and cut slightly larger than its guide. She paired one leaf with each piece of film, then placed the catalog slip behind it. A reader could lift the leaf, use the guide at the named bay, and return it without touching the marked surface more than necessary. The packets required no adhesive and no permanent fastener. She aligned the edges with a small ruler. Where the protective leaves had held a slight curve from storage, she covered each edge with a paper guard and passed her bone folder gently over it. The familiar tool moved with almost no pressure. One edge settled, then another. The packets lay flat. At the first packet, Nora paused. The garden index had entered the reading room atlas during the previous evening's work. It gathered the hand-drawn plans of walls, paths, planted corners, and sheltered courtyards into an order readers could follow. These window comparisons belonged after it. From the garden plans, the atlas could move naturally toward the views above the inner harbor. Nora crossed only to the atlas stand already placed near the gallery table. The reading room atlas rested open at the garden index. Its approved leaves lay evenly, and the pages added during the earlier work had kept their settled alignment. She did not turn back through the walking map, rain overlay, fairy material, or garden plans. Their order was established and did not need another review. At the end of the garden index, 3 empty, transparent pockets waited for approved material. Nora opened the first pocket. She slid the first bay packet inside, supporting its full width with one hand while the other guided the edge. The protective leaf entered smoothly. The catalog slip remained upright and readable behind the film. The atlas, which had ended with the garden index a moment before, now carried one window comparison after it. She added the middle packet to the second pocket. Through the clear layers, the low wall and separated roof strokes remained easy to distinguish. The unmarked space around them seemed generous rather than unfinished. It left room for the living trees outside the middle bay. The final packet entered the third pocket. Its lower field stayed open for reflected waterlight. Nora lowered the pocket leaf and let it rest flat. She placed no weight on the atlas and began no binding. That work belonged later, after all approved copies had been assembled. Tonight the guides needed only a safe position in the reading sequence. She stood with one hand resting beside the open atlas. The 3 packets followed the garden index without disturbing it. Their catalog slips named the bays in order. Their reference ticks preserved the relation among frame, drawing, and viewpoint. Nothing in them reopened the purpose of the collection or asked a reader to search for something missing. They extended the familiar record by one ordinary kind of use. People crossed the harbor by known paths. Rain followed channels. Ferries carried their lights along repeated routes. Garden walls guided movement through sheltered ground. From these windows, visitors had learned to look at the same harbor, while awnings shifted. Trees grew, roofs acquired modest additions, and evening light changed on the water. The collection could hold those changes without trying to stop them. Nora closed only the empty protective flap beyond the third packet. She left the atlas open at the new window sequence, so Jonas could see where the guides had been placed. Beside the atlas, she set the 3 fuller working notes in catalog order. His blue pencil instruction remained with the elevation records, exactly where it had begun the evening. Begin with light, not measurements. The work had followed that advice and returned to it. Nora turned toward the old drawings. She started with the first elevation. Its folder lay open beside it, with the support arranged so the sheet would not need to bend. She lifted the folder board, not the drawing, and guided the cream paper into its resting position between the protective leaves. The tiny paired pinpricks nearly disappeared once the sheet lay flat. They did not need to be emphasized. The catalog slip now described their use, and the guides carried the corresponding references. The marks could remain what they had always been, small practical points at the edge of a teaching drawing. Nora lowered the upper protective leaf. She repeated the action for the middle elevation. The young trees drawn above the garden wall rested beneath the clean cover. Their present branches remained outside the window, fuller and darker in the deepening evening. The third drawing returned to its folder last. Its broad roof sequence was still visible until Nora lowered the protective leaf over it. Then the lines softened beneath the thin covering, and the cream paper settled into an even tone. She did not tie the folders yet. The final putting away belonged to the next, quieter stage of the shift. For now, each drawing was protected. Each guide was in the atlas, and each window recess stood empty. Nora returned the ruler to the shallow tray. She turned the pencil inward. She brushed the paper guards into a small stack and placed her bone folder along the padded edge where it had rested at the beginning. The tool's pale surface caught a narrow reflection from the lamps, and then became matte again when she moved her hand away. The route had shortened behind her. There was no reason to return to the first bay for another test. The awnings had already shown their reversible positions. No reason remained to wait for a gap in the middle trees. Their movement had already proved the usefulness of leaving them untraced. At the final bay, the setback roof addition and the shifting waterlight had both remained visible through the clear guide. The first bay was known by its quick steps of roof and narrowing sky. The middle bay was known by its low wall, central trees, and open basin of evening above them. The final bay was known by its broader rise of roofs and the greater measure of water below. Nora could tell them apart by light and proportion now. She carried the removable viewing frame from its padded support to the side of the table, where it had stood before the first comparison. The felt strips faced inward, protected from dust. Its edge marks remained visible, but they no longer needed to be studied. Nothing had been left against the windows. She walked to the first bay and looked at the sill. The painted wood showed no trace of the felt. The glass held only the room's faint reflection and the harbor beyond. At the middle bay, the sill was equally clear. The trees outside had become broad shapes, with the pale wall appearing between them in short, quiet lengths. She continued to the final bay and stopped. This was not another circuit. It was the end of the same short route, one established window after the next, narrowing to the place where the evening's comparisons had already concluded. Behind her, the atlas rested open after the garden index. The three guides lay flat in their pockets. The elevations rested under protective leaves, ready to be closed away without further interpretation. The tool tray was orderly. The viewing frame had returned to its support. Ahead, the final window held the harbor. The roofs were darker now, though their proportions remained easy to recognize. The low wall entered gently. Two rises followed. The farther line settled the view. Reflected lamps moved below them in pale vertical bands. Nora stood at the familiar distance without measuring it. Her feet found the place naturally. Her shoulders remained loose, and her hands rested at her sides. For a while, the harbor beyond the glass was clearer than the room reflected in it. Then the balance shifted by a small degree. The pale gallery table appeared across the darkening water. The cream drawing paper returned as a quiet shape behind her image in the pane. The frame, resting away from the window, showed only as a slim rectangle near the edge of the reflection. Nothing new entered the view. Nora could leave the final bay exactly as it was and begin the last settling actions from here. The useful comparison had been carried into the atlas. The drawings were protected. The three viewpoints had become familiar enough to recognize without a label. Water moved below the window in slow, sheltered folds. The reflected table grew a little clearer. Nora remained at the final bay, ready to let the room grow quieter around the work already in place. Nora remained at the final bay while the room's reflection gathered in the glass. At first it lay lightly over the harbor. The pale length of the gallery table, the cream drawing paper beneath protective leaves, the narrow shape of the viewing frame on its padded support. All of it appeared faintly, as though the glass had remembered the room without yet deciding to show it. Beyond the reflection, the harbor was still easy to see. The low wall entered from the left. Two roof lines rose beyond it. The farther roof settled the sequence toward the right. Beneath them, the water carried the lamps in long, quiet bands that drew together, separated, and drew together again. Nora knew the proportions now. She did not repeat them aloud or test them against the frame. Her feet had found the established viewing place without help. Her shoulders were loose. Her hands rested naturally at her sides, and her breath had taken on the slow rhythm of standing comfortably after useful work. Behind her, the three transparent guides lay in the reading room atlas after the garden index. The first left room for the awnings to change. The second left the trees untraced around the garden wall. The third kept its lower field clear for the moving reflections below the roofs. Their paired ticks corresponded to the old pinpricks and the marks on the removable frame. Each guide had passed through the simple test of being raised, aligned, shifted, and returned. Nothing more needed to be learned from them tonight. The elevation drawings rested under their protective leaves, though their folders remained open. The ruler and pencil had returned to the shallow tray. Nora's bone folder lay along its padded edge. The frame stood away from the windows, its felt strips turned inward. Only the last ordinary actions remained. Nora watched one pale band of light shorten on the water. It narrowed as the surface lifted. widened as the water lowered, and then became a long line again. No mark on the transparent guide attempted to hold it in place. The clear lower field had been the right choice. Tomorrow's light would have another length. Another evening would give it another tone. The view would remain usable through all of them. She turned from the glass. The final drawing lay nearest, inside its open folder at the end of the table. Nora took the few steps toward it without carrying anything. The gallery route did not widen again. She was not returning to the first or middle bay. She was only moving between the final window and the work already arranged beside it. The third elevation's protective leaf rested evenly over the cream paper. Through the leaf, the broad roof sequence remained softly visible. The low wall and two gentle rises could still be recognized, though the fine gray lines no longer asked to be examined. Near the margins, the paired pinpricks had disappeared into the even tone of the sheet. Nora placed one hand on the folder board. With the other, she drew the first folder tie across its cover. The tie moved smoothly and lay flat. She brought the second across it, keeping the tension light, and formed a simple bow that would open without strain when the drawing was next consulted. The folder closed around the protected elevation without pressing the paper. That was the first finished resting state. The drawing had begun the evening inside its open folder, waiting to be matched with a view. Now it rested within the same folder, its viewpoint confirmed, its teaching marks described, and its approved guide placed safely in the atlas. Nora slid the closed folder only far enough to settle it squarely on its support. She did not lift it or carry it elsewhere. The middle folder waited a short distance along the same table. Its protective leaf covered the drawn garden wall and the younger trees. Nora stepped beside it and checked that no edge of the sheet approached the folder fold. Everything lay correctly. She brought the ties together. The darkened trees outside the middle bay moved faintly in the reflection on the window glass, but Nora did not turn to compare them again. The guide had already allowed for their present fullness. The old drawing could rest without another observation. She tied the middle folder with the same light bow. The second elevation was settled. At the first folder, the drawn awnings rested beneath the protective leaf in their earlier arrangement. Across the harbor, the present awnings might still be extended, rolled, or partly lowered, but their positions no longer mattered to the work on the table. The guide recorded the roofs and left the fabric free to vary. Nora closed the folder board. She drew its ties together and formed the final bow. All three elevation folders were now closed. She stood beside them for a moment, looking along the short row. Their outer surfaces were plain. Nothing on them announced the changes in awnings, trees, roof lines, or waterlight. The catalog slips held the useful wording, and the atlas guides held the usable comparisons. The old drawings needed only their usual shelter. Nora returned her hands to her sides. The table looked calmer with the folders tied. The working notes still lay beside the open atlas in their proper order. Jonas's blue pencil instruction remained with the elevation records. It had guided the evening without becoming part of the finished comparison. Begin with light, not measurements. The line could stay where it was for the next reader of the catalog record. Nora did not add another note. The approved guide said enough. She moved to the shallow tool tray. The paper guards had already been stacked. She checked their edges and left them together. The small ruler lay flat. The pencil point faced inward. Her bone folder rested where she had placed it, its pale surface smooth and familiar. Nora touched the bone folder once with the side of her finger. It had relaxed the curling film and settled the protective leaves. No sharper crease had been needed. No permanent fold had been made. The evening's changes were held by alignment, sequence, and clear instruction rather than force. She left the bone folder in the tray. The soft weights remained near the supports where they had held the transparent film flat. Nora lifted the nearest one and placed it in the shallow tray. She added the second beside it, then the others, one at a time. Each left the support unchanged. The clear working surfaces no longer required restraint. The guides were already in their atlas pockets. When the final soft weight had returned to the tray, Nora aligned the small paper guards beside the ruler. She made no effort to arrange them more precisely than use required. They lay flat, they were clean, and they would be easy to reach during another shift. The tray was complete. Nora looked toward the viewing frame. It leaned on its padded support near the side of the table. The felt strips protected, and the reference marks visible along the wood. Earlier, those marks had divided roof lines, sky, walls, and trees into a field the eye could carry back to the cream paper. Now the frame was simply at rest. She checked its balance with one hand. It did not shift. She removed her hand and left it there. The 3 window recesses remained empty. Their painted sills bore no mark from the frame's felt. The glass held no film, fastener, or label. Each bay had been returned to the same physical state in which Nora had found it. Only the atlas remained open. It rested after the garden index, close enough to the final bay for the window reflection to cross its clear pockets. The 3 new packets lay in order. Their graphite lines appeared and softened as the water light changed in the glass behind Nora. She moved beside the atlas and looked down. The first guide held its brief roof sequence. The middle guide held the low wall and 2 separated roof strokes. The final guide held the broader rise of the roofs above an open lower field. Their catalog slips named the bays and explained the paired ticks. Nothing more crowded the transparent film. Nothing had been attached to the elevations. Nothing had been added to the windows. The window comparison work was complete. Nora allowed the statement to settle without ceremony. The elevations had been matched to their 3 established positions. The pinpricks had been understood as part of a practical viewing method. The transparent guides had been prepared, tested 1 variable at a time, and approved for the reading sequence. The drawings were protected in their tied folders. The frame and tools had returned to rest. There was no further action hidden inside the task. Nora placed her fingertips on the empty protective flap beyond the 3rd atlas pocket. She lifted it slightly, confirmed that the packet beneath lay square, and lowered it again. The flap settled over the final guide without moving its catalog slip. The atlas remained open at the window sequence, ready for Jonas to see in daylight. She did not close it. She did not place a weight on it. The approved material had entered the atlas, but the atlas itself was not being bound tonight. Its pages needed only to rest in their present order. Nora drew her hand away. The garden index remained immediately before the window guides. Nothing had shifted in the earlier material. The atlas had received the evening's work, without requiring the established pages to be revisited. That sequence now rested quietly on the stand. Nora looked once at the closed elevation folders, once at the orderly tray, and once at the viewing frame. These were not new checks. They were the final shape of actions already carried out. Folders tied, tools settled, frame supported, atlas open at the approved guides. The gallery had become still around them. Nora returned to the final bay. She followed the shortest line from the atlas stand to the familiar place before the glass. She did not stop at the middle window or glance through the first. Their proportions were already held in memory. The first bay's quicker steps of roof, the middle bay's wall and trees, the final bay's broader rise above a larger measure of water. Her feet settled at the same comfortable distance as before. Outside, the harbor had darkened by another small degree. The roof lines remained visible, though their colors had drawn closer together. The setback addition no longer caught much separate light. It belonged to the same calm silhouette as the older roofs. visible without needing emphasis. Below, the reflected lamps were clearer. Their vertical bands moved slowly across the sheltered water. Each band appeared continuous for a moment, then broke where a small fold crossed it. The pieces did not scatter. They remained near one another and joined again. Nora watched without counting the movement. The glass now gave back more of the room. The cream elevation folders appeared as three pale rectangles along the table. Their ties were too fine to show clearly from where she stood, but the closed boards made an even sequence. The shallow tray reflected as a darker shape, with a narrow pale line where the bone folder rested. The viewing frame appeared near the edge of the pane, upright on its support. The atlas formed the lightest shape of all. Its open leaves floated over the harbor reflection, and the transparent pockets caught the lamps in small, muted lines. The guide marks could not be read from the window. They no longer needed to be. Their presence was enough. 3 approved aids resting after the garden index, ready for another person to lift and carry to the proper bay. Nora's own reflection remained faint. A dark sleeve appeared when she moved one hand. The outline faded when she let the hand rest again. Her face was not a separate image so much as part of the gallery's returning light, held gently on the surface of the pane. She stood without adjusting her position. The final view had become familiar enough that she no longer assembled it from parts. She did not need to say low wall, first rise, second rise, farther roof. The whole proportion arrived at once as the shape of this bay. The same was true of the room behind her. She knew where the tied folders rested. She knew the position of the tool tray and the frame. She knew the atlas was open at the new sequence. Nothing asked her to turn and confirm it again. The evening had moved from harbor light on cream paper to cream paper reflected in darkening glass. At the beginning, the rectangular patch of light had made the elevation luminous. It had crossed drawn windows and roof lines, while the room itself stayed quiet around it. Now the direction seemed reversed. The gallery lamps gave the paper back to the window, and the pane laid the pale table across the water. The old drawing remained protected. The harbor remained beyond the glass. The reflection joined them without making either one less distinct. Nora breathed in slowly and let the breath leave at the same pace. The water pressed softly against the quay below. Its low fold reached the gallery, followed by the gentler sound of retreat. A second fold came after it, similar but not identical. Between them, the room held its own silence. No dialogue belonged here now. Jonas's blue pencil words had already done their work. Nora's graphite slips carried the practical directions. The rest could remain in light proportion and the slow movement below. She let her gaze rest on the lower part of the window. A lamp reflection stretched upward through the image of the atlas. The water shortened it, and the clear, reflected pocket seemed to dim. Then the band lengthened again, passing beneath the reflected cream folders without disturbing their shape. The transparent guides had been made for exactly this freedom. They held the stable lines and left the changing light alone. Nora's hands rested easily, one over the other. The walk to the chart house had long since left her legs. The hours of standing and moving between the 3 bays had settled into a comfortable heaviness rather than fatigue. Her body had taken on the stillness of the final room, balanced, unhurried, ready to stop. The final bay no longer felt like the far end of a route. It was simply the place where the route rested. Behind her, the first and middle windows had their empty sills and unmarked glass. The table between them held the closed drawings and the completed tools. The atlas carried the guides forward in its established order. Nothing needed to travel back through the building tonight. The window reflections strengthened. The harbor roofs beyond it softened. Not because anything had changed in their structure, but because the room had become the brighter side of the glass. Their broad sequence remained present under the reflected table. The pale wall merged gently with the cream shapes of the folders. The water continued below both. Nora did not try to choose one view over the other. She could see the harbor through the gallery, and the gallery through the harbor. The old elevations were no longer exposed on the table, yet their cream paper returned in the pane. The frame was no longer at the sill, yet its quiet rectangle appeared near the window's edge. The reflected lamps rose from the room, while their longer counterparts moved on the water. Everything remained where it belonged. Another slow fold of water reached the quay. The sound entered, softened, and passed. Nora's gaze lifted from the reflected atlas to the roofs beyond it. For a moment, the farther roofline became clear again. Then the light inside the gallery settled more fully onto the glass, and the roof became a darker line beneath the pale image of the table. The tied folders rested within that image. The tool tray rested. The viewing frame rested. The reading room atlas remained open at the 3 completed guides. Nora stayed at the final bay, her stance easy and familiar. Below, the water moved in sheltered bands. Across it, the lamps lengthened and shortened without hurry. On the pane, cream paper and reflected light gathered into a calm, steady surface. Little by little, the window reflection became clearer than the harbor beyond it. The Harbor Chart House, Episode 7, Binding the Reading Room Atlas. Lengths of undyed linen thread lay parallel across the repair table, pale against the dark cutting mat. In the light from the shaded lamp, each one showed its slight twist. They were not perfectly white, and not quite the color of rope. They had the quiet, warm shade of unbleached cloth, with tiny variations that appeared and disappeared as Nora Venn moved beside them. There were 12 lengths in all. Jonas had measured and cut them during the day, then laid them where they would remain straight. A small square of clean linen cloth rested over their ends to keep them from drifting whenever the repair room door opened. Beside the cloth, in Jonas's blue pencil, a note read, "Thread prepared. Approved atlas material in reading room. Linen post still to be assembled." Nora read the note once and left it in place. Rain touched the high window in a soft, even pattern. It had been falling since before she reached the inner quay, lightly enough that the stones outside only shone rather than ran with water. Here in the repair room, the sound was narrowed by glass and stone. It came as a faint brushing above the table, then settled into the stillness around the lamps. Nora took off her coat and hung it on the peg near the door. She folded her scarf over the hook beneath it so that neither end brushed the floor. Her shoulders were pleasantly warm from the walk along the harbor, and her pace had already slowed. She stood for a moment with one hand resting on the back of the work chair, letting her breathing find the room's quieter measure. The evening's route was a short one. She would work here in the repair room, cross the covered passage to collect the approved material from the reading room, and bring it back to this table. Later, when the binding was ready to settle, she would carry the atlas along the same sheltered path to the reading room cradle. There would be no need for the long map room, the model room, the print cupboard, or the window gallery. That suited the work. Binding asked for room around the hands, but not for much travel. On the table, Jonas had left the unfinished ordinary task plainly visible. 2 linen-covered boards lay side by side near the thread, their inner edges prepared for the post-binding. Between them sat a stack of folded guards, still loose and not yet assigned to the approved material. A narrow strip of paper marked the intended head of the volume. Nothing had been joined. Nothing had been tightened. The future atlas was present only as measured parts waiting to be put into their proper relation. Nora turned on the second work lamp. Its light spread along the table and reached the linen threads without casting a hard shadow over them. She checked the window latch, not because the weather required concern, but because the old latch sometimes rested one notch short of closed. Tonight it was seated correctly. The rain remained outside, soft against the glass. She crossed the covered passage to the reading room. The passage was only a few steps long, roofed in slate and open along one side to the sheltered courtyard. Rain darkened the courtyard stones and gathered in the shallow channel beside the wall. Water moved there with a low, steady sound. It followed the familiar slope toward the harbor drain, passing beneath the edge of the passage without splashing onto it. Nora did not pause to follow its whole course. She had traced those channels on another evening, when the rain overlay was still being made. Tonight, the water was simply doing what the old plans and the present stones agreed it would do. Inside the reading room, one lamp had been left on above the central table. Its circle of light held a shallow archival box, open and waiting. The atlas cradle stood farther along the table, empty for now. Its two padded supports made a low, even angle, ready to receive a volume without forcing its covers flat. Nora approached the box and lifted its lid fully upright. The approved pieces had been placed inside in temporary folders, one above another. The reading room atlas had begun empty, and these were the materials now ready to enter it. The walking map, the transparent rain overlay, the fairy facsimile, the model label, the garden index, and the window guides. Each had already passed through its own work. Nothing in the box asked to be reconsidered or corrected tonight. She did not open the walking map to examine its paths. She did not hold the rain overlay against a plan to see the channels beneath it. She did not study fairy routes, tiny lamps, garden walls, courtyard marks, or the changes recorded at the windows. Those questions belonged to finished evenings. The approved pieces could now be handled for what they had become. A set of sheets and sections with particular edges, folds, surfaces, and opening needs. Nora slid both hands beneath the contents of the box and lifted them together. The stack was not heavy. Its variety could be felt more readily than its weight. One section flexed softly, another held itself firmer. The transparent overlay made a dry, restrained whisper against its protective sheet. The folded guides rested with their creases aligned. She carried the stack back through the covered passage. The rain had made the courtyard smell faintly of wet stone. From beyond the wall came the subdued harbor sound of water meeting the inner quay, so gentle that it seemed less like a separate noise than a depth beneath the rain. Nora walked without hurrying. She held the approved material level between her hands and kept her elbows close. A posture practiced often enough that it required no thought. In the repair room, she set the stack on a clean blotter at the center of the table. The linen threads remained parallel. The cloth still covered their ends. The prepared boards had not moved. With the approved material now beside them, the evening's work had acquired a clear boundary. Everything needed was on this table, apart from the cradle waiting in the reading room. Nora washed her hands at the small sink, using warm water and unscented soap. She dried them thoroughly on the lint-free towel, then returned to the table and looked over the tools Jonas had set out. There was a steel ruler, an awl in its cork rest, a blunt needle, a small pair of thread snips, a folding weight, two smooth pressing boards, and a jar containing linen posts cut to equal width. A square of beeswax stood in a shallow dish, though she would decide later whether the thread needed it. Near the ruler lay her bone folder, the one inherited from her former workshop. Its surface had grown satin smooth through years of use. One end was rounded, the other tapered just enough to define a fold without cutting into paper. She picked it up and turned it once in her hand. The familiar balance settled her fingers. The bone folder belonged naturally among newer tools, because it had never been kept for display. It bore a faint, shallow mark near the rounded end, and a warmer color where her thumb most often rested. Tonight it would help shape the guards that allowed the varied atlas pieces to open without strain. Nora placed it beside the loose stack of folded guards. Before beginning, she made room for the sequence itself. She moved the prepared boards to the upper edge of the table and shifted the jar of linen posts nearer the lamps. Then she placed 6 clean slips of waste paper in a row. These were not labels for the finished atlas. They were only temporary places, broad enough to support an edge, while she considered thickness and fold. One by one, she transferred the approved pieces from the blotter. The walking map went first onto a slip near her left hand. She supported it beneath its folder and kept the repaired area free of pressure. Next came the rain overlay in its clear protective arrangement. Then the fairy facsimile, the model label, the garden index, and the window guides. The line extended across the table without crowding the linen thread. It was not yet the final bound order, only the already approved sequence laid out where she could check its physical behavior. Jonas's daytime note had confirmed the contents, but the opening of each item belonged to the binder's hands as much as to the catalog. Nora drew the work chair closer and sat. Her feet rested flat on the floor. She lowered the chair by one small turn so her forearms could lie level with the table. There was no stiffness in her hands, though the walk through the damp evening had left a little coolness at the tips of her fingers. She opened and closed them once, then rested her palms lightly on the blotter until warmth returned. The rain continued in the same patient register. A drop occasionally reached the metal sill outside and made a slightly clearer note. None of the sounds interrupted the others. The building held them all at a distance that made work feel contained. Nora looked from the 6 approved pieces to the folded guards. The guards were made from strong, thin paper, chosen to bend more readily than the contents they would carry. Each would form a narrow hinge between an atlas item and the linen post structure. The hinge had to be generous enough to let the item turn but not so wide that it wandered when the volume opened. The task was simple in principle. Its usefulness depended on small measurements repeated with care. She lifted the first guard and placed it against the edge of the walking map's folder. The fold was close, but not final. Jonas had prepared the guards to a common size, leaving Nora to adjust each one according to the item it would support. She held the guard upright, then lowered it slowly to see where the folder met resistance. The paper flexed before the map did, as it should. With her bone folder, she eased the crease outward by the width of a narrow pencil line. The tool moved from the center toward one end, then from the center toward the other. The guard settled flatter on the table. Its fold was now crisp without being sharp. That was the first visible change of the evening, modest and reversible. One guard no longer belonged to the general stack. It had begun to fit one approved piece. Nora set it beside the walking map, still unattached. She did the same initial check with the rain overlay, but did not press its fold yet. The overlay and its protective sheet required a little more space than the map folder. She marked the difference on the temporary waste slip in blue pencil borrowed from Jonas's tray, a short line and a number that would be discarded once the fit was settled. The fairy facsimile opened easily on its own fold. The model label, smaller than the others, would need a support leaf so that its outer edge sat securely within the atlas dimensions. But the support had already been approved and waited beneath it. The garden index lay broad and calm when opened. The window guides, grouped as one section, carried several folds and would need their guard positioned so those folds could move in sequence rather than all at once. Nora did not solve each fit yet. She was only learning how the materials occupied space together. At the upper edge of the table, the linen-covered boards waited with their prepared inner margins. The posts in the jar waited to be aligned. The threads waited to pass through them. All of that would come after the sections had been collated and their guards properly folded. A glass of water stood on the repair room's side shelf, where Jonas had placed it well away from the paper before Nora's arrival. She rose, took one slow drink, and returned the glass to the same dry circle on the shelf. When she sat again, her body had reached the pace she wanted for the night. The walk from home, the damp quay, the hanging of the coat, and the short crossing through the covered passage to the reading room had all narrowed into the movement of her hands over the repair table. She covered the loose linen thread again, after checking that no strand had crossed another. Then she aligned the 6 temporary slips along the lower edge of the cutting mat. The atlas was not bound. Its order was not yet finally chosen. The guards were not all fitted, and no needle had entered paper or linen. But the evening had found its shape. 6 approved pieces rested under the repair room lamps. The first adjusted guard lay beside the walking map. The reading room cradle waited across the covered passage, and the rain kept a soft boundary around the 2 rooms Nora would use. She placed the bone folder parallel to the ruler, rounded end toward her right hand, and drew the next loose guard into the clear space before her. Nora placed the second loose guard against the rain overlay's protective sheet. The extra space she had marked was slight, no more than the width needed for the overlay and its support to turn together without rubbing at the fold. She set the steel ruler beside the blue pencil mark, checked the measurement once, and moved the ruler away. Then she opened the guard, laid it flat on the blotter, and used the rounded end of her bone folder to ease the crease into its new position. She worked from the center outward. One stroke traveled toward the head of the guard, another toward the foot. The thin paper accepted the adjustment without buckling. When Nora lifted it, the old fold had relaxed into the broader one, leaving a hinge with a little more room. She returned the guard to the rain overlay and tested it again. This time the protective sheet rose before the overlay itself needed to bend. Nora supported the outer edge with 2 fingers and opened it only as far as it would naturally travel. There was no pull at the inner margin. When she lowered it, the guard folded neatly beneath it. She set the fitted guard on its temporary slip beside the overlay. 2 loose guards had now become 2 particular guards. Their differences were small enough that someone glancing across the table might not have noticed them. But Nora could see the broader fold beside the transparent material, and the narrower, firmer hinge beside the walking map. She drew the fairy facsimile toward her. Its approved fold opened easily, just as it had during her first check. The paper had enough body to hold a gentle curve above the blotter, and its inner edge was even. Nora slid a fresh guard beneath it, aligning the head and foot before checking the foredge against the atlas boards waiting farther up the table. The facsimile sat well within their dimensions. It needed no extension and no trimming. She held the guard and section together between the pads of her fingers, lifted them a few inches, and let the facsimile open across her left hand. The guard bent first. The facsimile followed without strain. Nora lowered both pieces and adjusted the guard by less than she had adjusted the others. A single pass of the bone folder was enough to settle the crease. She placed a small folding weight over it while the paper rested. The weight was a plain rectangular block, covered beneath with smooth cloth. It did not press heavily. Its purpose was simply to keep the new fold from lifting while Nora worked on the next section. She moved to the model label. The label itself was smaller than the atlas page. Its approved support leaf extended around it, providing the full inner margin that the binding required. Nora touched only the support, keeping her fingers away from the label's surface. She checked that the label remained seated in its established position, then laid the support leaf against one of the prepared guards. Because the support was a single leaf rather than a folded section, its movement was especially clear. If the guard was too narrow, the support would press inward as it opened. If it was too broad, the leaf would shift before turning. Nora held the inner edge steady and raised the support slowly. At first, the hinge traveled well. Near the middle of the opening, however, the head of the support lifted a fraction earlier than the foot. Nora closed it and tried once more, watching the narrow line where guard and support met. The fold was even. The temporary alignment was not. She shifted the support downward by a few millimeters until equal space showed at head and foot. Then she raised it again. This time the outer edge traveled in one calm line, with neither corner leading. Nora made a tiny blue pencil mark on the waist slip beneath it. The mark indicated placement only. Nothing was written on the support leaf, the label, or the guard. She folded the guard around the edge, pressed the crease gently with the broad side of the bone folder, and opened the support once more. It lay flat when closed and moved freely when raised. Satisfied with the fit, she returned it to its slip. Across the table, the approved materials still followed the sequence Jonas had listed. Walking map, rain overlay, fairy facsimile, model label, garden index, and window guides. Nora had no need to read their contents to confirm them. Their folders, support sheets, and familiar formats were enough. Even so, she verified the order carefully. She took Jonas's blue pencil note from beside the linen thread and set it above the row. With one finger, she followed the short list from top to bottom, touching the empty space before each item rather than touching the item itself. Walking map, her finger rested on the slip before the repaired folder. Rain overlay. The clear edge caught the lamplight farther along. Fairy facsimile. The folding weight still rested over its guard. Model label. Its support leaf lay aligned beneath it. Garden index. The broad section weighted unopened. Window guides. Their grouped folds formed the final approved section. All 6 were present. Nothing had been added and nothing was absent. Nora returned the note to its place near the thread, preserving Jonas's arrangement. She lifted the folding weight from the fairy guard. The adjusted crease remained flat. She set the weight beside the ruler and drew the garden index into the open workspace. The index was wider than the model label support and more flexible than the fairy facsimile. When Nora opened it, she supported the center so its own weight did not pull against the fold. The paper settled across the blotter in a broad span. She did not read the indexed entries. Tonight their value lay in the approved sheet as a whole, and in the way that sheet would behave inside the volume. Nora placed a guard at its inner edge and tested the turn. The first fold opened comfortably, but when the section approached a wider angle, its outer half came close to the table before the hinge had fully moved. In the finished atlas, the padded cradle would support that opening, yet the guard still needed enough freedom to prevent the inner fold from carrying the section's weight. She chose a slightly wider guard from the loose stack. Jonas had folded all the guards to a common starting measure, but the margins left on either side allowed several adjustments. Nora compared the new guard with the first one and found that its paper grain yielded more readily along the fold. That would suit the broad index. She set the first guard back with the unassigned stack. Nothing about it had been altered. The second she opened beneath the steel ruler, measuring the width of its hinge from head to foot. She made no pencil line on the guard. Instead, she held the ruler as a boundary and brought the paper up against its edge. The tapered end of her bone folder entered the fold without cutting into it. Nora drew the tool lightly along the crease, then turned the guard over and repeated the motion from the other side. The hinge became smooth and consistent. She placed it beneath the garden index and opened the section again. The guard rose. The inner margin followed. The broad paper traveled outward and came to rest without tightening at the center. Nora slipped one finger beneath the fold to feel whether any part of it had been forced flat. There was room for the paper to keep its natural curve. She closed the section and watched the guard return beneath it. Its edges stayed aligned. The visible change was clearer here than with the smaller pieces. The guard now formed a narrow, flexible step beneath the index, giving the broad sheet space to move, while allowing it to rest level when closed. Nora laid the fitted pair on its temporary slip. Only the window guides remained unchecked. She brought the grouped section closer without separating its approved parts. Several folds lay one above another, each intended to open in turn. Nora examined their edges from the side. They formed shallow layers, regular but not identical in thickness. She chose a guard and placed it against the inner margin. Rather than opening the whole group, she raised the first guide and let its fold move. Then she supported the next layer and allowed that one to follow. The action traveled outward in stages. No single fold was asked to carry everything at once. At the third movement, the guard began to resist. It had enough width for one folded guide, but not for the full grouped section. Nora closed the guides in reverse order, letting each fold settle before lowering the next. She did not press them flat. Their approved creases already knew where to rest. She returned the guard to the unassigned pile and selected another. This one had a deeper allowance. She laid it beside the grouped section and checked its full length with the ruler. The rain made a soft brushing sound at the high window. Nora paused with the ruler beneath her fingertips. Somewhere beyond the covered passage, water continued along the courtyard channel. The repair room lamps held steady, and the 6 temporary slips made a quiet line across the dark mat. She adjusted the wider guard with 2 measured strokes of the bone folder. When she tested the window guides again, the first fold rose, then the second, then the next. The guard moved with them, providing space without opening too far ahead. Nora stopped before the section lay fully spread. It did not need to be displayed. She needed only to know that each fold could begin and complete its motion without tugging at the one beneath it. She closed the guides one layer at a time. The outer edges returned to their former alignment. The guard disappeared beneath the section except for its prepared inner margin. Nora placed it on the last slip. She now had 6 fitted guards arranged beside 6 approved items. None had been attached, pierced, or sewn. Every adjustment could still be reversed or replaced. Yet the table no longer held a general stack of identical folds. Each guard had acquired the width and movement required by the material beside it. Nora stood and stretched her hands, keeping her elbows close to her sides so she did not disturb the row. She took another drink of water from the glass on the side shelf, then returned it there. Before proceeding further, she checked the items in sequence a second time, this time for opening space. She placed the first fitted guard beneath the walking map and raised the folder. The repaired map remained fully supported. The hinge moved before the folder flexed. She lowered it. The rain overlay followed. Its protective arrangement turned without rubbing against the guard. She lowered it. The fairy facsimile opened along its established fold, holding a soft curve above the table. She lowered it. The model label's support leaf rose evenly at head and foot. She lowered it. The garden index traveled outward on the broader hinge and returned flat. She lowered it. The window guides opened by stages and closed by stages, their folds remaining in their approved relation. She lowered them. At no point did Nora need to press an item beyond the angle it naturally accepted. None would be required to lie flat against the table in the bound volume. The guards would keep the inner edges away from the posts, and the reading room cradle would support the covers when the atlas was eventually opened. Nora aligned each guard with its item and placed a clean slip of release paper between the fitted pairs. The slips prevented the unattached guards from catching against neighboring edges during the next round of work. Then she gathered the remaining unused guards and squared their edges against the ruler. She did not discard the 2 she had tested and returned. They were still clean and unmarked, ready for another ordinary use. She set the unused stack at the upper left of the table, beyond the approved sequence. The working space had grown more orderly. On one side lay the 6 atlas items with their individually fitted guards. Above them waited the 2 linen-covered boards. Near the lamps stood the jar of equal linen posts. The awl remained in its cork rest, and the blunt needle had not yet been threaded. Beneath the small square of cloth, the 12 lengths of undyed linen thread were still straight and parallel. Nora moved the bone folder beside the final fitted guard. Its rounded end carried no dust or color. She wiped it once with the clean linen cloth, using a dry corner, then folded the cloth back over the thread ends. The evening had advanced by a measured distance. The approved sequence had been verified without reopening any earlier question. 6 guards now matched 6 different kinds of material, and each item could turn without strain. Nothing was yet bound. The posts were still loose, the boards still separate, and the thread still waiting. Nora sat again, placed both hands lightly on either side of the ordered row, and looked along the alternating thicknesses under the repair room lamps. With every section supported and every fold moving freely, the materials were ready for the closer work of arrangement. Nora looked along the alternating thicknesses under the repair room lamps. At first she attended only to the physical differences she had already measured. The walking map rested within its repaired folder. The rain overlay showed a clear edge against its protective sheet. The fairy facsimile held a soft folded rise. The model label sat within its support leaf. The garden index formed a broad section, and the grouped window guides made several shallow layers at the end of the row. Each piece had its fitted guard beside it. Each could open without strain. The question before Nora was no longer whether the approved material belonged in the atlas. That had already been settled. She needed only to understand how the sections would feel when one followed another. She lifted the walking map with its guard and placed it in the center of the clear blotter. The folder opened on the adjusted hinge. Nora supported the repaired map beneath its outer edge and raised the cover just far enough to see how a reader's hand would enter the volume. The sheet presented the harbor from above. Paths crossed the paper in their measured relation to quay, wall, and building. She did not trace them or inspect the repair again. She simply noticed the posture the map invited. A reader looking at it would lean slightly over the atlas. The page asked the eye to travel across a surface, following a route as though the harbor had been made small enough to rest beneath one hand. Nora closed the folder and returned it to its temporary slip. She brought the rain overlay forward next. Its guard opened with the extra allowance she had given it. The transparent sheet lifted before the material beneath it needed to flex. The old harbor plan was not present, and Nora did not need it. Even by itself, the overlay retained the arrangement of channels it had been made to clarify. Water had been considered from above, where it entered, how it crossed the paving, and where it continued toward the drain. It invited the same broad downward view as the walking map, though in a lighter form. The eye moved over relations and crossings rather than standing at any single point. Nora lowered the overlay carefully. She had expected those first 2 pieces to sit comfortably together. Both described movement across the harbor's surfaces. Their fitted guards differed, but their manner of being read was related. The fairy facsimile came after them in Jonas's approved list. Nora removed the folding weight from the open workspace and set the facsimile there. She raised its first fold without spreading the whole sheet. The section opened toward her, and its familiar arrangement appeared in the restrained way she had already checked. This route, too, could be followed from above. The ferry's passage lay across water as a line held in relation to landing places. A reader could look down and understand where the ordinary crossing began, where it passed, and where it ended. Nora did not follow the route to either shore. She closed the facsimile along its established fold and rested her palm briefly beside it. Walking map, rain overlay, ferry facsimile. 3 approved pieces, 3 ways of seeing movement from above. She looked at the remaining row. The model label was much smaller. Its support leaf gave it the dimensions required by the atlas. But the label itself retained the scale and character of something meant to be read beside an object. It did not spread a route across a whole sheet. It named and oriented the tiny lamps on the model harbor, where an ordinary evening passage had been understood by looking along the miniature quays. Nora lifted the support leaf and let its guard turn. The label faced her directly. It asked for a different posture. Instead of leaning over a network and choosing a line to follow, a reader would meet it as one meets a sign beside a familiar thing. At eye level, even though the atlas page itself lay on a table, she lowered the leaf and considered the difference. It was not a problem of size. The model label was smaller than the maps, but its scale alone did not account for the change. The label belonged to a view experienced from a position. Lamps seen in sequence, one after another, along an ordinary route. The garden index followed. Nora opened the broad section only to its comfortable angle. She did not read through its entries. The index had already been approved, and its purpose did not need to be established again. Yet its arrangement brought walls, entrances, courtyards, and garden passages into the order in which people encountered them. Some of those relations could be represented on a plan. Still, the index was shaped by movement at ground level. One came to a wall, passed a gate, crossed a court, or turned beside a planted edge. The harbor was no longer reduced to a whole surface beneath the eye. It rose around the person moving through it. Nora closed the section and let the broad guard settle beneath it. Last came the window guides. She raised the first fold, then the second. Each guide belonged to a view taken from a particular window. The harbor was seen outward from the chart house, not downward as a complete arrangement. Roof lines met the window frame. Walls rose or disappeared according to where one stood. Familiar changes could be compared because the position of the viewer remained understood. The folds opened by stages, just as they had during the fitting. With each movement, the viewpoint stayed near the person looking. Nora stopped before the whole group spread. She had seen enough. She closed the guides in reverse order, allowing each fold to rest before lowering the next. Their edges returned to alignment, and the wider guard disappeared beneath the grouped section. The room remained quiet around the row. Rain brushed the high window. Water continued along the courtyard channel beyond the covered passage. The repair room lamps made small, warm reflections on the steel ruler and left the linen-covered boards matte and calm at the upper edge of the table. Nora set her hands in her lap for a moment. The approved sequence Jonas had listed divided naturally into 2 groups. The first 3 pieces showed routes from above. Walking map, rain overlay, ferry facsimile. The next 3 brought the harbor back toward the height of ordinary experience. Model label, garden index, window guides. It was a sensible order. Nothing in it was mistaken. Yet when Nora imagined turning the finished pages, she felt the change between the 2 groups as a single broad step. A reader would spend the first half looking down over the harbor, then spend the second half looking outward from within it. The pieces would remain clear, but the atlas might feel as though it had 2 separate manners of reading. She looked again at the 6 temporary slips. The discovery was not hidden in any document. No maker had placed a private pattern among the pages. It arose only because the approved materials now shared one table and could be considered as a volume. Routes seen from above, routes experienced at eye level. Nora brought the walking map and model label a little closer together, without overlapping them. The contrast was immediate and gentle. The walking map opened the harbor as a surface. The model label brought the reader beside the lamps of the miniature route. One widened the view, the other placed it. Together they made an easy change of scale. She returned the model label to its slip. Then she paired the rain overlay in her mind with the garden index. The overlay followed water over paving and along channels, a pattern observed from above. The garden index followed the walls and passages people met while moving through the same cared-for harbor ground. Again, the relation was not one of repeated subject matter. It was a change in viewpoint. Finally, the ferry facsimile and window guides. The ferry route crossed the sheltered water as a line. The guides looked out across that water from established windows. One showed how movement could be drawn. The other showed how the harbor appeared to someone standing still. Nora's gaze traveled back along the row: walking map, model label, rain overlay, garden index, ferry facsimile, window guides. The materials could alternate between the broad view and the situated one. A reader would look down, then outward, down, then outward, across a route, then from a familiar place. The rhythm would keep the varied formats from gathering into two heavy groups. It would also distribute the thinner and thicker sections more evenly through the volume. That last point belonged to the binding as much as to browsing. Nora rose and moved to the side of the table, so she could see the edges at a shallow angle. The rain overlay and ferry facsimile, if placed together, created a slightly firmer run near the front. The garden index and window guides, grouped near the back, built a broader rise there. None of those differences would prevent binding. The linen posts and guards were designed to accommodate them. Still, alternating the sections would let the changes in thickness occur gradually. She did not rearrange them yet. The present sequence remained the verified one, and all 6 fitted guards still rested with their correct pieces. Before making the practical choice, she wanted to test the proposed rhythm without exposing any surface to unnecessary handling. Nora took the 6 clean waste slips from beneath the row one at a time. Their blue pencil marks concerned only guard width and temporary alignment. On the unused end of each slip, she wrote a short identifying word in Jonas's blue pencil: walking, rain, ferry, model, garden, windows. She left the approved materials where they were and carried only the slips into the center of the blotter. First, she arranged them in the verified order. 3 route views from above, followed by 3 views experienced from a position. She moved her hand above them as though turning imaginary pages. The change of viewpoint came once, at the midpoint. Then she made the alternating order she had noticed: walking, model, rain, garden, ferry, windows. Her hand moved above the slips again. The rhythm was quieter this way. Each broad diagrammatic view was followed by a section that returned the harbor to human height. Each eye-level section was followed by another opportunity to see the place as a whole. The movement did not call attention to itself. It simply gave the reader a natural change of distance from one item to the next. Nora tried one other arrangement, beginning with an eye-level section and then moving upward to a plan. She shifted model before walking and followed it with garden, then rain. The opening felt less settled. The walking map had introduced the building and its paths when the atlas work began, and it remained the clearest first orientation. Starting there required no explanation. Nora returned walking to the first position. She tried leaving the window guides before the ferry facsimile. That placed the stationary view before the line across the water, but it also made the final movement return to a route seen from above. The guides offered a gentler last section because their folds narrowed the view in stages and brought the eye back toward the chart house. She restored ferry before windows. The 6 slips now lay in the proposed order: walking, model, rain, garden, ferry, windows. Nora read the words once, not as a recap of their contents, but as a check against the approved set. All 6 remained present. No new document had entered the sequence, no earlier work had changed. Only the relation between the sections was being considered. She placed the slips in a vertical stack and tapped their lower edges lightly against the blotter. Then she spread them once more in the same order. At the far side of the table, the actual materials remained undisturbed. Their guards waited beside them, already fitted to their individual thicknesses and folds. Because the guards belonged to the pieces rather than to numbered positions, changing the order would require no alteration to the approved material. The arrangement remained fully reversible until the sewing began. Nora returned to her chair. She picked up the bone folder inherited from her former workshop and laid it across the lower edges of the 6 slips. Its familiar weight kept them from shifting in the small current of air from the room's vent. The alternating pattern remained visible above it. She did not call it a design hidden in the collection. It was only a useful rhythm discovered during handling. The harbor could be understood from a plan and from a person's place within it. The atlas had gathered both kinds of view, and giving them turns would make browsing easier. Beyond the repair room door, the covered passage led to the reading room where the empty cradle waited. Nora could picture the finished volume there without pretending it was finished now. The boards were still separate. The linen posts remained in their jar. The 12 lengths of thread still lay parallel beneath the cloth. No all-hole had been made, and the blunt needle remained unthreaded. There was ample work ahead, all of it bounded by the 2 familiar rooms. Nora drew a fresh slip of waste paper from the stack and copied the proposed sequence in blue pencil. She wrote slowly enough that each word remained distinct. Walking map, model label, rain overlay, garden index, fairy facsimile, window guides. Beneath the list, she added only, alternate overhead and eye-level views. Check thickness before sewing. She set this working note beside Jonas's original note, rather than covering it. The daytime sequence remained visible. Her proposed sequence rested next to it, ready to be tested against the actual sections in the next stage of work. Then she lifted the bone folder from the temporary slips and returned each slip to the approved item it named. Walking went beneath the walking map. Model moved beneath the support leaf. Rain returned to the overlay. Garden to the broad index. Fairy to the folded facsimile. Windows to the grouped guides. For the first time that evening, the row of materials reflected the rhythm she had found. Nora moved them with both hands, supporting every section from beneath. When the final guide settled into place, the table showed a gradual alternation of surfaces and thicknesses. Clear sheet followed supported label. Broad index separated overlay from facsimile. The grouped window folds rested at the end. Nothing had been attached. Nothing had been forced. Nora checked the names on the slips against the 2 blue pencil notes. 6 approved pieces, 6 fitted guards, 1 proposed order. The relation was clear, and the next action was equally clear. She would test the stack in that sequence. Make any small allowance required by its thickness, and only then prepare the linen posts for sewing. She covered the thread ends once more with a clean cloth. The rain continued softly at the high window. Under the lamps, the alternating sections waited in an orderly line, each still separate, each supported by its own guard, and each ready to take its measured place between the linen-covered boards. Nora began with the sequence rather than the thread. She cleared the center of the blotter and brought the 2 blue pencil notes close enough to compare. Jonas's note preserved the approved contents in their daytime order. Her own working note recorded the alternating arrangement she had just tested. Walking map, model label, rain overlay, garden index, fairy facsimile, window guides. All 6 pieces were present. Their contents were unchanged. Each remained with the guard fitted to its own fold, thickness and movement. Nora slid the walking map into the clear space before her. She placed its guard along the prepared inner edge, supporting the repaired folder, while she checked the alignment at head and foot. The guard projected by the same narrow measure at both ends. When she opened the folder, the hinge moved freely. When she closed it, the map returned to rest without shifting. She set it at the left side of the blotter. The model label came next. Nora handled the full support leaf, rather than the smaller label fixed within it. Its guard still held the placement she had marked on the waist slip. She raised the leaf once and watched the head and foot travel together. Then she lowered it and placed the section over the walking map, with a sheet of release paper between them for the moment. The difference in viewpoint had a physical rhythm as well as a reading rhythm. The repaired folder made a broad, yielding first section. The support leaf above it was lighter and simpler. Their inner edges met evenly without creating a sudden rise. Nora added the rain overlay next. The wider fold she had given its guard provided room for the clear, protective arrangement. She opened it only far enough to confirm that the map below remained sheltered, and that the overlay's outer edge did not catch against the model label support. The transparent sheet made its restrained whisper, then settled. The garden index followed, broad and flexible on its more generous hinge. Then came the fairy facsimile, its established fold holding a soft curve. Last, Nora placed the grouped window guides, whose layers would open one after another. She removed the temporary release papers from between the sections and set them in a neat pile. The actual materials now rested in the alternating order. Nora bent close enough to see the inner edges without leaning over the surfaces. The fitted guards formed a narrow stepped line. Their folds differed by small amounts. Yet the places prepared for sewing aligned from the head of the atlas to the foot. She laid one linen-covered board below the stack and the other above it. The boards did not yet enclose the sections in a finished binding. Nora used them first as a measure. She held the stack gently between them and looked along the foredge. No item extended beyond the protection of the covers. At the inner edge, the guards occupied the space intended for the linen posts. The alternating thicknesses rose gradually instead of gathering into two separate ridges. That confirmed the practical value of the order. The rhythm Nora had noticed would make browsing easier, but it also gave the structure a calmer shape. A broad section was followed by a lighter one. A clear protective arrangement was followed by a flexible index. A folded facsimile was followed by guides whose thickness accumulated in stages. She lifted the upper board and placed it back near the lamps. The sections remained stacked on the lower board. Nora rested 2 fingers over the guarded margin and opened the walking map at the bottom just enough to see its first movement. It turned away from the post area without strain. Above it, the model label support waited at a different scale and in a different posture. The sequence moved from looking down to looking outward, then back again with the overlay and index. Nora closed the map. There was no reason to test the contents further. The arrangement had answered both questions placed before it: how the atlas would browse, and how its varied materials would sit together. She copied the final sequence onto a clean, narrow slip in Jonas's blue pencil. This slip was still a workshop aid, not a permanent atlas label. She set it above the stack where she could see it while sewing. Then she reached for the jar of linen posts. Each post was a narrow prepared strip, firm enough to hold the sewing and flexible enough to move with the guarded sections. Nora tipped 6 of them onto the clean cloth beside the stack. They landed without sound. She returned the jar upright and arranged the posts in a line. 1 post would support each guarded item. Their visible lengths matched, but she checked them against the steel ruler anyway. The first met the required measure exactly. So did the second. The remaining 4 differed by no more than the slight softness of their cut ends. Nora squared them together, and passed the broadside of her bone folder over the group. The tool inherited from her former workshop did not flatten the linen. It merely persuaded the strips to lie in the same direction, with their woven edges aligned. She separated them again. The first post went beside the walking map's guard. Nora brought the prepared holes into alignment and inserted the awl only where the guard's marked sewing stations required it. The awl entered the cork beneath the work and came out cleanly. She made each opening with a small turn of her wrist, then returned the awl to its cork rest. The visible change was precise. The first guard and its linen post now shared a row of aligned openings. She repeated the action for the model label support. Then the rain overlay, whose wider hinge remained clear of the sewing line. Then the garden index. Then the fairy facsimile. Then the window guides. Nora kept each fitted pair together as she worked. She did not pierce the approved maps, label, index, facsimile, or guides themselves. The sewing belonged to the prepared guards and linen posts. Their purpose was to carry the binding so the documents did not have to. When all 6 pairs were ready, she covered the approved surfaces with clean sheets and uncovered the 12 lengths of undyed linen thread. They remained parallel beneath the cloth. Nora lifted one strand by its end. It carried a slight memory of the table but no knot or crossing. She ran it between her fingers, feeling the twist. The thread was smooth enough that it did not require much wax. She drew it once across the corner of the beeswax, then once through the linen cloth to remove any excess. The strand became a little more obedient without looking coated. She threaded the blunt needle. The eye accepted the linen on the second careful pass. Nora drew through a working length and left the tail loose. No knot would sit against the paper. The fastening would be made within the linen structure, where it could be reached again if the atlas ever needed to be taken apart. She began with the walking map. The first needle passage entered the post, crossed the guard at its prepared station, and returned through the next opening. Nora drew the thread until it lay against the linen, then stopped before tightening. She placed one finger over the stitch and tested the guard's movement. It opened. She drew the thread a little closer. The stitch settled into the weave without biting into it. Nora continued down the row, keeping the pull even. Each passage joined the guard to the post, while leaving the hinge free to bend beyond the sewing line. At the final station, she turned the work and came back through the alternating openings. The return made a simple, balanced line. There was no decoration in it. The thread's usefulness was visible in the way it held the post and guard together without gathering either one. Nora secured the ends within the linen and trimmed only the excess. The walking map now had a sewn post. She opened the folder once more. The post remained still while the guard moved. The repaired map did not feel the pull of the stitch. Nora placed the finished section on the lower board and drew the model label toward her. Its support leaf required fewer adjustments because the fitted guard already held it evenly. She waxed a second length of thread with the same single pass, threaded the blunt needle, and began. In and back. Across the prepared opening. Along the linen post. Her hands moved without hurry. The dark window above the table reflected a muted shape of the lamps, broken now and then by the rain. Beyond the repair room door, water continued through the courtyard channel. The sound did not mark time so much as smooth it. When the second post was sewn, Nora laid the model label section over the walking map. The alternating order had begun to acquire structure. She worked on the rain overlay next. Because its guard was broader, she checked the free hinge after every second stitch. The transparent material stayed beneath its clean cover, while Nora handled only the inner margin. Each time she raised the guard, the protective arrangement followed without rubbing. The garden index came after it. Its linen thread made an even pale line against the post. Nora kept the tension light at first, then passed back along the stitches and tightened them in small stages. She did not pull from the end and force all the slack toward one point. She worked from the center outward, then from the center toward the other end, allowing the linen to settle uniformly. The post lay flat. The broad index opened on its guard with room for its natural curve. Nora added it to the stack. 4 sections now rested between no more than the lower board and their own weight. Seen from the foredge, they made a gradual rise. Seen from the guarded margin, the linen posts formed 4 separate pale bands, ready to be assembled into the larger structure. The fairy facsimile required the same patient sewing. Its fold remained closed, while Nora joined guard to post. When she tested it afterward, the facsimile opened along the crease it already possessed. Nothing in the binding asked it to learn a new movement. Last came the window guides. Nora placed one hand lightly over their grouped folds, so they would not spread while she worked at the inner margin. The wider guard left the layers room to travel. She sewed the linen post with the same balanced line, then opened the guides in stages. First fold, second fold, the next shallow layer. The post stayed aligned. The guard moved. The folds opened in their familiar order. Nora closed them in reverse and added the final section to the stack. All 6 approved items now carried their own linen posts. They remained separate sections, but they could no longer drift from the guards fitted for them. The practical choice made from Nora's discovery had become visible on the table. Broad view followed eye-level view, 3 times, each held by its own quiet line of undyed thread. She returned the unused thread lengths beneath the square of cloth. 6 remained, still parallel, ready if any later adjustment required them. The used ends went into the small thread dish rather than onto the blotter. Before bringing the posts together, Nora prepared the thumb tabs. They were simple folded extensions cut from the same strong paper as the guards. Jonas had left a narrow strip beside the boards, sufficient for 6 small tabs. Nora measured equal widths and used the bone folder to define each fold. She did not write new titles on them. The tabs needed only to offer a gentle place for the thumb and to show the changing sections along the foredge. Their positions would alternate down the page edge, just as the viewpoints alternated through the volume. Nora placed the first tab near the upper part of the walking map's support edge. The second sat slightly lower on the model label leaf. The rain overlays tab returned upward by a measured step, and the garden index followed below it. The fairy facsimile and window guides completed the same quiet pattern. She attached each tab only to its approved support, folder, or protective arrangement, never to the original surface. The joins were reversible and narrow. After placing one, she folded it around the edge and pressed it beneath the linen cloth with the rounded end of her bone folder. 6 small projections appeared along the foredge. They were modest enough not to interrupt the closed line of the atlas. When Nora passed her thumb lightly down them, however, the sections could be distinguished without lifting one page after another. A higher tab led to a view from above. The next, set lower, led to an eye-level view. The motion repeated through the volume. She tested the first pair. The walking map opened from its upper tab. Nora closed it. The model label opened from the lower tab. She closed that too. The change of posture was easy to feel even without studying the material. One section spread into a broad orientation. The next presented a situated guide. The tabs made the rhythm available to the hand. Nora tested the remaining 4 in the same restrained way. No tab pulled against a guard. None extended beyond the protection of the linen-covered boards when the stack was squared. She placed the upper board over the sections and aligned it with the lower one. The inner margins remained open. The individual linen posts could be seen between the boards, 6 pale strips in their chosen order. Nora drew them into alignment with the ruler, touching only their outermost edges. Then she passed a fresh length of linen thread beneath the first prepared channel of the lower board. This thread would gather the posts into the binding. She did not tighten it all at once. Nora guided it around the first post, then the second, keeping a finger's breadth of ease, while the remaining sections found their position. The third post joined the line, then the fourth, fifth, and sixth. At the upper board, the thread entered its prepared channel and returned through the structure. The boards and sections now belonged to one loose assembly. Nora lifted the upper cover a little. The walking map's guard turned. The post remained supported. She lowered the cover and drew the gathering thread closer by a small amount. Then she tested the model label. Then the rain overlay. At each stage, she balanced firmness against movement. A binding that looked neat but resisted opening would not serve the reading room. A binding left too loose would allow the sections to shift. The useful place lay between, where the posts held an even line, and the guards still performed their work. Nora tightened from the middle outward. She drew a little slack from the third post, then the fourth. She returned to the second, then the fifth. The first and sixth came last. The linen settled gradually, distributing the pull across the prepared structure. The spine narrowed into a regular shape. She repeated the process at the second gathering channel. Again, she began with ease, passed through every prepared place, and tightened in small stages. The upper and lower boards came into alignment, without squeezing the varied sections between them. When Nora opened the atlas a few degrees, the new spine flexed as one line. She did not call the binding complete. The linen still needed time to settle. The guards would be checked again after the structure had rested, and the final tension belonged to the next round of handling. For now, the sewing held, the sections opened, and the alternating order remained clear. Nora closed the upper board. Along the foredge, 6 thumb tabs formed a small, measured pattern. At the inner edge, the linen posts stood evenly between the covers. Nothing had been added to the approved contents, and nothing within them had changed. She laid the clean linen cloth over the closed assembly, leaving the spine visible. Then she placed the bone folder beside it and returned the blunt needle to its tray. The awl went back into its cork rest. The beeswax returned to the shallow dish. The unused thread remained straight beneath its square of cloth. Rain moved softly over the high window. On the table, the atlas rested within its linen-covered boards for the first time. Its sections were sewn but not yet given their final settling pressure. Its pale spine held an even, adjustable line, ready for Nora's next careful check before the short journey to the reading room. Nora left the closed atlas beneath the clean linen cloth for several minutes. She did not move away from the repair table. The waiting was part of the work. Line and thread changed slightly after the hands released it, giving back any tension that had been held only by the last pull. Guards that had been opened and closed many times during fitting also needed a little time to return to their ordinary resting shape. Rain moved softly over the high window. The sound had grown finer, as though the drops were smaller now, though they still came steadily enough to blur the dark glass. In the covered passage, the courtyard channel carried a narrow run of water toward the harbor drain. Nora sat with her hands resting loosely in her lap. The evening's question had been answered at the repair table. The approved materials did not need to remain in 2 separate groups. First the roots seen from above, and then the roots experienced at eye level. Alternating them gave the atlas an easier rhythm. It also distributed their different thicknesses more evenly between the linen-covered boards. That choice was now present in the structure itself. Walking map, then model label. Rain overlay, then garden index. Fairy facsimile, then window guides. The order changed the manner of browsing without changing a single approved item. Each section remained supported by its own fitted guard. Each could open according to its established fold. The thumb tabs made the rhythm available at the foredge, while the linen posts held the inner edge in one measured line. Nora lifted the clean cloth. The atlas had not shifted. Its boards remained aligned, and the 6 tabs still sat within their alternating positions. She placed 2 fingers lightly against the new spine and felt no ridge where one post rose above another. She opened the upper board only a little. The first guard moved easily. Nora held the atlas at that small angle and watched the linen gathering threads. They stayed settled in their channels. No loop lifted away from a post, and no thread drew so tightly that it pressed a hollow into the linen. She lowered the board. At the center of the spine, there was the slightest remaining ease in one gathering thread. It was not enough to let the sections wander. It was simply the small allowance she had kept while bringing the boards together. Nora drew the thread toward her by a few millimeters. She did not pull from the loose end alone. With the rounded end of her bone folder, she guided the ease from the 4th post toward the center, then from the 3rd post toward the same point. The linen moved gradually. When the small loop reached her fingers, she tightened it only until it matched the line above and below. The spine became even again. Nora tested the upper board. It opened without resistance. She tested the window guides at the back. Their folds began one after another, with the guard moving before the layered section. She closed them in reverse order and watched the final fold settle beneath the cover. Nothing else required tightening. She secured the gathering thread within the linen structure, leaving the fastening reachable if the atlas ever needed adjustment. The excess was short, but she trimmed it cleanly with the thread snips and placed the end in the small dish with the others. The physical work had narrowed. There would be no more arranging, no more choice of sequence, and no more sewing that night. What remained was the return path from the repair table to a clean, level support in the reading room, followed by light, even pressure while the guards settled. The angled cradle would wait nearby. It would serve the atlas later, when the settling pressure had been removed and the volume was ready to be opened for browsing. Tonight, the new binding needed to rest closed and flat. Nora cleared the root first. She returned the thread snips to their tray. The blunt needle already lay beside the awl in its cork rest. She moved the jar of unused linen posts to the upper shelf and covered the 6 remaining lengths of undyed thread with the square of clean cloth. Her bone folder stayed on the table. She would use it once more before carrying the volume. At the far end of the repair table waited 2 clean boards. One was broad enough to serve as a level support beneath the atlas. The other was a pressing board, smooth and slightly larger than the closed volume. Beside them stood 2 light weights, plain cloth-covered blocks, each easy to lift in one hand. Nora inspected both boards under the lamp. Their surfaces were smooth and dry. No thread end or paper scrap clung to either one. Their corners had been softened by use, and both were wide enough to support the atlas without pressing against its spine. She carried the support board to the reading room first. Holding it upright against one forearm, she crossed the covered passage. The rain-dark courtyard lay open beside her. Water followed the shallow channel in a steady line. The scent of wet stone had softened, and the air beneath the slate roof felt cool without being cold. Inside the reading room, the single lamp still shone over the central table. The atlas cradle waited where Nora had seen it earlier, its 2 padded supports making a low angle. The shallow archival box remained open nearby, now empty except for the temporary folders that had held the approved material. Nora chose the clear end of the central table beside the cradle. She passed her hand above the surface without touching it, checking the space and the light. Then she lowered the clean support board onto the table. It rested flat. She pressed one corner lightly, then another. The board did not rock. Its full lower surface met the table, giving the closed atlas a clean, level place to settle. Nora returned to the repair room for the pressing board and the weights. She carried the pressing board first and laid it on the side table. Then she made one more short crossing with a weight in each hand. Their cloth-covered bases rested quietly when she placed them beside the board, leaving enough clear space around the lower support for the atlas to be set down without obstruction. The cradle remained empty. Its padded slopes would be useful after the pressure came off. For now it waited beside the level board, familiar and ready without being asked to support the settling volume. Nora made the short return to the repair room. Only the atlas and her bone folder remained in the central workspace. Around them, the evening's tools had resumed their ordinary places. The unused linen thread lay parallel beneath the cloth. The ruler rested beside the cutting mat. The lamp made a pale line along the spine of the closed volume. Nora placed a fresh sheet of release paper over the closed atlas, then laid the clean linen cloth above it. With both palms, she smoothed the cloth from the center toward the edges. The motion did not press the boards downward. It only removed a shallow fold so that the cloth would not catch while she made her final check. She set the bone folder near the spine and used its broad side to settle the cloth along that edge. The familiar tool moved in one slow pass from head to foot. Beneath it, the linen posts remained straight. Then Nora lifted away the cloth and released paper. She checked the board edges one final time. They met evenly at head, foot, and foredge. The tabs did not project beyond their protection. At the spine, the linen posts formed a regular band between the covers. The guards were held firmly enough to remain aligned, but the structure had not been tightened into stiffness. She slid her hands beneath the lower board. The atlas was heavier than the loose stack she had brought from the reading room, though not by much. Its weight now felt gathered rather than scattered. The linen-covered boards supported the whole volume, and the posts prevented the sections from shifting against one another. Nora lifted it level. She left the linen cloth on the repair table. The atlas needed no wrapping for the few sheltered steps between rooms. Its covers were closed, its foredge protected, and both of her hands supported the lower board. At the repair room door, she paused only long enough to make sure the passage was clear. Then she crossed. The courtyard water made the same low sound beside the wall. Rain touched the slate above her, muted by the roof. The harbor beyond the courtyard remained a deeper, slower presence beneath both sounds. Nora walked at the pace the volume allowed. There was no need to hold it tightly. Her fingers rested beneath the lower board, and her thumbs lay against the outer edges without pressing inward. The journey took only a few moments. In the reading room, she approached the clean support board from its open side. She lowered the atlas until its lower cover met the level surface evenly. One hand remained near the head and the other near the foot until the full weight had passed from her hands to the board. The atlas lay flat. Nora adjusted it by less than a finger's width, centering it so that the support extended equally around the head, foot, and foredge. The spine stayed within the board's protection without touching anything at its outer edge. The volume had reached its resting place for the night. The reading room was not yet arranged for morning visitors. The archival box remained open. The central lamp was still set for evening work. No guide had been placed beside the cradle, and no chair had been drawn forward. Those tasks belonged to another shift. Tonight, the level support served only for settling. The cradle beside it would remain empty until the light pressure was removed, and the atlas was ready to be opened. Nora laid a fresh sheet of release paper over the upper cover. She smoothed it once with the flat of her hand, moving from the center outward. The paper extended beyond the atlas on every side, forming a clean barrier between the linen-covered board and the pressing board above it. Nora lifted the pressing board from the side table. She held it level with both hands and lowered it onto the release paper. It met the closed atlas evenly, without sliding. Its surface covered the volume and spread its own slight weight across the upper board. Nora placed the first light weight near the head of the pressing board. The second went near the foot. She positioned them at equal distances from the center, neither one close to the spine, and neither one near enough to an outer edge to make the board tilt. Then she stood back and looked along the table. The support beneath the atlas was level. The pressing board above it lay parallel to the covers. The two weights shared their mild pressure evenly from head to foot. No part of the volume was held at an angle. Nora rested one fingertip against the pressing board. There was no movement. She removed her hand and watched for another moment. The guards beneath the closed covers were being asked only to rest evenly, not to take a sharper fold. The linen posts held the sections in their alternating order. The light weights encouraged the whole volume to settle into the shape it had already been given. That was enough. Nora gathered the empty temporary folders from the archival box. She stacked them without closing the box and carried them back to the repair room. They would return to storage later, but they no longer needed to remain around the atlas. On the repair table, she placed Jonas's original blue pencil note above her working note. The first confirmed the approved material. The second recorded the sequence used for binding. Nora drew one short blue pencil line beneath the final item on her list. She added no description of the contents and no new question. The physical order in the reading room was clear. She left both notes together at the edge of the blotter. Her bone folder still lay beside the ruler. Nora wiped it with the clean linen cloth, using the same dry corner as before. Then she placed it in its shallow tray. The tool inherited from her former workshop had fitted guards, settled folds, guided thread, and smoothed the cloth beside the new spine. Its work for the evening was finished. Nora turned off the second repair lamp. The room grew softer, leaving the shaded lamp above the table. She did not make a circuit of the chart house. The long map room, model room, print cupboard, and window gallery remained outside the evening's route. Everything needed had moved between the repair room and reading room, and the path between them had already narrowed to a few familiar steps. She crossed the covered passage once more. In the reading room, the atlas rested flat between the clean support board below and the release paper and pressing board above. The two light weights remained evenly placed. Nothing about the arrangement invited opening. The thumb tabs were hidden safely within the covers. At the inner edge, the linen spine could still be seen as a pale, regular line. Nora checked only what was already before her. The lower board remained steady on the table. The atlas stayed centered upon it. The release paper showed smooth around the edges, and the pressing board had not shifted. One weight stood near the head and the other near the foot, their positions balanced across the closed volume. The empty cradle waited beside them. It needed no adjustment. Later, after the pressure had been removed, it would support the atlas at a shallow angle for display and browsing. Tonight, its stillness helped mark the boundary between the work that had been done and the room preparations still to come. Nora lowered the reading room lamp by one step. The circle of light contracted around the level board, the closed volume, and the two weights. Beyond it, the tables and chairs receded into quiet dimness. The rain at the windows sounded softer here than in the repair room, muted by the curtains and the deeper proportions of the room. Nora did not prepare anything for readers. She did not remove the weights, open the cover, move the atlas to the cradle, or turn to the walking map. The volume had reached the place intended for its undisturbed rest, but it still needed time beneath the mild, even pressure before the final check. Morning readiness could wait for the next evening. For now, the answer lay in the closed volume. Roots seen from above alternated with roots met at eye level. Broad sheets and lighter supports rested in an even progression. Each approved piece remained unchanged, yet the atlas could now carry a reader gently between ways of knowing the ordinary harbor. Nora stood beside the central table until the arrangement no longer seemed newly placed. Then she stepped back. The return path ended at the level support beside the waiting cradle. Rain remained beyond the windows and along the covered passage. The release paper lay smooth over the closed volume. The pressing board rested above it, and the two light weights held their balanced places. Beneath them, the atlas lay flat and quiet, while its new spine kept one even line from head to foot. Nora remained beside the central table, while the atlas rested beneath the pressing board. The two light weights kept their places, one near the head and one near the foot. Between them, the board lay level across the closed volume. Beneath the atlas, the clean support board lay flat on the table, extending evenly around the covers. Nothing in the arrangement needed to be hurried. The linen thread had already been drawn to its useful tension. The guards had already been fitted, folded, tested, and sewn to their posts. The 6 approved sections had already taken their final order. Now the quiet pressure of the level board and balanced weights allowed those small movements to settle into an ordinary resting shape. Nora watched the visible edge of the spine. It remained even from head to foot. The pale linen did not rise at one post or dip at another. Where the gathering thread crossed the structure, each turn lay close without cutting into the woven surface. The line was firm enough to hold the sections together, and gentle enough to let the guards move when the volume was opened later. Rain passed over the reading room windows in a fine, steady brushing. The curtains softened it. From the covered passage came the lower sound of water, continuing through the courtyard channel. Farther beyond, the sheltered harbor met the inner quay with a slow movement that was more easily felt in the quiet than heard as a separate sound. Nora let her hands rest at her sides. Her shoulders had lowered during the work. The careful forward position she had used for folding and sewing was no longer needed. She stood upright now, balanced comfortably on both feet, with no reason to lean over the table. The atlas could rest without her touch. She took one slow step toward the end of the table and looked along the pressing board from that angle. The first weight sat squarely on its cloth-covered base. The second matched it at the other end. Neither had shifted toward the spine. The board remained level, sharing its mild pressure across the closed volume. The atlas lay flat on the support board beneath it. No tab extended beyond the covers. No guard showed at the foredge. Nora returned to the middle of the table. There was no new adjustment to make. The small remaining ease in the gathering thread had already been guided towards the center and taken up evenly in the repair room. The covers had stayed aligned through the short crossing. The guards were resting under the light pressure intended for them. Nora placed 2 fingertips on the edge of the pressing board. She did not push. She felt only for steadiness. The board remained still. She lifted her fingers away. The thumb tabs waited inside the covers, hidden by the board and the gentle pressure above it. Their alternating positions would be useful when the atlas was opened, but there was no need to touch them now. Nora stood quietly until the impulse to check once more had passed. Experienced hands knew the difference between attention and interference. During fitting, every small resistance had asked for observation. During sewing, every length of thread had asked for balanced tension. During settling, the useful action was mostly to leave the work alone. The rain made that easy. Its sound filled the outer edges of the reading room without drawing Nora toward the windows. The harbor needed no inspection. The courtyard channel followed its familiar slope. The covered passage remained dry beneath its slate roof. The 2 rooms of the evening held everything that belonged to the work. Nora turned her head toward the passage. Across it, the repair room lamp still gave a shaded glow. The central table there was no longer crowded with separate sections. The awl rested in its cork support. The needle and snips had returned to their tray. The bone folder lay in its shallow tray beside the ruler, wiped clean after its last pass along the linen. 6 unused lengths of undyed thread remained parallel beneath the square of cloth. Nora did not go back to count them. She had already covered them and seen that they lay straight. The thread used in the atlas was here before her, holding the posts in one regular spine. The thread left on the repair table could remain where it was. The reading room light was soft enough for rest, and clear enough for the final view of the binding. Its warm circle ended near the edges of the central table. Beyond that circle, the room's familiar furniture stayed quiet in shadow. The reading room had not been prepared for visitors. No chair had been brought forward. The atlas had not been opened for browsing. The light weights still stood on the pressing board, and the clean release paper remained between the board and the linen-covered volume. Those conditions were exactly right for this part of the evening. Morning arrangements belonged to another shift. Tonight, the volume needed only to remain closed. Nora followed the outline of the atlas with her eyes. The upper cover beneath the release paper was smooth and level. Its linen covering held the same quiet tone as the prepared boards had shown on the repair table, though now the 2 covers enclosed a single gathered structure. At the inner edge, the posts made a narrow spine rather than 6 separate strips. That was the final completion state of the evening. The atlas was bound. The statement required no ceremony. It described a useful physical fact. The approved sections were collated, guarded, sewn, tabbed, and held between their linen-covered covers. They could no longer drift apart on temporary slips. They had become one volume, still reversible in its construction, and still able to open without strain. Nora let the fact settle as quietly as the guards beneath the board. She did not imagine the atlas full of readers or picture the room in the morning. She did not reopen its first cover to prove the order of the sections. The regular spine and the balanced covers were enough. A finer run of rain crossed the window. For a few moments, the sound seemed to draw nearer, then softened again. The change remained outside the glass. Within the reading room, nothing moved except the small shadows made by rain passing through the lamplight. The gathering thread showed as a narrow, warm line at the spine. Its measured tension was the same at the center as it was toward both ends. It had not tightened the posts into a rigid bar. The structure retained the slight flexibility that would allow the guarded sections to turn without drawing against their inner margins. Nora did not perform those movements again. She had already watched each section open at the repair table, first before sewing and then after the posts were joined. The resting atlas carried the results of those checks. What had needed space had been given space. What had needed support had been given support. Nothing beneath the pressing board required a further demonstration. She drew no more blue pencil lines. Jonas's note and her working note remained together in the repair room. One confirmed the approved material. The other recorded the final order used for the binding. Nothing else needed to be added tonight. The reading room lamp gave the pressing board a pale edge and left the cloth-covered weights softly rounded at their corners. There was no gleam from the atlas itself. The release paper and board protected its upper cover from direct light, while the spine showed as one narrow line beside them. Nora stepped back until she no longer stood within the lamp's central circle. From there, the arrangement became simpler. A table, a level support, a closed volume under a clean board, 2 light weights, a new spine resting evenly between the covers. The details of measuring and folding withdrew into the finished shape. The awl holes, The return stitches, the adjusted guards, and the small movements of thread were all still present, but none demanded separate attention. They worked together quietly. Nora's breathing matched the room. In the repair room, she had moved from item to item, from guard to ruler, from linen post to needle. Here there was no sequence left to advance. The return path had ended. The atlas lay flat on its support board, and the only continuing action was the gradual settling of paper, linen, and thread beneath a light, balanced pressure. She waited without counting the minutes. Rain continued beyond the curtains, and water continued through the courtyard channel. The harbor sound remained low beneath both. None of it asked Nora to leave the reading room or begin another circuit. One short passage led back to the repair room. Beyond it, the other rooms of the chart house remained unused. Nora knew them well enough now that their absence from the evening did not make the building feel incomplete. The long map room, model room, print cupboard, and window gallery did not need to be visited whenever work ended. Tonight's work had belonged to 2 tables, 2 lamps, and the few sheltered steps between them. The chart house could hold quiet rooms without requiring them to be checked. Nora stayed near the central table. Her hands remained empty. The careful work of the evening had passed out of them and into the structure before her. The linen posts held the sections. The guards held their useful folds. The covers protected the foredge. The pressing board spread the mild pressure of the weights across the flat volume. Beneath it, the guards were settling into the folds she had given them. Those folds were not sharp restraints. They were spaces shaped for movement, broad where the material needed breadth and narrow where a simpler leaf could turn with less allowance. Her bone folder had done its part, and now rested across the passage. The tool inherited from her former workshop had become smooth through years of such ordinary work. Tonight it had eased creases, aligned linen posts, guided the last small loop of thread, and settled linen without marking it. Nora did not need to hold it again. Its familiar shape could remain in the tray until another task called for it. The room grew quieter as she stopped listening for separate sounds. Rain and channel water blended into one soft outer layer. The harbor beneath them seemed to breathe slowly against the quay. Inside, the linen, paper, boards, cloth, and weights kept their positions. Nora lowered her gaze to the closed atlas. Its lower cover rested evenly on the support board. The clean release paper lay smooth over the upper cover. Above that, the pressing board remained parallel to the table. The light weights encouraged the guarded sections to settle together without forcing a sharper fold into any of them. The atlas was held, but not trapped. It was closed, but ready to open later. It was complete, but not displayed. Nora allowed herself one small nod. There was no further tightening to perform. No guard required refolding. No section needed to be removed or shifted. The alternating order had distributed the thicknesses as she intended. Broad view followed eye-level view and returned to the broad view again, while the structure carried those changes without a heavy rise at either end. The rhythm was inside the closed volume now. It did not need to be explained beside the table. It would be available later in the placement of the tabs and in the easy turning of one supported section after another. For this evening, it was enough that every piece had taken its measured place. The shaded lamp held the resting arrangement in a calm pool of light. The pressing board made a simple pale plane above the closed volume. One weight rested near each end. Beneath them, the linen spine ran straight and quiet. The atlas no longer looked like an unfinished stack. It also did not call attention to its completion. It rested as a well-made working volume should rest, supported and protected, with its structure visible only where that structure served the pages within. Across the covered passage, the shaded repair lamp continued to glow. Nora could see no reason to cross to it again. The tools there were already clean. The unused thread was covered. The two blue pencil notes lay together at the edge of the blotter, where Jonas could find them without searching. The repair table held no open section and no loose atlas cover. The glow simply marked the other end of the short route she had used all evening. Nora stood with her weight balanced comfortably between both feet. The forward bend of sewing had left no ache, only the pleasant sense that her hands had been exact for a long while and could now be still. She loosened her fingers once, then let them rest again at her sides. No new movement appeared beneath the pressing board. The pressure remained balanced. The atlas stayed centered. Its lower cover continued to meet the flat support board evenly. The clean release paper remained smooth beneath the level board. Nora lowered the reading room lamp by its final evening step. The board and weights remained visible within a smaller circle. The rest of the room receded gently. Rain-moot windows, quiet tables, and the covered passage formed a soft boundary around the work. She stayed beside the atlas while her eyes adjusted. The pale line of the spine remained visible. The linen carried the warm tone of the thread that had lain across the repair table at the beginning of the evening. What had begun as separate parallel lengths now held separate posts in one regular structure. 6 unused strands remained across the passage, and the used thread rested here in its ordinary purpose. The board cast a low shadow toward the spine without covering it. The two weights no longer seemed like separate objects needing placement. They had become part of the resting arrangement, mild and still, sharing their pressure through the level board. Nothing pressed unevenly on the guarded folds. Nothing drew the spine out of line. Nora watched only long enough to take in the whole state once. The atlas was centered. The pressing board lay level. One light weight rested near the head, and the other near the foot. The closed volume lay flat on its clean support. Its linen spine held an even line. That single observation was enough. Nora let her gaze soften. The next shift could begin from this stable state. The guards would have rested evenly. The light pressure could be removed when the room was prepared. Nothing had been left loose, and nothing required watching through the night. There was no need to picture the next evening in detail. The reading room would wait with its familiar tables and curtains. The repair room would wait with the ruler, awl, needle, snips, bone folder, and remaining thread. The atlas would wait beneath its board until the mild pressure had done all that was useful. Rain continued along the windows. Water continued through the courtyard channel. The harbor continued its slow movement against the inner quay. Within those familiar sounds the work receded. Folding had ended. Threading had ended. Tightening had ended. The short carrying route between the two rooms had ended at the level support. Nora stood for another breath, then another. She did not open the volume. She did not touch the weights again. She did not lean closer to separate one stitch from the next. The clean board lay level in the shaded light. The two light weights held their mild, balanced pressure. Beneath them, the completed reading room atlas rested flat and quiet, its new linen spine keeping one even line from head to foot. The Harbor Chart House, Episode 8, Before the Reading Room Opens. The paper gave a slight dry sigh as Nora Venn lifted the board from the atlas. It was not the sound of anything coming loose. It was only the small release that came after a broad, even weight had rested overnight on cloth, board, thread, and folded paper. Nora raised the pressing board with both hands, slowly enough that the faint resistance disappeared by degrees. Beneath it, the atlas remained flat on the repair room table, its blue cloth quiet in the warm pool of lamplight. She held the board above the volume for a moment. Her hands had expected its weight, but the ease with which it came away still left a pleasant lightness in her wrists. Then she turned and carried it to the cleared end of the table, where two narrow wooden bearers were waiting. She lowered it onto them without a knock. The room settled again. Outside the stone walls of the chart house, the sheltered harbor moved with its usual evening restraint. Water touched the inner quay in low, rounded sounds. Somewhere beyond the windows, a halyard made one soft tap against a mast, and then was still. The last of the daylight had thinned to a pearl-gray band, enough to show the shapes of the courtyard roofs, but not enough to cast a distinct shadow across the floor. Nora flexed her fingers once. She had arrived at a comfortable walking pace, neither brisk from the quay nor slowed by the damp air. Her shoulders were warm beneath her coat. Her breath had already become as quiet as the room. After setting down her bag, she had taken only the time needed to hang her coat, wash and dry her hands, and turn on the repair table lamp. The board had been the first thing she touched. Now the atlas lay uncovered. Its binding was complete. The blue cloth over the boards had settled smoothly, with the soft, woven dullness that cloth acquired, when it was no longer merely a material on a workbench, but part of a finished volume. The spine kept its rounded shape. At the foredge, the gathered leaves rested in an even block, interrupted only by the slim guards that allowed the maps to open without strain. Nora did not open it yet. That belonged to the first inspection, and the first inspection would be easier after the room was arranged for it. For now she looked along the edges, letting her eyes travel without touching. The atlas had spent the night under a board and carefully distributed weight. Nothing bowed upward. Nothing pressed beyond the square of the binding. The cloth caught a narrow line of light near one corner, then lost it when Nora shifted half a step. On the table beside the atlas lay the few things she had left ready. 2 clean blotters, a strip of smooth release paper, her bone folder, and a folded square of undyed cotton. They formed a short row rather than a full workstation. No paste stood in a dish. No repair tissue waited under glass. No loose section needed sewing. The making was over. Tonight's ordinary task was preparation. Before the reading room opened in the morning, the atlas needed to be taken from the repair room, checked in its cradle, and placed where a reader could use it without forcing the binding or leaning into window glare. A handling folder had to be set nearby. The table, chair, pencils, and blinds had to be left in their proper positions. At the end, Nora would leave Jonas a short handover note. It was a modest list, and every part of it belonged to rooms she knew. Still, there was no reason to hurry. The atlas had waited under weight through the day. The morning readers were many hours away. The chart house held the evening around Nora as steadily as it had held rain, fog, wind, and clear weather on other nights. She placed one hand near the lower board without lifting it. The cloth felt cool beneath the side of her little finger. With the other hand, she moved the bone folder farther from the atlas so there would be no chance of brushing it while she turned the volume. The folder was pale from years of use, with a softened point and a faint polish along one edge. It had come from her former workshop and had shaped hinges, folds, guards, and repairs long before she brought it to the harbor. Tonight it might help ease a crease in a temporary support or guide a fold in release paper. But the bound atlas itself required hands, not pressure. Nora picked up the cotton square and wiped a trace of dust from the empty place where the pressing board had rested. The dust was no more than a gray curve caught by the lamplight. It disappeared into the cloth, leaving the tabletop plain again. She folded the square inward and set it aside. The route for the evening was short. From the repair room, she would carry the atlas into the reading room. From there, she would go to the window gallery to judge the remaining light through the window guides, then back to the reading room table for the practical arrangement. Later, when everything was settled, the route would narrow toward the entrance. There would be no need to cross the whole building. The long map room could remain quiet. The model room needed no visit. Its harbor and tiny lamps were already settled. The kitchen held nothing required for the work. The covered passage and sheltered courtyard would stay at the edge of the evening, present in sound and changing light, but outside the path she had chosen. Nora liked a bounded route. It gave each room a clear purpose. The repair room was for lifting the atlas from its overnight rest. The reading room was for placing it into use. The window gallery would help her choose the gentlest light. The entrance would be the final point from which the house could wait for morning. She moved around the table and stood at the head of the atlas. The repair room lamp shone across the blue cloth rather than directly down upon it. From this angle, she could see the slight rise of the spine and the clean turn-ins at the corners. The volume was substantial, but not grand. It had been made for the public room, not for display behind glass. Its usefulness lay in how it gathered the harbor's ordinary life into one supported sequence. Paths, watercourses, ferry lights, garden walls, tide marks, and views that had become familiar through repeated looking. That purpose had already been resolved in the work. Nora did not need to explain it again to herself. She only had to prepare the volume so that another pair of hands could open it safely. She slid the first clean blotter a little nearer, then stopped. The atlas did not need to be transferred onto it. The table surface was clean, the cloth dry, the boards settled. Adding a layer merely because it was available would make the lift less certain. She returned the blotter to its place. The decision left the table simpler. A low current of air passed somewhere in the building. It did not reach the atlas, but Nora heard its effect in the covered passage. A brief whisper along the roof, followed by the soft tick of a hanging latch, returning to rest. The window above the repair sink showed the courtyard as overlapping planes of stone and dim glass. No rain marked it tonight. The panes held only the last even color of the sky. Nora stood still until the sound was gone. Her pace had slowed naturally since entering. She could feel the difference in the way she shifted her weight. On the quay, she had stepped around a shallow patch of damp stone and climbed the entrance step in one continuous motion. Here, each movement had room around it. Her feet rested fully before her hands began the next task. Her elbows stayed close to her sides. Even the small turn toward the shelf was unhurried. She took down the shallow carrying support kept for large volumes. It was a firm, cloth-covered board with two low grips beneath it, broad enough for the atlas, and light enough not to add unnecessary weight. Nora placed it on the repair table beside the volume, aligning the long edges. The support made no sound beyond a soft compression of cloth against wood. She checked the space between them. There was enough room for her fingers, and no tool lay in the path. The release paper remained folded well back. The cotton square was beyond her elbow. The pressing board stood securely on its bearers. The route from the table to the door was clear. This was the unfinished task at its simplest. Move one completed book from the place where it had settled to the place where it would be read. Nora turned toward the open repair room door. Beyond it, the short corridor led to the reading room. The lamps there were still off, but the room was not dark. Fading harbor light entered through the tall windows and spread over the tables in broad, cool rectangles. The nearest atlas cradle waited on the central table, its two padded sides lowered almost flat. A green thread handling folder rested on a side shelf, where it had been returned after the previous evening's work. The thread was too dark to show its color from here, but Nora knew the neat stitched edge. The folders had been repaired for use, not ornament, and the green thread made them easy to distinguish among the pale archival boards. She would bring one to the table after the atlas was safely placed. For the moment, she crossed the small distance to the doorway without carrying anything. Her steps were quiet on the boards. At the threshold, she paused, not to read the room label, but to look at the floor and the turn into the reading room. The way was unobstructed. She went as far as the central table and put her fingertips against one padded side of the cradle. The surface was smooth. She adjusted the two halves a little farther apart, making only an approximate space. The exact angle would depend on how the guards opened, and that could not be judged until the atlas was there. The cradle's movement produced a low fabric sound, like a sleeve drawn across a cushion. Nora left it open and looked toward the windows. The remaining daylight lay more strongly across the table nearest the gallery than across the central one. By morning, that balance would change. The window guides in the gallery recorded the familiar movement of light through the public rooms, and she would use them before deciding where the atlas should remain. She did not guess now. She simply noted the gray sheen on the tabletop and the faint reflection of the upper panes. The reading room had been left orderly. Chairs stood beneath the tables, neither pushed tightly in nor angled into the passage. The pencil tray was near Jonas's desk. The empty space reserved for the atlas remained clear. There was nothing to correct before the volume arrived. Nora returned to the repair room. The atlas looked unchanged beneath the lamp. Of course it was unchanged. Yet the uncovered cloth now seemed more fully part of the room, as if lifting the pressing board had allowed the color to enter the evening. Its blue was deeper than the window light and softer than the blue pencil Jonas used for his practical notes. No note waited beside it tonight. None was needed for the first lift. Nora placed both hands near the foredge and raised the upper board only the width of a finger. There was no tack, no pull, no sense of a leaf following when it should remain below. She lowered it again. That was enough for now. She moved to the side of the table, drew the carrying support close, and positioned her hands for the transfer. One palm would steady the lower board, while the other supported the spine. She rehearsed the movement once without lifting. Inward, across, and down. The distance was less than the length of her forearm. The harbor water touched the quay again. A pale reflection shifted on the repair room window and faded. Nora waited through one easy breath, then another. Her hands were warm and dry. Her stance was balanced. The path ahead held only the doorway, the short corridor, and the waiting cradle in the reading room. She bent her knees slightly and gathered the atlas into both hands. The blue cloth volume rose from the table as one settled piece. Its weight came evenly against her palms. Nora moved it across the narrow space and lowered it onto the carrying support, where it rested flat and secure. She straightened, keeping one hand lightly beside the spine. The pressing stage was behind it. The first inspection waited in the next room. Between those two states lay only a careful, familiar walk, and Nora stood ready to begin it. Nora slid her fingers beneath the two low grips of the carrying support and lifted. The atlas rose with it, level between her hands. Its weight was broad rather than difficult, spread across the cloth-covered board, and held close to her body. She waited until her arms had accepted it, then turned toward the open door. The repair room lamp remained behind her. Ahead, the corridor held a cooler shade of evening, and beyond that the reading room opened in long gray shapes. Nora crossed the threshold without touching either side. Her steps were short enough to keep the support steady, and the atlas did not shift. At the central table, she lowered the carrying support into the clear space beside the waiting cradle. The cloth beneath it met the tabletop with a softened sound. Nora kept her hands on the grips for another moment, allowing the weight to settle before she let go. The blue cloth boards remained square upon the support. Along the foredge, the gathered leaves formed the same calm, even block she had seen in the repair room. She drew the cradle closer. Its two padded sides could rise independently, meeting beneath a book at whatever angle its opening required. Nora loosened the small wooden stops, raised each side by a modest amount, and tightened them again. The cradle now formed a shallow valley, wide enough to receive the atlas without asking its spine to flatten. This was only a first setting. The guards would determine the final one. Nora moved to the far side of the table and placed both hands around the volume. She supported the lower board and spine, lifted the atlas from its carrying support, and lowered it into the cradle. The padded sides received it evenly. A narrow gap remained beneath the rounded spine, leaving it free rather than pressed against the central join. She checked that gap by sight. It was enough. The atlas sat with its foredge toward her, and its spine aligned along the cradle's center. Nora adjusted the left padded side by less than the width of her thumb. The lower board followed without scraping. When she stepped back, the blue cloth lay at a gentle angle, ready to open. She began with the upper board. One hand rested near the foredge corner, while the other supported the board closer to the spine. She lifted slowly. The hinge moved without stiffness. Cloth curved over the joint, and the first leaves remained where they belonged. The board reached the cradle and came to rest. Nora did not press it farther. She looked along the inner hinge, where the binding cloth disappeared beneath the first guarded leaf. No thread pulled. No paper rose in a narrow ridge. The joint had enough room to move, and no more than it needed. She turned the first leaf. It was not one of the maps. It was the plain opening leaf that gave the volume a quiet beginning and kept the working material away from the inside of the board. Nora took it at the outer edge and let it pass through a low arc. The paper settled against the left side of the cradle. The first guard appeared at the inner margin of the next opening. It was a narrow folded support, sewn into the binding so the attached sheet could turn without drawing the whole opening down toward the spine. Nora slipped 2 fingers beneath the outer edge of the leaf and raised it until the fold of the guard became visible. The paper did not resist. The guard opened in stages, first the near fold, then the second, each taking a small share of the movement. At no point did the map have to bend sharply where it met the binding. Nora watched the inner margin as she lowered the leaf to the left. A slim strip of guard remained visible between the map and the sewn section. It lay flat, with no crease crossing its hinge. The cradle held both sides of the atlas below the point at which the opening would have pulled against the spine. She adjusted the right padded support upward by 1 notch. The change was small but visible. The unopened leaves rose closer to the level of the turn section, reducing the drop across the center. Nora loosened the wooden stop, lifted the support with her palm, and secured it again. When she returned the map to the right, the leaf traveled through an easier arc. She opened it once more. This time she watched the whole motion rather than the guard alone. The board remained supported. The spine kept its rounded shape. The page crossed the center and came to rest without a spring backward. The fold of the guard opened fully, but did not become taut. That was the angle she wanted. Nora left the atlas open for a few breaths. The first map lay within its margins, familiar in its colors and scale, but she did not follow its roots. Tonight the subject of each sheet mattered less than the way the volume carried it. The atlas did not need its contents recounted. It needed to open safely, remain legible, and close again without strain. She moved through 3 more guarded openings. At each one, she used the same reversible sequence. She lifted from the outer edge, allowed the guard to unfold, watched the inner margin, and returned the leaf before moving on. The sheets varied in size, but none extended beyond the protected edges of the boards. One folded map required an extra moment, because its outer panel had settled close against the next leaf. Nora separated the 2 with the flat of her fingers and let the folded panel remain closed. There was no reason to unfold it during a binding check. The visible state of the atlas changed as she worked. Its compact block became a supported opening. A few leaves gathered on the left, a larger section rested on the right, and the blue boards stood at balanced angles beneath them. The volume no longer looked as it had under the pressing board. It had moved from rest into use, without losing the quiet shape given to it at the bench. Nora returned to the first guarded opening and then closed the atlas in reverse. The map crossed back to the right. The guard folded neatly into its allotted space. The plain opening leaf followed. Last came the upper board, guided down by both hands until blue cloth met the text block with barely a sound. Nothing had caught beneath it. She ran her gaze along the foredge. It was even again. The cradle could stay at its present angle. When the atlas was reopened for a reader, the two supports would meet the boards before the opening could pull at the spine. Nora turned each wooden stop once more to make certain it held, using only finger pressure. Then she went to the side shelf for the handling folder. The folder was pale archival board, broad enough to carry a loose reference sheet or to provide a clean resting place beside the atlas. Along its fold, dark green thread made a line of compact stitches. Anika's work was precise without being showy. The thread lay close to the board, and its ends had been finished so neatly that Nora could find them only by turning the folder toward the light. She carried it to the central table. At first she placed it to the right of the cradle, where there was a generous clear space. She opened it flat, keeping its stitched fold away from the atlas. The green thread formed a narrow, dark line between the two pale panels. Nora tested the arrangement by standing where a reader would stand before sitting down. The folder was easy to reach, but opening it fully brought its left edge closer to the atlas than she preferred. A reader might rest a hand there or allow a sheet to overlap the blue board. Nothing harmful had happened, and the placement could be changed without consequence. She closed the folder and moved it to the left side of the cradle. There it opened toward the empty portion of the table. The stitched edge remained visible, the panels lay flat, and the atlas had clear space at its foredge. Nora aligned the lower edges of folder and cradle, then shifted the folder back by 2 fingers' width, so it would not seem like part of the book support. The table now held 3 distinct working areas: atlas in the center, handling folder to the left, and open space to the right for pencils or a reader's notes. The carrying support was no longer needed. Nora lifted it from the table and returned it to the repair room, following the short corridor with empty hands. She placed it on its shelf beneath the clean blotters. The atlas-shaped space on the repair table remained clear under the lamp. The pressing board still rested on its wooden bearers. Nora did not rearrange either one. They had served their purpose, and the root of the evening had already moved on. She took the folded square of undyed cotton with her when she returned to the reading room. At the central table, she used it to lift one faint line of dust from the cradle's outer wooden stop. The dust disappeared with a single pass. She folded the used surface inward and set the cotton square near the edge of the table for later removal. The atlas rested closed in its cradle, but its place in the room was not yet decided. The central table seemed suitable under the evening light. Morning light would enter differently. The tall windows faced the harbor at a slight angle, and their brightness traveled across the reading room, according to the hour and the weather. The window guides in the gallery had been made for this ordinary choice: where to place sensitive material so it could be read without a band of glare crossing the surface. Nora looked from the atlas toward the windows. The panes were now deeper gray than before. Their reflection lay across the polished floor rather than the tabletop, a cool shape divided by the window frames. By morning, a brighter strip would reach farther into the room. She left the atlas closed and walked to the window gallery. The gallery joined the reading room along its harbor side. It was narrow enough that the windows set its pace. Tall panes alternated with shallow wall spaces, and beneath several of them stood angled guides in simple wooden frames. Each guide showed the familiar fall of daylight through that window at different hours, using pale bands and fine marks rather than long explanations. Nora stopped at the guide corresponding to the reading room windows. She did not touch the glass over it. From a comfortable distance, she followed the marked bands for early morning. The table nearest the gallery would receive a broad wash of light first. The central table would remain outside the strongest reflection, until later, provided the atlas sat toward its inner half, and the nearest blind was lowered to its first marked position. Nora glanced through the opening into the reading room. From here, the central table appeared lengthwise. The atlas was a low blue shape at its middle, with the pale handling folder beside it. The position was nearly right, but the cradle sat a little too close to the harbor-facing edge. A reader seated there might see the upper panes reflected on the map surface, even when no direct light crossed it. She returned to the table. Before moving anything, she reopened the atlas to the first guarded map. The page lay at the angle already tested. Nora stood where the chair would be and looked across the paper. A dim reflection from the window rested near the upper margin. It did not obscure the map in the evening, but the guide suggested that morning would strengthen it. She closed the atlas again. With both hands on the base of the cradle, she drew it toward the inner side of the table. The movement was slow and straight. The cradle shifted by the breadth of her palm, leaving a wider strip of tabletop between the atlas and the windows. She moved the green thread folder with it, preserving the space between them. Then she opened the atlas once more. The same guarded leaf turned smoothly. This time the window reflection fell beyond the map, onto the empty tabletop. The surface of the paper held only the warm reading room lamp and the quiet tones of the printed lines. Nora lowered the nearest blind to the first marked position. The fabric descended in an even sheet, muting the upper panes while leaving the lower harbor view unchanged. The room did not darken so much as soften. Gray light remained along the floor and at the edges of the tables, but the bright rectangular reflection disappeared from the polished wood. She returned to the reader's side of the atlas and looked again. The map could be seen without leaning. Its guarded margin lay open and relaxed. The cradle supported both boards. The green thread folder waited within easy reach, opening away from the volume. Each change was modest and each could be undone. A leaf turned back, a blind raised, a folder closed, a cradle moved. Nora closed the atlas and let her hands rest beside it. The first round had given the volume its working shape in the room. It had opened under support, shown that its guards moved freely, and found a table position beyond the morning glare. Nothing more needed testing now. From the window gallery, the wooden guides waited in their angled frames. On the central table, the atlas rested in its cradle, with the handling folder at its left and clear space at its right. The shortened blind held the room in an even shade. Nora picked up the folded cotton square. Her next work would begin with a smaller observation, not another circle. The rooms required for the preparation were already before her. The gallery behind, the reading table ahead, and the entrance waiting at the far end of the later path. Nora carried the folded cotton square back to the repair room. The short corridor was dimmer now, though the repair table lamp still made a warm oval across the cleared wood. She placed the cotton beside the release paper, used side folded inward, and left the pressing board on its bearers. The blotters remained stacked. Her bone folder lay where she had moved it earlier. Its softened point turned safely away from the empty place where the atlas had rested. Nothing in the room required another action. Nora paused just inside the doorway. Usually, a pause in the repair room brought some practical question with it. Had a support dried evenly? Was a tool still needed? Should a wait remain for another hour? Tonight the answers were already visible. The atlas had released cleanly from its overnight rest. Its cloth and boards had settled. Its guards had opened without strain. It now stood in the reading room, supported and ready for the last arrangement before morning. She turned off the repair table lamp. The pool of light withdrew from the tabletop, leaving the room in the softer illumination that reached through the corridor. The pale bone folder became a narrow shape among other familiar shapes. The pressing board was a quiet rectangle above its two wooden bearers. The room had not been closed or put away for good. It had simply finished serving this evening's route. Nora walked back toward the reading room. Her pace remained easy, but there was less preparation in it now. She did not stop at the threshold to inspect the turn. She did not look down the corridor before crossing it. With empty hands, she passed directly into the public room and came to the central table by its inner side. The atlas waited where she had placed it. The blue cloth appeared deeper beneath the reading room lamps than it had in the repair room. Beside it, the pale handling folder lay closed, its dark green stitches making a steady line along the fold. The nearest blind rested at its first marked position. Beyond the lower panes, the harbor had lost most of its color. A few ordinary lights stood on the farther quay, their reflections shortened by the small movement of the water. Nora put one hand on the back of the reader's chair. She drew it away from the table far enough to sit, then lowered herself without haste. From the chair, the arrangement changed slightly. The atlas was no longer an object viewed from above during inspection. It occupied the reader's reach. Its cradle held it at a gentle angle, and the empty space to the right was broad enough for a sheet of notes without crowding the boards. She opened the atlas again. The upper board rose into the support. The plain leaf turned. The first guarded map followed, crossing the center in the same low arc she had watched before. The guard unfolded neatly at the inner margin and came to rest without tension. Nora let the opening remain still. No band of window light lay across the map. The shortened blind had softened the upper reflection, and moving the cradle toward the inner half of the table, had taken the paper out of the path shown by the window guide. From the chair, she could read the map without bending close or shifting sideways. She did not begin following the printed route. Instead, she looked at the edges of the arrangement. The supported board to her left, the leaves resting on the right, the slim guard between the map and the binding, the handling folder within reach but clear of the foredge. These were the useful conditions she had meant to establish. Each could be understood at a glance. Nora placed her hands lightly in her lap. The room was very quiet. Water moved beyond the stone quay. The lowered blind gave a faint, almost fabric-soft sound when a current of air reached the window, though it did not sway enough to alter the light. Somewhere in the building, timber settled with one muted click. Her eyes moved toward the gallery. The angled window guides stood beneath the tall panes, their pale bands barely visible from the chair. She had used the correct guide without searching among them. She had lowered the correct blind to its first mark. She had chosen the central table, opened the cradle, brought the green thread folder from its side shelf, and returned the carrying support to the repair room. The sequence came back to her not as a list of instructions, but as the shape of the route she had just walked. Repair room, short corridor, central table, window gallery, back to the atlas. Nora looked toward the reading room doorway. A small label stood beside it, as labels stood beside the other public rooms. In her first evenings at the chart house, she had read each one even when she already suspected where a doorway led. The labels had helped her connect the rooms to Jonas's notes and the notes to the work waiting inside. They had made the building legible one threshold at a time. Tonight, she could not remember reading a single label. The thought arrived gently, without surprise. She had not avoided them. She had simply no longer needed them. Nora returned her attention to the open atlas. Near the top of the cradle, One wooden stop showed the small turn of its grain. She remembered tightening it after raising the padded support. She had done so by feel, with the same modest finger pressure she would use on any well-kept cradle. No instruction had been required. Jonas's earlier blue pencil notes were not on the table. For several previous shifts, one of those notes had usually waited near the evening's materials. His handwriting was compact and practical. A short arrow might point toward a folder shelf. A few words might identify which blind reduced reflection at a certain hour, or which route through the rooms kept a large sheet level. The blue pencil could be read easily and erased cleanly when its purpose had passed. Nora had followed those notes carefully. She could picture their color against pale paper, but she could not remember looking for one tonight. There had been no need to consult an earlier instruction before lifting the pressing board. No need to check which carrying support belonged to a large volume. No need to confirm where the atlas cradle was kept or which gallery guide corresponded to the reading room windows. She had prepared the volume and its place from the knowledge gathered through the work itself. The discovery was ordinary enough that Nora smiled only slightly. It was not that the chart house had become small. The long map room still extended beyond tonight's route. The model room still held its patient harbor, with the tiny lamps settled along the familiar evening passage. The print cupboard, kitchen, covered passage, and courtyard remained where they had always been. Their existence did not have to be proved by visiting them. What had changed was simpler. Nora knew which parts of the house this task required, and she knew how to move among them without translating every doorway into a label first. She lifted her gaze toward the central lamp. Its shade directed light down over the working surface, leaving the upper room calm. Jonas had not marked that lamp for her. She had chosen it because the atlas could be seen clearly without a hard reflection on the guarded sheet. Her fingers rested against the edge of the table. The wood bore no written sequence. Still, her route had been efficient. She had cleared the lift before carrying the volume. She had adjusted the cradle before testing the guards. She had placed the folder only after the atlas had found support. She had consulted the window guide before making the final table shift. Each action had led naturally to the next. Nora leaned forward and watched the open guard. The narrow folded support made the atlas's use possible without asking the binding to flatten. It had its own small sequence. One fold opened, then another, distributing movement so no single point carried too much. Familiarity with a building worked differently, but the ease of it felt similar. One room had led to the next until the route no longer needed to be held as a set of separate instructions. She turned the map back to the right. The guard folded into place. The plain opening leaf followed, and she lowered the blue upper board with both hands. The atlas returned to its closed resting shape. Nora remained seated. From here she could see the doorway to the corridor, and beyond the farther end of the reading room, the direction of the entrance. She did not need to walk either way yet. The next actions belonged here. Arrange the pencils in the clear space, return the chair to its useful position, confirm the blind, and leave Jonas one concise note. She considered the note. There was no reason to describe every check. Jonas did not need an account of the pressing board, the carrying support, or each guarded opening. He would need only the present state. Binding settled, guards opening freely, atlas placed in the cradle beyond the morning glare. The note could be short because the work itself was visible. Nora rose from the chair and left it standing where a reader might use it. She did not push it in yet. Its final position belonged with the other practical adjustments, and those would be easier to judge together. She walked once to the opening of the window gallery. The marked guide remained in its wooden frame beneath the panes. Nora looked at the early morning band again, not because she doubted her reading, but because the light outside had changed enough to make the room's arrangement clearer. The nearer table now held a pale reflection along its outer edge. The central table did not. The atlas occupied the even shade. She turned back without examining the other guides. That too made the discovery concrete. Earlier in the catalog, she might have compared several frames, tracing the window positions before deciding which applied. Tonight she had gone to the one she needed and stopped when it had answered the question. At the central table, she opened the green thread handling folder. Its two pale panels spread toward the empty side of the table, away from the atlas. The dark green stitches held the fold in a straight, neat line. Anika's label was already fixed in its proper place, and Nora did not adjust it. The folder had arrived repaired and had remained ready for handling work ever since. Nora closed it again. She looked from the folder to the atlas, then toward the doorway label and the corridor beyond. There was no unresolved question in the comparison. The folder was the correct one. The cradle angle was right. The chosen table would remain free of early glare. The rooms had offered what the task needed, and she had found each thing without prompting. Her familiarity was not an announcement the house made. It showed in what she had not done. She had not wandered into the long map room while seeking the cradle. She had not carried the atlas toward the gallery before choosing its table. She had not opened cupboards to find a handling folder that waited on a known shelf. She had not unfolded the unnecessary panel in the map merely to satisfy herself that it was there. She had not made a full circuit of rooms whose settled state had no bearing on tonight's work. The route had stayed bounded because Nora understood it. She drew the chair a fraction to the left, testing the clear line between its back and the neighboring table. The movement was provisional, easy to reverse. When she let go, the chair stood squarely before the atlas, though still far enough out to show that the table arrangement had not yet received its final touch. The remaining preparations were modest. The pencil tray waited near Jonas's desk. The blind needed only a final glance at its marked position. The chair could be returned after Nora viewed the whole setting from the entrance side of the room. A handover slip and blue pencil were kept where she now knew they would be. She did not reach for them yet. For another moment, she stood beside the blue cloth atlas and allowed the small discovery to settle into its proper size. It required no celebration and no longer explanation. The chart house had become familiar through repeated useful work. Tonight, that familiarity had carried her from the lifted pressing board to the supported reading room volume without a room label or an earlier blue pencil instruction. Outside, one fairy light moved slowly across the lower panes. Its reflection passed along the harbor water and did not reach the atlas. The tiny lamps in the model room remained settled in their ordinary route, needing no visit and no adjustment. The green thread folder lay ready beside the cradle. The bound volume held the harbor's familiar paths, lights, walls, channels, marks, and views without asking to be opened again just yet. Nora turned toward Jonas's desk. She knew where the pencil tray stood, where the handover slips were kept, and how little remained to say. With the discovery understood, she could make the final adjustments calmly, leaving each visible object in the position morning use required. Nora crossed to Jonas's desk without looking toward the label beside the doorway. The desk stood at the quieter end of the reading room, beyond the central tables but still within sight of the atlas. Its surface held the pencil tray, a shallow stack of handover slips, and the small wooden block used to keep loose notes from shifting when the windows were open. Nothing had been set out especially for her. These were the ordinary materials of the room, resting where they were used. She lifted the pencil tray with both hands. 3 pencils lay in its narrow groove. They were plain graphite pencils intended for readers' notes, each sharpened to a serviceable point without being needle-fine. Nora tilted the tray just enough to see beneath them. No fragments of graphite or curls of wood remained in the bottom. She carried the tray to the central table. The atlas rested closed in its cradle. Its blue cloth absorbed the warm lamplight, while the pale handling folder beside it reflected a little more. To the right of the cradle, the clear working space waited exactly as Nora had left it. She set the tray there. At first she placed it parallel to the foredge of the atlas. The arrangement looked orderly, but when she stood behind the reader's chair and reached toward the nearest pencil, her wrist passed closer to the blue upper board than it needed to. Nora drew back. She turned the tray a quarter turn and moved it farther to the right, so its long side followed the outer edge of the table. Now the pencils could be lifted from the side without a hand crossing the atlas or the green thread folder. She aligned their blunt ends. The first pencil moved by less than the width of its painted band. The second needed no change. The third had rolled against the side of the groove, and Nora settled it beside the others with one finger. Their points faced away from the reader's sleeve and toward the empty end of the tray. The change was small, but the table became easier to understand. The atlas occupied the supported center. The folder opened safely to the left. The pencils weighted to the right. Nothing invited a reaching arm across the bound volume. Nora tested the arrangement once from the chair. She sat, opened the handling folder toward the empty tabletop, and lifted the nearest pencil. Her elbow remained clear of the cradle. The pencil came away without disturbing the other two. She placed it back in the same groove and closed the folder. There was no need for a sign explaining the sequence. The positions did enough. Nora rose and rested both hands on the chair back. She looked beneath the table before moving it. The floor was clear. Then she guided the chair inward until its front edge stood within an easy sitting distance of the table. She did not push it fully beneath. A chair tucked too far in would ask the first reader to drag it back against the floor. One left too far out would narrow the path between tables. Nora found the middle position by standing beside it and passing through the space behind. Her sleeve cleared the neighboring chair. The central aisle remained open. She returned to the reader's side and placed one hand on the chair back again. The chair faced the atlas squarely, but the cradle sat slightly left of its center because of the handling folder. Nora shifted the chair a little to the right. From there, a seated reader would face the opening of the atlas rather than the fold of the folder, while both remained within comfortable reach. She sat once more. The adjustment brought the center of the cradle directly before her. She could place her forearms on the table without touching the blue boards. The pencil tray lay beyond her right hand. The folder's green threaded fold remained visible to the left. Nora stood and left the chair there. The nearest blind was next. She walked to the harbor-facing side of the room, where its pull rested against the window frame. The blind had already been lowered to the first marked position. Nora placed 2 fingers against the wooden lower rail and watched its relation to the small mark beside the frame. It was level on one side and fractionally high on the other. The difference was slight enough that it had not altered the evening light. Yet morning brightness would make the uneven edge more noticeable. Nora released the cord by the smallest amount. The rail descended on the high side, paused, and settled straight across the pane. The upper glass remained covered. The lower harbor view stayed open. Beyond it, the inner quay had become a sequence of softened lights and dark stone. The water moved beneath them, dividing their reflections into quiet lengths. No glare reached the central table. The atlas remained in the warmer light of the shaded lamp, separate from the cooler window glow. Nora secured the cord in its usual loop. She did not test the neighboring blinds. The window guide had indicated one adjustment, and one adjustment was enough. The other windows could remain as they were. From beside the pane, she looked across the whole reading room arrangement. The practical consequence of her discovery lay plainly before her. Because she knew the room, she could make fewer movements. The pencil tray had come directly from Jonas's desk. The chair had found its useful line without being drawn through several positions. The blind had needed one measured release, rather than a comparison of every window. Familiarity had not made the work careless. It had made the choices narrower. The green thread folder formed a pale rectangle beside the blue atlas. The pencils made a short, dark row. The chair waited at a modest distance from the table. Each object showed its purpose, without crowding the next. Nora returned to Jonas's desk for a handover slip. She took the top sheet from the stack and laid it on the clear writing space. A blue pencil rested beside the wooden noteblock. Jonas used blue pencil for his practical instructions, and the color had become familiar among the pale folders and cream paper of the chart house. Nora picked it up, then paused. The handover was for Jonas, but it did not have to imitate his notes. The blue pencil was simply the writing tool kept there, easy to read and easy to erase. She turned it between her fingers until the point faced the slip. She wrote the date first. Beneath it, she began with the condition that mattered. Atlas settled. Guards opening freely. The words occupied one line and part of the next. Nora left a small space, then added in central cradle, inside morning glare line. Green thread handling folder and pencils set out. She read the note once. It said what Jonas needed to know. The binding was settled. The guarded leaves had been checked. The position in the room had been chosen with the window guide. The supporting materials were ready. There was no need to mention that the pressing board had lifted cleanly. Its task was over. No need to describe how far the cradle had moved or which mark the blind had reached. Those states were visible in the room. No need to record that she had found everything without consulting the labels. That belonged to Nora's understanding, not to the morning handover. She added one final phrase, blind at first mark. Then she stopped. The pencil hovered above the lower half of the slip. There was room for several more lines, but space was not an instruction to fill it. Nora set the blue pencil down. The concise note looked calm on the desk. She placed the wooden block across its upper edge, leaving the writing uncovered. The block would hold the slip in place if a current of morning air moved through the room. Jonas would see it when he came to his desk. It introduced no question and required no reply. Nora turned toward the atlas. The reading room lamps gave the blue cloth a steady, muted color. From this distance, the cradle nearly disappeared beneath the volume, though its padded sides could still be seen supporting the boards. The folder's dark green thread marked its fold with a neat line that remained distinct in the soft light. She walked back to the central table. The pencils were still aligned. The chair remained square. The blind's lower rail held level across the window. Nora did not begin checking them again. Instead, she made one last practical adjustment that followed from the way the table would be used. The handling folder was closed, and its front panel lay flush with the back. Nora opened it halfway and watched the arc of its stitched fold. The outer corner passed close to the chair's left arm space, but did not enter it. When opened fully, the folder occupied the clear tabletop and stayed well away from the atlas. She closed it again and moved it backward by the width of one stitch. That was all. The shifted folder now sat just behind the foredge of the cradle. A reader approaching the chair would meet the atlas first, while the folder remained easy to recognize and reach. Its green thread seam could not be mistaken for part of the binding. Nora placed her fingertips on the cradle base and confirmed that it had not moved. The atlas stayed inside the glare-free line. She considered opening it once more, then let the thought pass. The guards had already been tested through several openings. Repeating the inspection would add handling without adding knowledge. The closed volume showed an even foredge, a settled spine, and boards resting correctly against the cradle. Useful preparation sometimes ended by leaving a thing alone. Nora stepped back. Her route through the work could now be seen in the room's changed state. The atlas no longer rested beneath weight in the repair room. It stood supported in the public room. The handling folder had moved from its shelf to the safe side of the cradle. The pencil tray had moved from Jonas's desk to the reader's right hand. The chair faced the volume without narrowing the aisle. The blinds softened the upper window and left the harbor visible below. None of the changes was permanent. The blind could rise. The chair could move. The pencils could return to their tray. The folder could close and go back to the shelf. The atlas itself could be lifted from the cradle and returned to rest when the reading day was over. The binding alone was complete, and it required no further alteration. Outside, a fairy light passed between two window frames. Nora saw it enter one lower pane, travel across the dark water, and leave through the next. Its route was ordinary and distant. The model lamps elsewhere in the house had already been matched to that familiar evening passage and remained settled. They needed no confirmation tonight. The light disappeared beyond the stone edge of the quay. Nora lowered the reading room lamp by one setting. The shade still cast enough light over the atlas for the final view of the table, but the far end of the room softened. The polished wood lost its sharper reflections. The blue cloth became deeper, and the green stitching beside it nearly matched the dark line of the folder's fold. She walked around the central table without circling the room. From the window side, she confirmed that the lowered blind kept the atlas beyond the reflected panes. From the entrance side, she saw that the chair did not obstruct the aisle. These were two views of the same setting, taken within a few steps of one table. At the end of the table, she stopped. The reading room door stood open toward the corridor. Later, on the narrowing path to the entrance, she would leave it closed but unlatched for the morning staff. That action did not belong here yet. For now, the open doorway kept the prepared room connected to the short passage she had used. Nora looked through it toward the repair room. The lamp there was off. The pressing board remained on its bearers. The clean blotters, release paper, cotton square, and inherited bone folder had all been left in known places. She did not return to inspect them. The room had already yielded the atlas into use. Her gaze came back to the handover slip on Jonas's desk. From the central table, the blue writing was only a few calm lines. The note did not ask him to solve anything or continue a repair. It told him where the work now rested and how it had been prepared. Nora moved the pencil tray half a finger farther from the cradle. The adjustment gave the reader's right hand a little more open table between the atlas and the graphite. She aligned the tray with the table edge once more, then withdrew her hand. That was the final change she needed to make in this chapter of the work. Not the final state of the house. The entrance still lay ahead, and the reading room door would be settled on the return path. But the practical arrangement around the atlas had reached the point where further touching would only repeat what had already been decided. Nora stood beside the chair and allowed her shoulders to rest. The building no longer presented itself as a sequence of labels. It held together through use. Repair room behind her, reading room around her, window gallery along the harbor side, entrance beyond the far doorway. She knew the path that remained and did not need to rehearse it. The atlas waited in its cradle. Its guards had room to open. The green thread folder waited at the left. 3 pencils lay aligned at the right. The chair stood ready without blocking the aisle. Above the lower harbor view, the blind rested level at its first mark. On Jonas's desk, the blue pencil handover note remained beneath its wooden block. Nora turned toward the window gallery. She would begin the return from there. Walking only once toward the entrance, and observing the completed states as she passed. Nothing on the prepared table called her back. The room had moved from arrangement into readiness, and the next path was already narrow, familiar, and clear. Nora stepped into the window gallery. She did not go far. The guide she had used stood beneath the reading room windows, only a few paces from the opening. Its pale bands and fine hour marks rested behind glass in the angled wooden frame. Above it, the blind covered the upper part of the window, level with the first mark, while the lower panes remained open to the harbor view. The evening had deepened since Nora first consulted the guide. There was no longer enough light outside to cast a clear reflection across the tables. The inner quay showed as a low line of stone, and the harbor lights rested upon the water in broken lengths. Each reflection moved a little, shortened, and gathered again. The motion was gentle enough that the lower panes seemed to hold it rather than look beyond it. Nora stood beside the guide and looked into the reading room. From the gallery, the central table appeared in full. The atlas rested in its cradle on the inner half of the tabletop. The pale handling folder lay to its left, its dark green thread reduced by distance to a narrow seam. The pencil tray waited to the right. The chair faced the volume without interrupting the aisle. The arrangement held the positions she had chosen. The route back to the entrance began here and would pass the table only once. Nora let her hands hang comfortably at her sides. She had carried the atlas, raised the cradle supports, tested the guards, shifted the volume beyond the glare line, placed the folder, aligned the pencils, set the chair, straightened the blind, and written the handover note. None of those actions asked to be repeated on the return walk. She looked down at the window guide once more. The early morning band agreed with what the room now showed. With the blind at its first mark and the cradle toward the inner side of the central table, the atlas stood outside the strongest reflection marked on the guide. Jonas could raise the blind later if the morning stayed overcast. A reader could adjust the chair. Every part of the arrangement remained reversible. Nora did not compare the other guides. She turned away from the windows. The gallery narrowed naturally toward the reading room opening. Her steps made almost no sound there. The harbor remained at her left for 3 paces. Then the wall ended, and the reading room opened around her again. She entered beside the central table. The blue cloth caught a softer light now that the reading room lamp had been lowered. It did not shine. The woven surface held the color quietly, and the rounded spine made one low shadow above the cradle's central gap. Nora paused without touching the volume. The atlas was bound. Its boards had settled under weight. Its guards had opened freely and returned to their folds. It had been moved from the repair table into a support suited to reading. Those conditions remained visible without another inspection. She looked at the cradle supports. Their padded sides stayed at the angle she had chosen during the first opening. The wooden stops held. There was space beneath the spine, and the boards met the supports before the binding could flatten. Her eyes moved left. The handling folder was closed. Its pale panels lay evenly together. The dark green stitching along the fold identified Anika's careful repair and kept the folder distinct from the atlas beside it. When opened, it would spread toward clear tabletop, rather than across the blue board. To the right, the pencils remained aligned in their tray. Their points faced away from the reader's sleeve. The open working space between tray and cradle was modest but sufficient. Nora passed behind the chair. Its back stood a comfortable distance from the table. There was room for someone to sit without dragging it far across the floor, and room behind it for another person to walk through the aisle. Nora let her fingertips hover near the chair back, then lowered her hand without making an adjustment. The chair held the position she had tested. She continued toward Jonas's desk. The handover slip remained beneath the small wooden block. The blue pencil lines were visible in the lamplight, concise enough to take in without leaning over them. Atlas settled, guards opening freely. In central cradle, inside morning glare line, green thread handling folder and pencils set out. Blind at first mark. Nora read no further, because there was no further line. The note passed on the conditions she had observed. Jonas would be able to see the cradle angle, the guarded binding, and the relation of the volume to the window light for himself. The note did not ask him to continue a repair, nor did it attempt to speak for the morning before it arrived. The blue pencil lay where Nora had set it beside the writing space. She left it there. From the desk, she could see the lower harbor panes beyond the table. One light trembled across the water and drew itself together again. The blind above it remained still. The guide had supplied the useful position for this evening, and the gallery now belonged behind her on the route. Nora moved toward the far side of the reading room. She did not circle the tables. The direct aisle led from Jonas's desk to the doorway, passing the central table at a comfortable distance. As she walked, the atlas changed only in perspective. First its spine was nearest, then its foredge came into view. Then the pale folder and pencil tray aligned briefly on either side. The objects stayed as she had left them. At the threshold, Nora stopped and looked back once. The room did not look staged. The chair was not pressed tightly beneath the table. The pencils were not arranged as decoration. The handling folder was not opened merely to show its stitching. The atlas remained closed because no reader was present to consult it. The light was sufficient for the quiet interval before handover. The path around the table was clear. The volume was supported. The note was written. The arrangement could rest without being demonstrated. Nora placed one hand on the reading room door. The door had remained open throughout the evening's work, joining the public room to the corridor and allowing her to carry the atlas through without interruption. Now the carrying support had been returned to its shelf, the repair room lamp was off, and her path no longer led back through the doorway. She drew the door toward her. It moved steadily on its hinges. The narrowing opening held the central table for several seconds. First the whole arrangement, then the atlas and folder, then only the blue upper board beneath the lamp. Nora slowed the movement before the door met the frame. The latch reached its plate without catching. She kept the handle turned, brought the door fully closed, and then released the handle so gently that the mechanism remained outside the catch. Closed, but unlatched. Morning staff could enter with a light push. For the remaining night, the door could rest against its frame without securing the reading room against ordinary use. Nora tested the state with 2 fingers near the edge. The door yielded the smallest amount and returned against the frame. She did not open it again. The unlatched movement was clear. Beside the doorway, the room label rested at its usual height. Nora saw it without needing to read it. She turned toward the entrance. The remaining path was short and familiar. The corridor widened gradually as it approached the front of the chart house. The stone walls held the stored coolness of the evening, though the air remained comfortable. Behind Nora, the closed reading room door softened the already quiet lamp and left only a thin line of warm light beneath it. She walked at the same easy pace she had carried through the work. There was no weight in her hands now. Earlier, the atlas and its support had kept her elbows close and her steps measured. The return path required no such care, yet her body retained the slower rhythm. Each foot settled before the next lifted. Her shoulders stayed loose. Her breathing remained quiet. The entrance came into view ahead. Nora did not turn aside. The long map room lay outside tonight's bounded path. The repair room had already given up the atlas and stood with its lamp off. The model harbor and its tiny lamps remained settled along the ordinary evening route she had matched before. Their condition did not need to be confirmed again on this walk. The house did not have to be crossed in full. That was part of Nora's familiarity now. She knew which rooms the evening's preparation had used, and she knew which established states could remain beyond sight. The atlas had left the repair table. The reading room had received it. The window gallery had supplied the useful light position. The entrance marked the end of her present route. She reached the wider space near the front door and stopped. From here, she could no longer see the atlas itself. She could see the reading room door at the end of the corridor, resting closed against its frame. The line of light beneath it remained even. Nothing shifted behind it. Nora listened. The harbor touched the quay in low, rounded sounds. The stone building held those sounds at a distance, allowing them to enter without filling the corridor. A current of air moved along the covered passage and faded before it reached the entrance. No latch lifted, no blind stirred, no footsteps approached. Morning was still hours away. There was time for every adjusted thing to remain where it had settled. The chair could stand untouched. The pencils could rest in their groove. The blind could hold its level line. The atlas could stay closed in its cradle, while the night continued outside the lower panes. Nora looked once at the reading room door. She did not go back. The atlas's present condition could wait beyond that door without another opening. Its bound leaves remained gathered between settled boards. The cradle continued to support the spine and covers. The green thread folder and pencil tray stood nearby in the practical relation she had chosen. The handover itself still belonged to the last quiet part of the evening. Jonas had not yet read the note. Morning staff had not yet pressed the unlatched door inward. No reader had drawn out the chair or lifted one of the pencils. None of that needed to happen now. At the entrance, Nora's task was only to leave the observed conditions undisturbed, until the final handover could settle them into the house's morning routine. She let her gaze rest on the thin light beneath the closed door. Beyond it, the blue cloth atlas remained in the cradle, supported at the angle she had tested. The green thread folder rested at its left. The aligned pencils rested at its right. Above the lower harbor panes, the blind stayed at the first mark. The corridor between Nora and the room held no movement. She could picture the table without reopening the door, the chair facing inward, the closed folder lying pale against the wood, the tray following the table edge, and the atlas occupying the softer light. These were not promises about the morning. They were simply the stable shapes of the room at this hour. A harbor reflection shifted somewhere beyond the stone wall. Its light did not reach the entrance, but the water's low sound continued, rounding against the quay and easing away. Nora's hands remained empty. The entrance held the end of her route. Behind her lay no need for another circuit. And ahead lay only the final quiet handover in its proper chapter of the night. She stood where the corridor widened, facing the reading room door without approaching it. The door remained closed but unlatched. Beyond it, the prepared arrangement rested under the lowered lamp, unchanged and waiting. Nora stood at the entrance with her hands empty. The quiet of the chart house had changed by small degrees since she arrived. At first, the repair room lamp had gathered her attention around the pressing board and the blue cloth beneath it. Then the short corridor had carried the atlas into the reading room. The cradle, the guarded leaves, the green thread folder, the window guide, the pencils, the chair, and the blind had each taken their turn in the work. Now none of them required another movement. The reading room door rested closed at the end of the corridor. A thin line of warm light showed beneath it, level from one side to the other. Nora watched the line without walking toward it. It was enough to know where the room began and where the evening's preparation had come to rest. Beyond the door, the atlas remained closed in its cradle. Its blue cloth boards were supported at the gentle angle Nora had chosen. The rounded spine rested above the cradle's central space without pressure. The guards lay folded between the gathered leaves, ready to open in their quiet stages when a reader turned a map. To the left, the handling folder waited with its dark green stitches along the fold. To the right, the 3 pencils lay aligned in their tray. Nothing there needed to be checked again. Nora let her shoulders lower. The movement was slight. Her coat still hung where she had left it, and her bag remained beneath it. She had not carried either through the rooms. They belonged to the entrance and to the final part of leaving, just as the carrying support had belonged to the Atlas's short journey, and the cradle belonged to its place in the reading room. She remained still for another moment. Outside, the harbor water touched the inner quay. The sound came through the stone building, softened at the edges. A low arrival followed by a low withdrawal. It repeated without insistence. Between one movement of water and the next, the house seemed to hold a broad, comfortable silence. Nora turned toward her coat. She lifted it from its place and slipped one arm into a sleeve, then the other. The cloth settled across her shoulders with its familiar weight. She smoothed one cuff and left the other as it fell. There was no need to hurry the small action, and no reason to make it exact. Her bag came next. She raised it and let the strap rest against her shoulder. The weight was modest. Her hands remained free. At the far end of the corridor, the line beneath the reading room door stayed unchanged. Nora looked toward it once more. She did not mentally reopen the atlas. She did not repeat the order of its contents or call back every evening that had added material to it. The book did not need to be unfolded in memory in order to be complete. Its present shape said enough. Approved maps gathered between settled boards, supported for ordinary use. The reading room was prepared. The folder could open away from the volume. The pencils could be lifted without a hand crossing the blue cloth. The chair waited at a useful distance from the table. The blind held the upper window in even shade while the lower panes remained open to the harbor view. On Jonas's desk, Nora's concise handover note lay beneath the wooden block. The blue pencil writing was brief. Atlas settled. Guards opening freely. Central cradle. Morning glare avoided. Folder and pencils ready. Blind at the first mark. The note passed on a condition, not a problem. Nora had left no repair half described, and no decision waiting between its lines. Jonas would not need to interpret a hesitation. When he arrived in the morning, he would see the prepared table, read the few blue words Nora had written, and understand that the volume was ready for the public room. That was the handover. It did not require another conversation. It did not require anyone to arrive before Nora left. The room itself held the rest of the explanation in the positions of the familiar things. Nora adjusted the bag strap once. Then she allowed her hand to fall. The entrance was dimmer than the reading room, but not dark. The warmer light beneath the closed door reached only a short way along the floor. Nearer Nora, the stone and wood held softer shades, enough for the familiar step to the front door. She moved toward it at an easy pace. There was no need to look back over each threshold. The repair room remained beyond the corridor with its lamp off. The pressing board rested on its bearers. The clean blotters, release paper, folded cotton, and bone folder had been left in their known places. The bone folder's pale, worn edge would wait there until another reversible fold or support required it. It had come from Nora's former workshop and had served through the catalog without becoming a ceremony. It was a tool among tools, useful because her hand knew its shape. Tonight, the bound atlas had required no pressure from it. Nora had understood that and moved it safely aside. The long map room remained outside the route. So did the kitchen, the print cupboard, the covered passage, the sheltered courtyard, and the model room. Their stillness did not need to be confirmed by a final circuit. The model harbor's tiny lamps had already settled into their familiar evening route. The chart house could hold completed states, without asking Nora to stand before each one. She reached the front door and rested her hand against it. For a breath she listened again to the harbor. Water met stone. A distant halyard gave one muted tap. The sound passed, leaving the sheltered quay quiet. No rain crossed the panes tonight, and no wind pressed against the building. The evening lay evenly around the chart house. Nora opened the door only as far as she needed. Cool harbor air entered in a narrow current. It touched the side of her face and the edge of her coat, then moved no farther than the entrance. She stepped across the threshold and turned back toward the door. From outside, the interior appeared smaller and warmer. The entrance held the end of the corridor. At its farthest visible point, the closed reading room door remained a plain, settled shape. The line of light beneath it was thinner from this angle, but it was still there. Nora drew the front door toward her. The opening narrowed gradually. Stone, floor, corridor, and the distant line of light disappeared in that order. She slowed the door before it met the frame and brought it closed without a knock. The harbor air surrounded her again. She kept one hand on the door for a moment, feeling only the stillness of its surface. Then she let go. Inside, the chart house remained ready. The front entrance no longer framed the corridor, but nothing within had changed, because Nora could no longer see it. The reading room door stayed closed and unlatched for the morning staff. The lamp remained lowered to its softer setting. The blind rested level at the first mark. The atlas remained in the cradle. Nora stood on the inner quay without beginning another inspection through the windows. The building had already offered every view required for the work. Looking from outside would add no useful condition. Her body kept the same calm pace it had found indoors. The weight of the atlas was gone from her hands, but some memory of carrying it remained in the closeness of her elbows and the balance of her steps. She loosened her arms and let them rest naturally beside her coat. The evening catalog had ended in readiness rather than display. The maps had been repaired, indexed, approved, and bound. The atlas had begun empty and received its material only when each part was ready. Now it held the ordinary harbor in a form that could be used. Footpaths between familiar walls, rain channels running toward the quay, ferry lights crossing the evening water, garden and courtyard plans, tide marks and window views compared across time. They did not become more important by being made dramatic. Their value lay in being accurate, handled carefully, and placed where people could consult them. Together they showed how the harbor was moved through and cared for, how its light shifted, how water found its way, and how familiar routes remained recognizable through ordinary change. The purpose was settled inside the binding. Nora did not need to carry it away as a conclusion. The atlas stayed where it belonged, in the reading room, under the mild light chosen for it. She began to walk along the quay. Her steps were unhurried. The stone beneath them was cool and firm. The sheltered water continued its low, rounded motion beside the building. Harbor lights rested in the surface and lengthened when the water eased, then shortened when another small movement reached the wall. Nora did not count them. She had no remaining route to measure inside the house. The work had narrowed from room to table, from table to door, and from door to the quiet fact of leaving everything in place. Behind her, the chart house stood without ceremony. Its stone walls held the repair room, reading room, and window gallery in their settled relation. The pressing board remained lifted from the atlas. The carrying support had returned to its shelf. The cradle held the completed volume. The gallery guide had given the glare-free position. The entrance had received the end of Nora's path. Nothing had been hidden there. Nothing waited to be solved after morning. The building was simply prepared to resume its public use. Nora's footsteps moved softly across the quay. She did not quicken them. The air was cool enough to feel clear against her face. but not sharp. Her coat held the warmth she had carried from the rooms. For a little while, the chart house remained near enough that the lower windows could be seen along the stone wall. The blind covered the upper portion of the reading room window. Beneath it, the lower panes showed only the subdued reflections of the harbor. No strong brightness crossed the room. The table inside stayed beyond the line marked by the window guide. Nora glanced once toward those panes. There was nothing to correct in them. She turned her gaze back to the quay ahead and continued at the same comfortable pace. Inside the reading room, the chair waited squarely before the atlas. It was neither pushed tightly under the table nor left far into the aisle. A morning reader could draw it back with one easy movement and sit without shifting the cradle. The handling folder rested closed. Its pale boards lay together, and the dark green thread marked the fold. The stitches remained neat and close, just as Anika had left them. The folder was ready to open across the clear side of the table, away from the blue cloth boards. The pencils waited in their shallow tray. Their blunt ends were aligned. Their points faced away from the reader's sleeve. The tray followed the outer edge of the table, leaving open space between graphite and atlas. No written instruction was needed for these relations. The arrangement invited careful use by being clear. The atlas itself remained closed because the room was empty. Its upper board rested against the text block. The foredge stayed even. Beneath the boards, the guarded leaves held their gathered shape. When morning hands opened the volume, the cradle would receive the boards, and each guard would unfold without drawing the spine flat. Until then, rest was the correct use of the book. The lamp above the table cast a warm, steady field across the blue cloth. The color deepened toward the rounded spine and softened toward the outer edge. The woven surface showed no gloss, only the mild texture of the settled covering cloth. It had rested beneath the pressing board. It had crossed the short corridor on its support. It had opened safely in the cradle and closed again. Now it needed nothing from the night. Nora continued along the sheltered harbor. The chart house grew quieter with distance, though the water beside it made the same low sounds. Her route away did not open another part of the story. It simply carried her beyond the completed shift. There would be morning later, but morning did not need to begin yet. For now, the reading room door remained closed and unlatched. The concise note for Jonas remained beneath the wooden block, exactly where Nora had placed it. No reply was required. No visitor approached. No page turned. The house had time to rest in its prepared state. The window light changed slowly. It was not yet the brightness shown by the early band on the gallery guide. It was only the gradual easing of night across the lower panes. A faint coolness gathering where the harbor reflections had been darker. That light did not reach the atlas directly. It moved first along the window glass, then across the floor in a broad, indistinct shade. The blind softened its upper edge. The central table remained within the quiet shelter Nora had chosen. The blue pencil waited beside Nora's handover note on Jonas's desk. Dark green thread waited at the handling folder. The tiny model lamps remained settled in their ordinary route elsewhere in the house. And at the center of the reading room, the harbor atlas rested in its cradle. The maps within it stayed supported and still. Their familiar paths and lights, walls and channels, marks and views required no retelling. They had been gathered, approved, and bound for use. The room around them was clear. The chair was ready. The pencils were aligned. Nora's handover was complete. Across the blue cloth, the first slow window light moved without glare. It passed gently over the woven surface, reached the low curve of the spine, and softened there, while the atlas rested closed and ready long before the reading room opened.